Yes.
The Leaf Spring Army sends its regards.
Hello, everyone. I'm the Enforcer, and I'm accompanied by Enforcer Matt.
And good evening, folks. It's Enforcer Matt, and welcome back to an emergency breaking news stream. Right now, we're tracking basically the resumption of the war between Iran and the United States. Iran has just fired missiles at Kuwait, U.S. bases in that country. Also, they fired missiles at Bahrain and Erbil, Iraq as well. And we're currently hearing a possible airstrikes, maybe near Qasem Island, possibly. Take that with a grain of salt. Also, in the midst of all that happening, Moscow is currently under a major attack as well. And we're currently tracking a second wave of strikes that literally just started 30 seconds ago on Kuwait. So major news, and it's good to see you all once again.
And of course, we're going to be covering the past hours, as a matter of fact, of breaking news that has just unfolded here on air, as we do understand that the Islamic Republic of Iran has currently conducted one round of strikes against U.S. forces inside of Kuwait, Iraq, and Bahrain, and it now appears that they are conducting a second wave of strikes at this moment while we're live on air. We are going to be covering these breaking news developments as they are unfolding at this moment, and we've also been able to hear of other significant breaking news developments inside of Eastern Europe, as Ukrainian armed forces are currently conducting a major drone attack against the Russian Federation in real time at the identical moment right now, and have been able to see that several drones have made it into the Moscow air defense perimeter, and significant damage is already being reported throughout the entirety of the rest of the Russian Federation, with Russian Federation authorities also announcing that fuel sales are completely shut off in Crimea outside of governmental authorities, meaning that right now there is literally no fuel left inside of Crimea, and fuel shortages have already reached St. Petersburg. But we do have more breaking news that's coming out of the Middle East, and this is going to be our primary focus during this breaking news show that we have going on right now. So, Matthew, what is the breaking news that we have coming out at this moment?
Okay, so bear with me, folks. Right now, there's so much breaking news happening across the Middle East right now, it's kind of hard to keep up with. But we are hearing that apparently we have confirmed that Iraq and Erbil's under attack, Bahrain's under attack, and also we did see that Kuwait, the Ali Salim Air Base, is under attack yet again. We're now getting word as well, in addition to a whole bunch of footage of air defense over the Gulf states, we're currently getting a bombshell piece of news from Fintech's network that the United States just carried out an attack on Iran's Qasem Island happened just about an hour or two ago. That is confirmed as of right now. Apparently, the U.S. launched a brand new series of airstrikes on the Iranian toll booth in the Strait of Hormuz. So that appears to be what prompted these attacks by Iran on the Gulf states. So right now, it's looking like the ceasefire is over. It was already over before, but they really can't claim it's still in effect at this point because now U.S. forces under direct attack in a very large sweeping missile strike. So, Enforcer, we have a lot of footage coming out right now. We have footage coming out of Bahrain. We also have footage coming out of Kuwait. It looks like people are having traffic accidents in Kuwait as a result of these attacks. There's currently mayhem on the streets, it looks like right now. We have that in the video as well. So you might want to take a look at this footage. It's kind of crazy.
Got you. I'm just making sure to repost this, folks, onto our map that you can access in the link in the description below so that way y'all can take a look at what we're seeing at the moment. But to show y'all some of the clips that we have, we can see that it appears that traffic accidents are now unfolding inside of Kuwait due to the extreme tensions and stress that's now permeating through the streets due to this ongoing attack, which we can see in this clip.
Oh shit!
Oh wow, dang!
Well, man, apparently, people got distracted from the missile fire. But this is in Kuwait right here, I believe. So this guy in the truck was trying to film the missile fire, and apparently someone wasn't paying attention. They almost had a casualty right there on the street. So that's another thing going on right now. It looks like
it certainly does appear that we're definitely seeing a lot going on inside of the streets of Kuwait. I guess kind of starting us off on a bit of a lighter note at this point, watching a near traffic accident happen because of this going on in the attacks that are happening at this moment. And we've also been able to see some footage of air defense activity over the city-state of Bahrain, which we can see in this clip right here. We see what appears to be an incoming Iranian missile and possibly an air defense interceptor attempting to reach and hit the target in the distance.
It looks like the Gulf states got a restock of Patriot interceptors, it looks like, because they're using them quite heavily in Kuwait and also, as you can see right here, in the footage from Bahrain. So it looks like they've gotten a restock.
And it does appear that they certainly have gotten a restock. We can actually see one impact right there, or what appears to be a possible impact. We now see here's some sort of alert going out on the cell phones of the nearby residents as we see continued air defense impacts in the skies above the nation-state of Bahrain. Further Patriot air defense interceptors are also being fired as well, most likely towards other incoming Iranian missiles, with more impacts being seen on film.
That's weird that their alert on their phone sounds identical to like a tornado warning or something here in the United States. It freaked me out for a second.
Hey, that is really weird. I think that in most of these countries in the Middle East, you can actually change the sound effect to whatever you would like, because that is quite literally the EAS warning for a tornado alert or a tornado warning in the southeastern United States, or really across the whole of the United States. It also appears outside of the additional footage that we have of more air defense interceptor activity from FITUCs that a statement has been issued from the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, which we're going to be getting into here, as this is the first statement that we have at the moment from the IRGC in the given waves of attacks that we're watching right now. A statement issued by the leadership of the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps in response to the arrogance and blatant aggression committed by the terrorist American forces by targeting the national sovereignty of the Islamic Republic of Iran on the precious island of Qashem. The aerospace forces of the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, with God's grace and support, and in fulfillment of its pledge to protect the homeland, carried out precise and intensive strikes on the military bases of American occupation in the state of Kuwait, which resulted in the successful destruction of their targets and the ignition of the aggressors' fortresses. Once again, folks, we don't know that for sure. The Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, while announcing this initial response to strike back with equal force, issues a stern warning at the highest level of determination to the American administration, the head of global arrogance, and all those who allow their territories or airspaces to be used as launching pads for aggression against Iran. Any new foolishness, further aggression, or action that infringes on even a single inch of our borders and sovereignty will be met with a seismic, crushing, and decisive response that exceeds established norms and boundaries. Our valiant forces will not hesitate to reduce all of the aggressors' headquarters and interest in the region to ashes. The era of strike and run is over. The forces of tyranny must bear the dire consequences of their ignorance and reckless adventures. So it appears that the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps in this statement has made it incredibly clear that peace talks really aren't getting anywhere. I think we can get the idea here, folks, that they're quite unhappy, and it appears that they're now conducting significant strikes directly against and aimed at U.S. forces, much like we already knew. to be able to try and cause as much damage as they possibly can to the United States of America's armed forces in CENTCOM's area of responsibility. We actually have more breaking news coming out even right now. And so, Matthew, what do we got?
Okay, so I'm getting some more details about these airstrikes that the U.S. allegedly conducted on the coast at Qasem Island of Iran. Apparently, those airstrikes were conducted using, I guess, I would assume missiles. It doesn't really say here. But we also saw as well that apparently a ship was targeted right before these airstrikes began. The U.S. has allegedly launched a Hellfire missile at a ship that was trying to break the blockade from the looks of it. So I think we have a statement about that as well. And we also have a video that CENTCOM put out as well, apparently showing the Hellfire going into the ship, if I'm not mistaken. So let's take a look at that and see what we can spot.
It appears that the larger incident that we have at the moment, just to make sure to preface our clip that we're about to watch that CENTCOM did put out, is the following statement that was provided out of CENTCOM's headquarters in Tampa. U.S. forces disabled an unladen oil tanker that was attempting to sail toward an Iranian port on the Arabian Gulf of June 2nd. U.S. Central Command enforced blockade measures against the Botswana-flagged motor tanker Lexi as it transited international waters towards Karga Island. The ship's crew ignored repeated warnings, failing to comply with directions from U.S. forces multiple times over a 24-hour period. A U.S. aircraft ultimately disabled the vessel by firing a Hellfire into the ship's engine room, preventing the tanker from reaching Iran. CENTCOM began implementing the blockade of all maritime traffic entering and exiting Iranian ports on the 13th of April, and since then, U.S. forces have disabled 6 commercial vessels and redirected 122 as the ceasefire with Iran continues. This footage was then provided by CENTCOM in their statement, showing the strike on the motor tanker Lexi, which is a Botswana-flagged unladen oil tanker that appeared to have been attempting to find refuge in an Iranian port somewhere around the island of Qasem. We can see this clip right here showing the rear of the vessel near to the engine bay, and in a moment from the bottom of the screen you'll see the Hellfire inner screen. We can also see the blips of the laser identification system guiding the Hellfire in on the side of the hull. You can actually see that right there is this one blip if it plays, which weirdly enough the clip's now having an issue, but you can see the blip right there for a brief second, and then the Hellfire comes in, slams directly on the target, and then we can see the impact point. Pretty small one. Hellfires don't really produce a very wide explosive area. Their explosive is more so shaped and directed towards a specific area, but its armor penetration cannot be understated. That round made it all the way into the engine room and did disable the vessel with that one shot. So we can tell that at the moment.
I think that's the first time the U.S. has used a missile on one of these ships. I think before they used a 6-inch gun to take out the engine room. This time they're using a whole Hellfire missile to hit it. So that's a bit of an escalation, to say the least.
Yeah, I think it was the 5-inch gun on the destroyer or a 6-inch gun. I'm not really sure which it is either. I believe it might actually be the 5-inch gun, but they used a 5-inch gun one time to disable the engine room on one commercial vessel, and then we've seen in other times that Super Hornets, FA-18 Super Hornets, have been used to conduct strafing runs on the upper deck and disable the engine room by those means as well. This is the first time that we've ever seen, at least at the moment, that an AGM-114 Hellfire has been used against a merchant ship anywhere within the area, and it also begs the question as to what aircraft use this Hellfire. Usually, most of the time, in regular service, it is attack helicopters or any other form of helicopter like the Apache or even a Seahawk that would use these, so it does appear that this was most likely fired from a helicopter that was operating within the area. But we actually have even more breaking news coming out at this moment right now, and so what do we got?
Okay, so apparently Iranian state media is putting out a new statement right here. They're claiming that the explosions near Qasem Island that the U.S. admitted they conducted apparently was caused by a missile hitting near Susa, apparently right there near the area. So can we get a location on exactly where that is on Qasem Island, apparently Susa, and see if there's any critical infrastructure that could be around that area? So it's right here, literally around the coast. So I wonder if this is where they're sending out fast attack boats or something.
It could be. I mean, there's a large fishing wharf in this area, and considering that Iranian fast attack boats require very little logistical support, they could be operated and fielded out of this little dock or wharf that we can see right here. And if we look further on down the coast, we can see some beaches. We can also see this park right here, which also appears to be some sort of a zoo. And once we make it down here, we can see that there really isn't any naval infrastructure elsewhere in the area. Also, let's see if we can find this city of Mutsa as well, which is most likely on the southern coast, and see where it is and what kind of damage may have been inflicted as a result of that strike. I can't find it on the map at the moment. We found Susa pretty easy, but let's see here. It was near Masan. So let me type in Masan here really quickly, folks. And hopefully we can find this on the island of Kashem somewhere. Oh, it's right here. So it's literally just down the coast. So this city as well also has some sort of port infrastructure. Not an incredibly large amount of it. It does appear to be mostly in support of fishing boat fleets that operate out of this wharf. But once again, this could also be a plausible area of operation for IRGC fast attack boats and fast attack boat swarms, which generally, once again, require no infrastructure to be able to operate at normal operational levels. So it appears that most of the strikes were coordinated around this area right here, between Mesen and Susa on this part of the island, which is incredibly close, mind you all, to the shipping lane that actually does pass just south of this area to be able to go in between the island of Kashem and Iraq, and just a little bit further south, the shipping lane that goes south of Iraq that is still cleared of mines at the moment. So it appears the United States is conducting strikes against Iranian forces that may be attempting to continue to enforce the blockade, but we have even more news coming out right now. So what do we got?
Okay, so right now we're getting an update because we were tracking 3 different separate locations that Iran was attacking. They were attacking in Bahrain's airspace. They were clearly attacking in Kuwait. In fact, they sent 2 waves of missiles into Kuwait, we would assume targeting the Ali Salim Air Base that houses U.S. soldiers. But there was also a 3rd location. The Iranians were targeting apparently Erbil, Iraq, which is, of course, where U.S. soldiers are also housed as well. So we are hearing that allegedly the Iranian Air Force bombed Kurdish positions near Erbil, Iraq. That's what they're saying right now, but I'm not really sure if Iran really has an Air Force left at this point. So it could simply be, ballistic missile launches from the Iranian mainland. I would assume that's the case because I'm not really sure what Air Force aircraft that they have at their disposal to even use at this point on Iraq. Enforcer, are you aware of anything?
They do have some aircraft left from what we know. It's not a whole lot of them. They do have a lot of their remaining operational F-4 Phantoms, as those are generally kept within enclosed mountain hangars when they're not in operation, making it very hard to knock them out. However, we believe that most of their F-14s have been destroyed, but they still have a somewhat moderate fleet of F-5 Tigers, or F-5 Tiger variants, that they can also field and operate as well. One of those actually was the aircraft that conducted the attack against Camp Buhring inside of Kuwait during the armed phase of the conflict. So it's not out of the question that they could have used an F-4 Phantom or some modified F-5 Tiger variant to be able to try and conduct strikes inside of northern Iraq, considering that air defenses within that area, even for the United States, have proven to be largely lacking or desiring more firepower, at least in the prior armed conflicts that we've seen within that area. So it's possible, but not entirely out of the question.
Yeah, we'll have to see with that because I'm not totally sure about the whole Air Force story there, but we'll have to see exactly what they conducted it with. But right now, though, I'm not sure if we've shown all the footage yet, but we saw a lot of Patriot activity inside of Kuwait. I will say this, apparently Kuwait might have had a couple of hits, it looks like, because we did see a message that came out from the Kuwaiti Guard that was telling their people to stay away from buildings, and also they were saying they were distancing themselves from some of the defensive positions inside of Kuwait. Let me see if I can go grab that. It's under the likes tab right now if you want to show people this. But they're saying this is Kuwaiti military soldiers' radio transmissions in the area. They said that he, and we're not sure who he is, but they said he is distancing himself from certain buildings, and they were referring to some of the soldiers inside of Kuwait. So it sounds to me like there might have been some impacts. We did see Patriot working extremely hard over the skies of Kuwait during those 2 salvos of missiles that came in, but I'm not sure if that was enough to stop everything. So right now it appears to be 2 waves, but there's still a possibility of a 3rd wave coming in as well. We'll have to see here. And also we are expecting possibly a U.S. Retaliation to these strikes as well. We'll have to see about that also.
And we'll certainly have to see. But it does appear that John Kuwaiti, apparently the sole soldier in the Kuwaiti armed forces at this point, he is distancing himself from certain buildings. We're assuming that that's most likely some sort of a commander that they're talking about that's distancing themselves from some certain buildings that might be coming under attack, but we're not entirely sure at the moment. But getting us on into the footage that we do have that has come out of Kuwait and the Kuwait City area in the meantime, we did get to hear as our first report from the area that an air alert had been issued within in Kuwait, and they stated the following. The General Staff of the Kuwaiti Armed Forces confirms that any explosions that may be heard as a result of air defense systems, or the result of air defense systems intercepting hostile targets. The public is urged to adhere to safety and security instructions issued by the relevant authorities. We then were able to hear not long afterwards that there was that statement made by the Kuwaitis that he is distancing himself from certain buildings, which we're not entirely sure who he is, but we do understand that he is distancing himself from certain buildings. We then were able to see some air defense footage over the area of Kuwait City, which we'll be showing here really briefly before we get to the new footage that we've just had come out just seconds ago. But here's this clip over Kuwait City just to give you all a brief glimpse of what's been going on in the area. We see the Patriot air defense systems firing at the incoming Iranian munitions, which are being intercepted incredibly close to the area of Kuwait City. That's largely the clip. The rest of it's just the air raid sirens going off. So we're actually going to be breaking to the new breaking news that has just come out. So Matthew, what do we got?
Okay, so where something big is happening right now, I'm trying to get a grip on what's happening right now, but apparently Qasem Island, which the U.S. just airstruck about an hour or two ago, is now under a new attack. They're hearing explosions right now on Qasem Island again, and nobody's really sure exactly who's doing it, but I think it could be the beginning of a U.S. retaliation that we're hearing about right now. That could be what that is, but they're hearing brand new explosions at Iran's toll booth in the Strait of Hormuz, which was already struck, like I said, about 2 hours ago. So we're watching that very closely. It could be a U.S. Counterattack on the island. We'll have to see. But we're also getting some footage coming out as well. We're getting footage out of Bahrain of air defense going off near Manama, Bahrain. And also, we're seeing apparently some air defense failures inside of Kuwait as well. And also, apparently, some of the missiles flying in to Kuwait also. We've got a lot of new footage here showing these attacks. So let's start taking a look.
And here's fresh footage from Manama and Bahrain. We see more air defense interceptors being fired in the skies overhead, making their way out towards the Iranian targets and generally flying on into the horizon. It appears that at the moment right now, the air defenses in Bahrain are attempting to and are most likely successfully intercepting most of the Iranian threats over the horizon where the explosions are not entirely visible. We also additionally got to see this footage here as well that just came out of what appears to be a Patriot missile failing in flight as it was attempting to shoot down incoming Iranian munitions, which we can see in this clip.
Damn. That looks like it possibly was a Patriot failure, possibly.
Whatever it was huge. Let me go put these down on the map here real quick, folks, before we get to the rest of them.
Also, while you're putting that down on the map, I can't confirm this right now, folks, but take this with a grain of salt. I am hearing some very, very early reports from Saudi Arabia that there might be sirens going off inside of Saudi Arabia right now, so I can't confirm that. So take that very lightly right now. I'll try to see if I can get more confirmation about that, but it looks like the situation might be about to spiral out of control. We were wondering if it was going to stay limited to these early attacks on the Gulf states. It looks like, based on what I'm hearing coming out of Qasem right now, new explosions on Iran's island, and also apparently Saudi Arabia could be, and a big emphasis on could be, under attack. It sounds like it could be spiraling out of control, which seems to be expected at this point. But trying to get some more details on that. Enforcer, do you have any other footage to show us? Wait a minute, hold on. Just got some more breaking news here. So I am getting some more reports of sirens sounding in Saudi Arabia due to a possible Iranian attack. So it does appear to me that we can generally say with a 50% confidence that Saudi Arabia is likely next under attack. Yeah, we are now hearing air raid sirens in Saudi Arabia. So Saudi Arabia is now under attack. I've gotten enough detail about that to say that it's very likely under attack at this point. So Saudi Arabia is now being targeted. So essentially, folks, what we're seeing here is a resumption of the war. It sounds like Iran has unilaterally ended the ceasefire that the U.S. was trying to impose, and they are now calling it off themselves. So the U.S. will be forced to respond to this at this point. They cannot ignore it because now it's an attack on literally everybody in the region. So, Enforcer, what say you?
Well, I wouldn't be surprised if they try and ignore it. I mean, that's never out of the question these days. But if we were to get a general understanding of where this attack might be happening right now within Saudi Arabia, it's highly likely within Al Jubail or Dammam. These have been prior heavy hit targets by the Iranians against Saudi Arabia, as they're incredibly close to the coast, meaning the flight time for missiles and drones is short, and also they're an area that is able to be easily damaged due to a lack of air defenses around the area, as we've seen in prior strikes. So a fairly decent chance that we're about to be hearing of air raid sirens and footage to prove it in Dammam and Al Jubail, because this is where we've been able to see that attacks have been conducted prior, particularly in high frequency against the Saudi Arabians. So we'll be waiting to see what we get out of that, but I would also have to agree, it is going to look absolutely pathetic at this point if the U.S. then states after this that the Iranians just got a little flustered and the ceasefire is still in effect.
So right now, I'm getting confirmation from my Israeli sources as well that there's apparently sirens sounding in Saudi Arabia. So the Israelis are largely confirming that to a large degree. And let's see here. Excuse me, by the way. And apparently as well, I'm hearing about possible sirens maybe going off in the Gulf states again, but take that with a grain of salt right now. But unfortunately, did we show all that footage yet out of the Gulf states? I think we have one more clip to show.
Actually, we have a load of clips kind of in the backlog right now to show from all over. We have some to show from Kuwait. We have some, I believe, also to show from the general area of the Strait of Hormuz, sort of. We have a few. But to get us back into some of those clips that we have not seen at the moment that happened before we went on air, just to make sure to keep you all up to date with what exactly is happening within the area, we did get this clip here. Go ahead.
I'm sorry to interrupt again here, but we have some very big news right now. So apparently, ballistic missiles are being launched against Saudi Arabia at this very moment. I'm trying to repost this as fast as I can. I got a lot of breaking news happening. So let's take a break from the footage again. There are apparently ballistic missiles being launched at Saudi Arabia, and it's not really clear where from Iran they're being launched from. It sounds like they're mobile launchers that are launching these, but Saudi Arabia is likely under attack. I would imagine, my assumption is they're probably heading for Riyadh and near the air base there. That's my guess, but we'll have to see. Also, Bahrain's airspace is now completely closed for the immediate future. So they've closed their airspace. So that's indicating things are about to ramp up as well. We're also hearing, in the midst of all that chaos, it's really going down right now. There are distress signals being signaled from ships, apparently right off the coast of the UAE right now. So it sounds like ships are under attack in large numbers off the coast of the UAE at this very moment right now. So that's also a big story. So Iran's attacking everything. They're attacking ships. They're attacking the Gulf states, Saudi Arabia. They're going berserk right now. And also amidst a possible counterattack by the U.S. forces on Qasem Island in the Strait of Hormuz. So it is going crazy. Also, by the way, more breaking news. There are new explosions being reported at Iran's Qasem Island. So I would imagine that is very likely the first stage of a U.S. response right there. Sadly, we don't have video of it right now at this moment, but that's going down right now. I'm trying to track all these stories, folks. Sorry if I'm sort of stuttering here, but that is apparently going on. Also, we're getting some footage coming out of Kuwaitis gathering around a whole bunch of missiles that have fallen on the ground. So, Enforcer, what do you make of all of that?
It sounds to me like the Iranians are trying to conduct an overwhelming attack that is largely non-ignorable and would be breaking the ceasefire outright and forcing a U.S. response, which is a little bit interesting because we generally expected, at least from the Iranians' position, that they would probably try and game it out to where they were waiting for the U.S. to strike them first, because the longer they waited, the better off they were as far as their negotiating position because of the economic damage caused by the blockade. But it now appears that the Iranians have decided to throw caution to the wind and are now conducting a major attack against U.S. forces and also Gulf allies throughout the entirety of the region to be able to try and strike at and destroy the U.S. forces and most likely Gulf state forces and economic institutions throughout the entirety of the region at the moment. So what started off when we were first getting on air as a possible small exchange of fire now appears to be turning into a full-blown how can we describe it? A barrage, generally, by the Iranians against most every Gulf state and U.S. force within the region.
Also, by the way, fighter jets are now going up over Tehran, Iran. We're hearing about fighter jet activity that literally is just happening as of 50 seconds ago. It's unclear whose fighter jets are now above Tehran, but there is very definite fighter jet activity taking place there. I'm hearing a whole bunch of reports of that. Also, right now, the airspace over the Gulf is absolute chaos right now. It looks like the UAE is trying to preemptively close their airspace. Bahrain just closed their airspace. And right now, flights are scrambling to get out of the danger zone right now. They're currently in holding patterns. They're currently flying all over the place as of right now. So it is pure chaos breaking out. This looks like the initial start of the war back in February. This is what this looks like at this point. So it is a lot of stuff happening right now. Bahrain did close its airspace all the way. I already said that. And apparently, we're hearing about more sirens going off, this time apparently in Dubai, apparently as well. So a lot of stuff. But Enforcer, what do you make of this air traffic situation right now? It appears to be a bit of a dangerous situation right now above the airspace.
It's definitely a dangerous situation with these kinds of civil aircraft in the air right now. An Iranian ballistic missile could possibly impact with one of them on the way to their target, generally by accident, but it still poses a significant risk to civil aviation within the area. Kuwait's airspace and the general periphery around it appears to be entirely shut down already, along with Bahrain, where we've actually seen that a couple of aircraft's transponders that were on the ground appear to have shut off, and we're supposing that they're most likely disembarking the passengers from those aircraft. And we can also see that flights to the UAE appear to be clearing out at this moment. We can actually see what almost appears to be a containment bubble now being made around the airspace of the Dubai International Airport as they try and keep aircraft either out in the Persian Gulf, where they'd relatively be safe, or somewhere further east in towards the Gulf of Oman, where once again they'd also generally be relatively safe. We can already see some aircraft here that are on their largely their final, well, generally not their final approach, but their approach towards Kuwait City and other locations, which appear to still be overflying, but we're not entirely sure what they're going to be doing here soon, as once again, the airspace over Kuwait has just been shut down. We've also been able to note as well some aircraft here around the area that appear to be have their transponders apparently reporting false data, which is a little bit of an interesting note to make as well. But we'll mostly be seeing that once the conflict resumes, which it has, that the airspaces will get cleared out of most every country within the area, especially including Iraq, Kuwait, Bahrain, Qatar, and the United Arab Emirates, most likely including Oman as well. And we'll see that a supplementary air corridor will either be made through Turkmenistan, like it was the last time, or we'll see that most of the air flights through this area bypass the region entirely and make their way through Saudi Arabia, or somehow try and find a way to park or await the improvement in the situation while they sit it out in Saudi Arabia. But we actually have more breaking news coming out at this moment right now. So Matthew, what do we got?
Okay, so right now we're getting some more news that apparently fighter jet activity is now being heard over the Ilam province of Iran as well. So there's heavy fighter jet activity over Tehran, heavy fighter jet activity confirmed over Ilam as well. Can you show us where that is, by the way? Because I'm not totally familiar right off the bat. Is that right there where the marker's at?
Yes, Ilam is just south of it.
Okay, so it's kind of over close to Baghdad, sort of near Iraq for the most part. We did hear that apparently the Iranian Air Force conducted strikes near Erbil, Iraq, which is, of course, near the northern part of Iraq. But it does appear that maybe the Iranian Air Force, whatever's left of it at this point, the Junkyard Air Force, is currently in the air as of right now, and they're currently conducting some operations. It could be air defense, possibly, or it could be preemptive strikes on Iraq further. But definitely a big fighter jet activity over the Iranian airspace.
It certainly does appear so, and right now, folks, with this with this jet activity being reported over the Elam province, we're not entirely sure whose aircraft that is. It could be Iranian aircraft, but the possibility of that's generally unlikely. We haven't really seen the Iranian Air Force operate in large numbers unless if it is some sort of an attempted strike on a U.S. force within a Gulf state this close to the Iranian borders. It may be possible that this is the Israeli Air Force, the U.S. Air Force that is being heard overhead in Elam, or it may be the Iranian Air Force. It's really hard to tell at the moment because the fog of war around this report is pretty grand. All we know is that there's the sound of jets overhead, but we don't know whose they are or where they're traveling, whether they're traveling west into Iraq or east into Iran. That would really give us a good indicator on whose aircraft these may be and what they're possibly doing within the airspace of Elam at the moment. But I do have to tell y'all, folks, this is becoming an absolutely unmanageable situation for the large part. I don't believe Matthew or me expected this to kick off this badly when we first heard of this. We actually thought it was going to be a limited exchange of fire. It now appears that this is going all back into a full-blown war.
Oh yeah, this is what you call catching the Western forces with their pants down. Essentially, this is basically what's happening right now. Of course, it does appear that Patriot air defense is working quite effectively over the Gulf states, but we're not really seeing an immediate U.S. response to it, which indicates to me they weren't really prepared for this at the moment either. And I'll admit this is generally out of the blue for the most part. Like I was not expecting it to go this crazy this evening, but this was the danger of letting Iran stall like that. This was the danger of it, and now we're seeing that Iran's carrying out that major preemptive strike that people were worried, and we were worried, could be happening eventually. But I didn't think Iran was going to go for it this quick. I thought maybe they would stall the talks out a little bit further, but they just randomly decided today on June the 2nd, on a Tuesday, just to go for it, it looks like. So the U.S. will have to respond to this, by the way. I mean, if the U.S. wants to say talks are still ongoing after something like this, then maybe our people are not in the right state of mind or something, because that's crazy at that point. So also, by the way, I do want to clear something up, by the way. There are no confirmed attacks on Dubai. I've seen a couple of people say that. I think some sirens might have gone off inside Dubai, but there's no confirmed attack there inside of that city in the UAE right now. So we cannot confirm that. But we can confirm, though, that the airspace is currently chaos generally in that area. That's what we can confirm. So right now, that appears to be most of the breaking news. I'm sure we'll have more here in just a second, so I'll probably have to interrupt again. But and for sure, if you want to take the people through the footage as well that we have, any further footage, while we're waiting for that breaking news, I'll keep a lookout.
All right, folks, and I'm probably going to get 5 seconds into this, and then we're going to get more breaking news because it's coming out at a fast clip right now. I don't think we're going to be able to get through many clips, but we are going to try, folks, because we do have a lot of clips that are important to cover. For example, this report here, where we did get to hear that at least 4 explosions were reported in Kuwait, in the southern part of the country, after an Iranian missile attack, and we also were able to see a clip showing the sounds of these explosions as well right here. We believe that this came either from Al Jafra, which is just to the west of Kuwait City, or this came from Kuwait City itself. But here's the clip.
Sure.
You hear car alarms going off.
It's fucking there.
And where was this again? This footage is coming from where?
This came somewhere from inside of Kuwait, so I'm guessing Al Jafra or Kuwait City, because, actually, I'm sorry, yeah, it is Al Jafra. It's either Al Jafra or Kuwait City. We couldn't tell exactly, but the explosions were from somewhere within the area, and honestly, I'm leaning more towards Al Jafra, because we do know that the Iranians were targeting the Ali al-Salim airbase, and the Ali al-Salim airbase is close enough that impacts and explosions would be heard from Al Jafra fairly easily, like we heard in the clip.
Yeah, and also, by the way, I can confirm right now that the Iranians are currently saying that they fired at least 10 ballistic missiles at Kuwait on Tuesday, and the target was the U.S. base in Kuwait, which is Ali Salim. So they are confirming that. So that's several ballistic missiles being fired at one singular location. So I'm not totally sure if they were all shot down. We don't know that yet. Right now, we're trying to get some details about that. Hopefully, we're hoping and praying that there were no U.S. casualties out of this. We did hear that there was a casualty or a couple of injuries actually about 2 days or 3 days ago, and the U.S. tried to tamp that down. So hopefully they were able to shoot all these missiles down, because it sounds like Iran concentrated their fire on that Ali Salim air base in Kuwait. So that's not a good thing to hear.
We also got to see some footage of anti-aircraft fire, or more so pictures of the streaks of Patriot missiles flying through the air, attempting to intercept Iranian missiles around 15 minutes ago, as of about an hour ago at this point, which was a little while ago, but we finally just got to this. So we did get to see that there was some Patriot air defense systems that appeared to have been active at the Ali al-Salim air base itself, and we're still trying to see if we can get some further information on the condition of that air base and other U.S. bases within Kuwait at the moment. We've also been able to...
Got CENTCOM statement just came out, by the way. Huge shout out to Elijah in the live chat for that. We have a statement there. If you want to go ahead and read this off, they're saying something about the attack. So let's see what they're saying.
All right. So the title of the statement is "U.S. Partner Forces Defend Against Aggressive Iranian Behavior." this is not really lining me up to believe that they're going to be saying anything of note rather than the ceasefire is still in effect. But the U.S. forces successfully defeated multiple Iranian ballistic missiles and drones and conducted self-defense strikes on Qasem Island in response to attempted attacks by Iran across the Middle East June 2nd. Iran launched several ballistic missiles towards regional neighbors, however, all failed to hit their intended targets. 2 Iranian missiles fired at Kuwait fell short or broke apart en route, and 3 missiles launched at Bahrain were immediately intercepted by U.S. and Bahrain air defense forces. Moments earlier, U.S. Central Command forces shot down 3 one-way attack drones launched by Iran towards civilian mariners that were rightfully transiting regional waters. American forces also conducted self-defense strikes on an Iranian military ground station on Qasem Island. No U.S. personnel were harmed. This statement's been made in the midst of the ongoing attack right now, so who knows if that's true. CENTCOM forces remain vigilant and ready to defend against unwarranted Iranian aggression during the ongoing ceasefire.
That's not good. That's not a good statement right there. That's very, very weak. And also, it sounds like a propaganda statement right there. That's not good. Also, one thing that I want to point out here, we've been speculating that maybe the U.S. is worried about the War Powers Act, and that's why they keep trying to pretend like these are defensive strikes on Qasem Island and the Bandar Abbas port inside of Iran. That appears to be the strategy. The U.S. is highly concerned that they can't get approval for the war, so they keep claiming that these are self-defense strikes. That's BS, by the way. The Americans are conducting preemptive strikes on the Iranian coast, which is totally warranted, by the way, because of course we are in a state of war with Iran. But they keep trying to pretend like it's simply self-defense when it's actually not. So I don't know what these people are doing at this point. Like at this point, it's completely. It's like flailing and flopping like a fish at this point. So we hope to see a response to this, because at this point, if there's no response to the situation, then I'm not sure if the people in charge right now are competently able to handle the situation that's currently going down, because it's getting absurd.
I would say that at this point, if we're going to say after such an large attack that's still ongoing, mind you all, at this moment right now while we're on air, if they're going to try and brush this away, which there already are, and state that this is still an ongoing ceasefire, I would say that there needs to be serious consideration at evaluating the competency of elected civilian officials and seeing that they may need to be possibly removed due to some sort of mental deficiency, because there's no way in hell that you can look at what's going on right now and say that there is an ongoing ceasefire. The Iranians just restarted the war right now, and apparently the civil administration is still telling CENTCOM that no matter what, literally the Iranians could nuke us at this point, and we'd still say the ceasefire is on. But we have more breaking news going on at this moment right now. So Matthew, what do we got?
Okay, so the IRGC is now threatening further attacks, apparently. So let's see here. So they're saying here, I will go ahead and repost this, by the way. It apparently came out a minute ago. I think you might have read the statement already, but there's another part of it that I'm seeing here. I don't know if we read it earlier, but the IRGC is now saying that they will conduct further attacks with a greater strength behind it if they feel that they've not vindicated themselves enough about the Qasem strikes by U.S. forces. So we're waiting to see if Iran's going to launch another wave. It's possible they could, but right now we're not entirely sure if they will at the moment. So Enforcer, what do you make of that?
I would have to say I'm not really sure what they're going to be doing next. I mean, they're probably shocked that somehow this is still, the U.S. still believes there's a ceasefire. But let's read the statement by the Iranians. Oh, actually, let's see. Oh, actually, this is the statement that we've already read earlier, as a matter of fact. But like we've already read this one a good while ago. So this appears
I said that already.
Oh, I was I'm sorry, I was trying to pay attention to some other stuff there. But it does appear that the Iranians are making it fairly clear that they are not wanting to talk about peace and that they aren't. We already know that because we were able to hear a report earlier on before we got on air that the Fars news agency in Iran had claimed that no messages are being exchanged between Iran and Washington, and talks aimed at an initial understanding have been paused for several days. We already heard this yesterday as well, once we heard that the Iranians had completely suspended the talks, which we made a short war video on just the other day to talk about this very situation. And it does appear quite clear, in my opinion, at least right now, talks are completely pointless. They're attacking U.S. forces as we speak right now. I wouldn't put it past CENTCOM at this point with how much they've lied out of their teeth that there are wounded U.S. service members throughout the entirety of the region. We already saw, quite suspiciously, mind you all, that a British and American service member died yesterday, at least by public announcement, in Erbil due to a quote-unquote training accident. Mind you all, the training incident happened in the middle of what's pretty much an active war zone. Generally, people don't conduct any training in the middle of an active war zone to where a U.S. and a British service member are killed, with both of those forces coming under attack by the Iranians over the past several weeks and months, for that matter, in the midst of the quote-unquote ceasefire and in the active conflict, which leads me to believe that those soldiers probably died in the Iranian attack, and in an attempt to cover it up, both the British and U.S. governments just stated that he died in a training incident. We're going to be hearing, highly likely, of more U.S. soldiers that have been wounded in Kuwait, as one of the last attacks that Iran conducted, which CENTCOM did state was intercepted and shot down without any fault or error, led to the destruction of one MQ-9 Reaper on the ground, on the tarmac at Ali al-Salim, and the wounding of several U.S. service members as a result of being in close proximity to the explosion on the ground, which is giving me a reason to believe, folks, like it would with anyone with a reasonable head, that the CENTCOM command is largely outright lying at this point, because the U.S. civil administration is so scared, so cowardly, and so pathetic that they can't sit here and take reality and facts for what it is and restart the conflict when we're dealing with a country that cannot be negotiated with, and not only that, is currently attacking and causing harm to U.S. service members at this very moment in real time right now. This is embarrassing to a degree I've never seen before in the coverage of news on this channel. But we have more news coming out right now. So Matthew, what do we got?
Okay, so let's get back to our news for a second here. So right now we are hearing that apparently, for everybody asking in the live chat, the CENTCOM is claiming that all the ballistic missiles that were fired at U.S. forces were defeated, meaning they were shot down. So that's what they claim. But we did see on a video, there appeared to be a Patriot missile malfunction, which is one of the air interceptor missiles for air defense that the United States fields in Kuwait. There appeared to be at least one malfunction there. So we don't know if that impacted the possible, missile coming in. It could have ended up hitting because maybe the Patriot malfunctioned. So we don't know. Right now, there's a lot of doubt in everybody's minds about that. So we'll just have to see and hope that no U.S. service members were harmed in those attacks. But that's what they're claiming right now. So as of the moment, it appears to be that the attacks have largely concluded for the moment, but we are expecting, despite U.S. statements, that there's still a decent possibility of a U.S. response to these attacks, even though they're saying, that CENTCOM statement sounds a little bit weak. It's possible that there could be a response, so we'll just have to see. But in the meantime, Enforcer, do we have any more videos to show the people of these attacks?
We don't really have any at the moment. We've largely gone through most of them, except for maybe a few. Let me see here really quickly, folks. Let me wander around. We've shown all the air defenses over Bahrain. I just put those down to make sure that y'all could see them through the map. We also covered everything in Kuwait. We've covered the reports in Erbil a little bit earlier on, because we did get to hear that there was apparently bombardments of Kurdish positions and possibly U.S. forces in Erbil. And we've also been able to see, let's see here, that there were reports of explosions around the city of Isfahan, but we didn't get any footage for that. We've also gotten reports of launches from the Fars province of the missiles that have currently been attacking U.S. and allied forces in the region so far. And outside of that, folks, it appears that that is generally all of our footage that we have at the moment. Actually, that is all the footage that we have at the moment of all of the breaking news developments that are currently unfolding live on air.
Wow. We have another video that just came in, apparently showing one of the Iranian missiles flying in. Check and see where it says it was flying into, because I can't remember off the top of my head. I think it was Kuwait. But
Yes.
we can show them this video real quick. It's a pretty short one, though.
So here's this clip showing an incoming Iranian missile around Kuwait. Was someone just like shooting in the street at the end of that clip?
It sounded like gunfire, possibly. Maybe so. Also, by the way, folks, I'm hearing some preliminary reports that apparently air raid sirens could be going off again in Bahrain, but take that with a grain of salt right now. I can't get a whole bunch of confirmation on that, but that is something we're watching as of right now. Also, I got another video that just came in, apparently showing the IRGC launching missiles toward Bahrain from the Bushehr province. We do have that video at the very top.
And let's take a look at this clip here really quickly, folks. And here it is. We see here the missiles actually appearing to be fired from the ground and making their way on out towards the area of their targets off in the distance. Fairly silent clip, really.
I guess it's being filmed from the ground of a street inside of Iran. Because, you know, Iran's internet got turned back on. At least some of it did. It's slowly getting turned back on. But I think the Iranians are still throttling a large amount of the traffic. But we are seeing some more videos starting to come out of Iran from the prior months when Iran shut it off. We're starting to see some more come out. So I think that might be an upload from Iran.
It probably is an upload from Iran, especially if we're seeing the launches from the Bushehr area. It would have to be in Iran because there's no other place nearby where they could be filmed like that. That generally appears to be the case. So it looks as though at the moment we're getting some more footage out of Iran and getting live footage at this moment, although it's a bit of a trickle. I would have to say, quite an interesting sort of a situation. And also, Matthew, do we have anyone, well, actually, it doesn't appear that we have any polls. I was about to say, do we have anyone saying any opinions about what's going on right now? But I think both of us have been so busy, a poll couldn't be run yet at the moment. But we're still waiting for some more news to come out of this region, at least right now. We did get to hear a little bit earlier on that there were explosions over northern Israel, and we did get to see one on film here. This is another bit of footage that we can show you that might be related to the larger Iranian situation happening near the Gulf right now, and we could see on this clip that large explosion in the sky, and then it quickly dissipated and then went away. We don't really know what that was. It might have been a missile interception, but the Israelis didn't really come out with any comments today about that, so leaving us kind of up in the mystery as to what exactly that is. But moving us on through this news and getting us on up and into some other news. Oh, actually, we have a news statements coming out from the IRGC. So really quickly, let's get to that here, and hopefully we'll have that on the Twitter page to show y'all here.
So right now we're hearing that the IRGC apparently put out a new statement, and it appears to be, just summarizing it to a large degree, the IRGC in Iran's claiming that tonight's engagement was a tit-for-tat escalation. They're claiming that they simply responded to what the U.S. had done to them. They simply retaliated. That's what they're claiming. They said the U.S. struck a ship attempting to run the blockade, which we can confirm, by the way. We have video evidence showing that. The IRGC responded by attacking a ship in the Strait of Hormuz, which we're not totally sure which ship that is, but we did hear the reports of distress calls being sent out in the Strait of Hormuz, so there is some supporting evidence to that. Then apparently the U.S. bombed Qasem Island, which they've already confirmed that as well, and then the IRGC attacked Bahrain, Kuwait, and also Erbil, Iraq. So they're claiming it's a tit for tat, which it sounds like it's plausibly a tit for tat, but here's the catch though. The ship that was trying to run the blockade just ran the blockade. So, I mean, the U.S. is imposing one, even though they said they were going to let it up days ago. They're still imposing it, and the U.S. has a right to fire on ships trying to run it. So, you know, Iran's claiming that's the thing that started this whole situation, was the ship getting hit with a hellfire.
And that is a pretty interesting sort of a statement by the Iranians, and at least we would kind of get an idea that that could be the case, because the U.S.'s strike on the vessel attempting to make it to an Iranian port was conducted right before all of this happened, so this might actually be some sort of a tit-for-tat, one of the largest ones that we've ever seen, and it does appear that the U.S. is saying that the ceasefire is still intact, at least at the moment, which I have to say, folks, that at this point, this is an absolute condition of embarrassment that we're going through in the country. I haven't seen anything more pathetic than this in my life, but we have more news coming out at the moment. So what do we got?
Okay, so we have some more news coming out right now that's apparently about the situation with these Iranian attacks. So here's what Iranian state media is now claiming. They said the U.S. Fifth Fleet headquarters was attacked by missiles and drones from the IRGC Aerospace Force. And they're saying, they went through the whole thing again about how the whole strike by the Hellfire missile on the vessel trying to run the U.S. blockade started the whole thing going off. But they're claiming, though, that the U.S. Fifth Fleet headquarters was attacked. So, Enforcer, what can you tell us about that? Is it currently manned by U.S. forces, and how many are stationed there?
Not really. The U.S. Fifth Fleet headquarters has like a very small skeletal crew that keeps up some very minimal operations at the base, but it's been evacuated for months and also was destroyed in the very opening of the war months ago by an Iranian missile strike, which blew away quite literally most of the main buildings of U.S. Fifth Fleet headquarters. So generally, this attack, if anything, is just literally slamming at like rubble piles, and really that's about it, because there's really nothing else left at Fifth Fleet headquarters other than rubble.
Yeah, it seems like it could be the case. So right now, it does appear that the attacks are largely over. It appears that that preliminary report about possible sirens in Bahrain, once again, was a false piece of information. So we're going to see where this goes. I would expect that a U.S. response should be imminent, but if a U.S. response does not happen, then I'm not entirely sure what the U.S. is going for at this point if they don't respond to it. But we'll have to see where it goes. But right now, that is the attacks so far. That appears to have wrapped up, but we'll have to see about that. It's a big question mark on the Gulf states right now.
Yeah, it certainly does appear to be a fairly large question of what's going on. I have a feeling, folks, that due to the weak response this time, we might see the U.S. forces get expelled again or get barred from operating from the soil of a couple of Arabian countries again, much like last time, where we saw that a lot of them got pretty aggravated. The U.S. was treating the attacks like they were nothing and weren't even recognizing them as blatant violations of the ceasefire and the resumption of armed conflict. I have a feeling that that's going to be coming around again here very soon because trying to pretend like this is nothing, which the U.S. has just done in CENTCOM's statement, is absolutely unbelievable. I haven't really seen anything like that before in my life, to where the U.S. gets attacked to this degree throughout an entirety of a region, and then we basically say that it's nothing. This would be like the U.S. getting bombed at Pearl Harbor or having Al-Qaeda conduct 9/11, and instead of saying that they were attacks on the United States and attacks on U.S. forces, say that generally it was just a voicing of unhappiness by some certain groups like the Empire of Japan or Al-Qaeda, and we're going to go address their grievances at some other point in time. But outside of that, we're still in the state of peace with them and everything's fine. It's insane. I've never seen anything like it in my life. I can't say that enough at this point because this is weaker than anything I've ever seen. But moving us on out of this for a brief moment and out of the Middle East while we wait for more news to come out, there is some breaking news currently coming out of the Moscow city area, as the mayor of Moscow did state that there were ongoing drone incursions within the area, and over the last hour, Sergei Sobyanin reported that 13 drones were destroyed within the air defense perimeter and that air defenses around the city of Moscow were working. The post was updated at the very beginning of the morning inside of Moscow, and Sobyanin spoke about another three drones were shot down within the area. Currently, Ukrainian drone attacks are still unfolding throughout the entirety of the Russian Federation and are currently being conducted amidst the backdrop of the worsening fuel crisis that's now gripping the Russian Federation and most parts of the occupied territories as well. We were able to hear that within Crimea today, an announcement has now been made of the following. Dear residents of Sevastopol, we have completed another operational meeting. Today, on the night of June 2nd and the first half of June 3rd, fuel of all grades will be distributed in Sevastopol only to emergency services supporting the city's operations. Fuel deliveries will continue throughout tomorrow morning, and we expect gasoline to be readily available around lunchtime at 2 p.m. They will update with more details. This is starting to show, and was most likely the beginning of a complete fuel cutoff due to a lack of critical fuel stores throughout the area of Sevastopol, as we do understand that the fuel situation has become absolutely dire, not only within the occupied territories, but now within the Russian Federation itself. Gas queues are still forming that are over a mile long or several miles long in some cases at the few gas stations that are left throughout the rest of Crimea that have any gas, although you quite literally would not be able to see a scene like this inside of Sevastopol, as the gas stations in Sevastopol are no longer providing any fuel to anyone other than emergency services and authorities within the city, which also includes the Russian military.
Yeah, I think the Russians started a full-on formal rationing scheme because they cut off all the fuel to this area here. I think they cut it off to several areas, in fact, and also on top of that, I heard that St. Petersburg was even starting to ration fuel, which is obviously that's right in mainland Russia, so that's kind of a strange thing.
Yeah, it certainly does look pretty bad, and we're actually going to be getting to that news here in a minute. But quite some significant developments that we've seen over the course of the day as far as the fuel situation is concerned in most areas, especially of the occupied territories, but more importantly now, even within the second largest city of the Russian Federation, which is the city of St. Petersburg. The city of St. Petersburg and Moscow are in a very special sort of a position, considering that they are the only ones that have any tax money spent on them by the Russian government. At this moment right now, St. Petersburg, which is largely considered to be the Moscow of the North, has now had fuel rationing hit them at an official capacity. And some gas stations are now introducing a limit of 50 liters per check, and some gas stations are complaining about disruptions with the A95 octane gasoline. So this is starting to show us that even cities like St. Petersburg, which are fairly pretty prosperous compared to other Russian Federation cities and are generally put at the top of the priority board right next to Moscow for fuel availability, are also starting to run into fuel shortages themselves, meaning that at this moment right now, the only part of the Russian Federation that we know of that is not suffering from any sort of rationing or fuel shortages is the city of Moscow, and that's it. Everywhere else is having some form of a fuel shortage within the country at this moment. And it appears that this is going to continue to worsen and exacerbate because of how the fuel crisis is being handled currently by the Russian Federation. Even in the midst of this, we've also seen that other major strikes have been conducted on refineries at Ilsky in the Krasnodar Oblast, which we can see in these videos here of the air defense fire and the strikes. And we've also been able to see other incidents and attacks being conducted throughout the day at other major oil refineries within the southern and central parts of the Russian Federation, which we'll be showing y'all in these clips right here. We see the air defense fire over the city. And we see the air defense fire still coming from the area around the refinery. And now you hear the air defense is going silent for a moment. And we can now actually hear a drone on the camera. And then we can see the impact.
Взорвали. Оперный театр. Подорвали, суки. Ох, ёб твою мать.
There's the hit.
Пиздец. Все-таки, блядь, подорвали.
We then see some other clips as well. This one just showing the strike itself. This one showing the fire that's now broken out on the Ilsky refinery. And we also got this picture as well, showing where the Ilsky refinery is at and the general layout of the plant. We've also been able to see some additional footage as well from satellite that has shown us that the Tu-142 maritime patrol aircraft based out of Taganrog have been destroyed. This is the before satellite picture, and this is the after. We can see that it appears that the main area of the fuselage near to the wing roots has been destroyed. That was very hard to say. And it does appear that this is the second Tu-142 of its type that has been destroyed throughout the conflict. We also were able to get additional reports as well from the area of Saratov that there is an ongoing attack within the area, and a brief amount of footage showing a glimpse of the attack. Moving us on from this clip.
Also, real quick, by the way, I have some more news about that fuel shortage earlier that we need to cover real quick. Some of this news is actually from yesterday, but it's pretty important right here. We have seen, because the reason why Crimea is having such a bad fuel shortage and the Russians have had to enact a formal rationing scheme inside of Crimea is because they cannot use the main highway through occupied Ukrainian territory to get that fuel down to Crimea. And the reason why they're using that highway is because before, the Russians were using their Crimean ferries to get the stuff from mainland Russia to Crimea, and they would use these ferry boats to take the fuel trucks across. I had mentioned that they might go back to using that, and we are seeing that apparently there are some of those Russian ferries that are not destroyed yet, and they apparently have gone back to using them across the Kerch Strait. So we have a video apparently showing the queue of trucks lining up to get on the ferries, by the way. It's under the likes tab if you want to show people that, but it appears to be the Russians are back at it again with those ferry boats.
And let's take a look here really quickly, folks, at these ferry boats and the trucks waiting to attempt to board them, although there's very few of them left.
Вот это вот все на паром стоит. 3-4 дня. Вот где весь бензин на Крым.
That's a lot of trucks lining up. They act like they have quite a few boats left. I know Ukraine destroyed quite a few of them before. They destroyed a lot of them. So the Russians appear to be trying their damnedest not to have to use the Kerch Bridge, because they know once they start using the Kerch Bridge, that thing's going to become an official military target again. And Ukraine, of course, would probably want to strike it. So they're apparently using the boats. So I wouldn't be surprised to see these strikes on whatever ferry boats the Russians have left. I wouldn't be surprised to see that start ramping up quite a bit. But also another piece of news as well while we're on this, another piece of news from yesterday, it's also under the likes tab. Apparently, the Russians are going to start trying to purchase gasoline from Belarus to try to curb the rising fuel prices. So they're going to try to start importing fuel from Belarus and somehow send it down to Crimea. I'm not sure how they're planning to do that. That's a long way around to get that fuel from Belarus. There's no pipeline taking it down there. So I guess maybe they're going to try to do that. Maybe, but what do you make of that?
Sounds to me like the Russians are dealing with a very bad situation. They're trying to get the limited refining capabilities in Belarus to try and stymie off what's going on in Russia right now. Belarus, by the way, folks, has nearly no refining capabilities. It's a very small amount, and that means they only have a very little surplus that they can provide outside of Belarus. This is giving us the idea that the Russians are so bad off, they're trying to see if Belarus can give them basically a couple of nickels worth of gas to try and keep the economy from imploding for maybe just a couple of days or a couple of weeks longer than it would given the current situation right now. But this is showing an absolute throws, the clutches of desperation to this point by Russia to try and take a route like this that's going to have very little of an impact on the kind of fuel situation they're finding right now inside of the Russian Federation.
Yeah, and also, by the way, the Russians, y'all saw the Zebra truck yesterday. Like, we showed the Zebra truck on the air. The Russians are expanding the Zebra, like, painting of their trucks to pretty much all their trucks. They're still trying to, like, basically go for it down the highway. Here's more pictures. They're doing more elaborate Zebra patterns. This is called Dazzle Camo, by the way, is what this is called, usually used on ships. But they're trying to use it on their trucks. But like we've already gone over before, this Zebra trick isn't really going to work that well because what the Russians are trying to do is they're trying to fool the AI targeting systems on board these drones. They believe that the dazzle will confuse the drone, but it actually won't. And in fact, the drone is targeting largely using thermal to a large degree. So it sees a thermal signature from the heat of the engine of the truck, and then it goes for that. So apparently the Russians don't understand how AI targeting works because they're still bringing out the paint buckets and doing the Zebra trick.
Man, I'm not gonna lie, man. This one right here, you better hope that someone isn't on an acid trip when this thing passes by, or else they're going to start doing something crazy. I mean, that thing looks like literally an acid trip of a truck right here, which isn't really a great look to have, to say the least. But outside of that, though, it does appear that the Russians are still working on those sorts of tactics. And in the meantime, we've also been able to see that near to Alexievka, there has also been a major attack here as well, which we were able to see in these short videos, showing us the strikes and the fires that have been caused within the area.
Well, you can literally hear that gas leak from the point of the film.
I've got to tell you, it's not looking good.
This person's taking nice deep breaths of this toxic fumes.
And this person is a little bit farther away, just getting the aerosol version of the toxic fumes. Overall, though, it's still showing us that Ukrainian drone attacks are causing significant damage within the entirety of the Russian Federation at the moment. We've also been able to hear additionally that the highway to Melitopol is still looking like an absolute hellhole, and we were able to see this clip here showing the amount of vehicles that are burning and on fire just recently today from the Ukrainian drone attacks which continue to plague this highway. We see them here showing more burned out vehicles along the roadway. An absolutely desperate situation for the larger part for the Russians. They haven't really found a way to conduct an effective defense against the drone threat, and because of this, they continue to suffer greatly at the hands of these drone attacks along this area of the highway. But moving us on out of this bit of news, we have also been able to hear that near to the area of Odessa, Ukrainian drone defense forces at sea were able to successfully shoot down a Shahed 136 before it made it to the port of Odessa, which we saw in this clip right here. We're going to mute that for a second to get to the actual clip. And here we go. And they got it.
Есть.
Damn. Look at that. That was a lot of... What was that? What boat was that being fired from?
This is a little Ukrainian patrol boat. I forgot the class, but it's a kind of like an older Soviet model. But basically, they just unloaded the gush guns on board of this thing and got it.
Well, that's kind of crazy right there. Also, by the way, I hate to break from the news coming out of Russia and Ukraine right now. We'll get right back to this in just a second, but just a little bit more news out of the Middle East right now. We are hearing that Iran is now warning the U.S. military again that they'll pay a heavier price if it disrupts security in the Strait of Hormuz, and they dare to do it again. So Iran's going crazy right now at the Strait of Hormuz, by the way, which is expected because Iran is trying to keep control of it. And right now, the U.S. isn't taking the action they need to get Iran's grip off the strait. But we're also seeing that CENTCOM has put out another statement as well. You can go grab this, by the way, on the Twitter page. They're putting out a fact check right now, CENTCOM is, which reads like a political post almost. So here it is. It says, claim. Iran's IRGC claims they struck U.S. Fifth Fleet headquarters in Bahrain and a U.S. air base in the region with missiles and drones today. And they said false. Truth. All Iranian attacks on American forces failed. U.S. forces remain vigilant and ready to defend against unwarranted Iranian aggression. So I don't know. Like, I really don't know what to make of this. So Iran essentially, restarted the war tonight is essentially what they did. And the U.S. is pretending like they're just like, defending against a lashing out state. So I'm not totally sure like what the point of this is. I mean, Iran clearly fired missiles at the bases. I mean, we saw that on camera. We don't know if there's casualties or not. CENTCOM's claiming there's no casualties, but they're putting out this post here like it's some revelation. I'm not sure why they're even putting that out. It's really like, if y'all notice, there's a lot of bleed through from like the political side of the government into the military now, which is not what you want. You don't want a military to become politicized. Once it becomes politicized, you're in deep trouble. And it seems like the military is really leaning heavily into that, which is a bad sign. The military is supposed to be apolitical, so I'm not sure why they're doing these like fact check, like political type posts like this. Seems like sort of a strange thing to do.
I got one. Here's my CENTCOM post, folks. False claim. The U.S. looks strong and is defending U.S. interests within the Middle East. The truth, the U.S. looks like a bunch of weak bitches that just started a war that we're not even willing to finish or follow through on to be able to see victory while the Iranians pimp us out like bitches right now. That's really more so the truthful statement that we're seeing at the moment, and it's absolutely pathetic. I can't say it enough, folks, how damn bad off we are at this point. And I'll say this in advance. Anybody can come in here right now and say that what we're saying is just so wrong and it's false, but you've drank political Kool-Aid to the point you're hopeless if you're saying that right now. I've never seen the U.S. look this weak in any sort of a conflict ever at this point. Like, I haven't seen it once. This is getting to the point of an absolute national, international embarrassment to where the U.S. looks like it doesn't have a spine or even a brain to work with, which is disgusting. To think that a country this strong and this powerful can end up being paralyzed by idiots. But outside of that, we have more news coming out about the Strait. So what do we got?
So we also saw something a little bit earlier today. Senator Likes tab, by the way. There was some strange activity going on with the AIS and the Strait. There were some strange things popping up on it. Like right here, you can see it says for the ship name, and this is a real ship, by the way. It's just somebody messed with its AIS. I guess Iran did. It says Devil owned, and it says destination LGBTQ crew. So there's another one, by the way. Jump to the next one. There's one that says Jersey Devil, and it says destination Christian crew. So apparently someone was hacking the AIS. I'm not even really sure how it's possible, really, because I thought AIS was contained within the ship and it simply broadcast information. So I'm not sure how that even happened, really. But they're putting all this weird stuff on the AIS of the ship names, which is kind of wild. I mean, that sounds like something Iran would do. Like the slogans they're putting on there, it sounds like Iranian stuff they're doing right there. We did hear yesterday, apparently, some Space Force commander's Instagram account got hacked by the Iranians too, and they're posting propaganda on his account. So it looks like the Iranians are doing a whole bunch of cyber warfare in the midst of all this.
That's very interesting to see, and also something weird to note, these kinds of transponder markers in the Strait. I have to say, I've never heard of the destination, the port of call of LGBTQ crew, but maybe there is a new one out there. I don't know. We'll have to try and find out someday, but nevertheless, that appears to be some of the information that we're getting out of the Strait, at least new information at the moment. But I also have to tell y'all, folks, unfortunately, that due to our quick efforts to get on air as fast as possible, this is actually all of the news markers that I have on the moment. We've already covered all of them. So we're hopefully going to be getting some more news coming out here, at least in the near future. But before we get on into the rest of the breaking news that hopefully will be coming out, I do want to make sure that we take a brief pause.
Breaking news right now. So we have just gotten word that apparently a prohibited airspace area has just been established within a 13 nautical mile radius of Erbil Iraqi Kurdistan up to 6,000 feet due to a quote unquote military exercise effective in the next hour or so. So, Enforcer, what do you make of that? That is brand new that just came out.
It sounds to me like something probably has happened around Erbil with this in effect, and they're trying to create an exclusionary zone to try and contain the situation and mitigate the damage that's already been caused and hopefully mitigate any further damage, which is probably confirming at this point that the Iranians did conduct an attack because they're trying to clear out the airspace in the area so that way if another Iranian aircraft tries to come in for another attack, they can tell because nobody's supposed to be allowed within the area, at least right now. So I think that's probably why we're seeing this at the moment.
That's not the way I'm interpreting that. I'm interpreting that to mean that we could be seeing some sort of action taking place out of Erbil, possibly, because they said a military exercise, and it appears to be for a future time. So it sounds to me like there could be, I mean, and this is a big if, because right now the U.S. is making statements suggesting that they're really not going to respond to this situation very much. But it sounds like they could be preemptively closing it for some sort of offensive operations. That's what I'm getting out of it.
Possibly, but I would doubt that because Erbil doesn't really have any offensive air capabilities to speak of. It's an Army rotary aviation unit that's based out of there, and also some U.S. Army ground units. And generally, offensive operations against Iran in the air would be pretty hard to conduct with an Army aviation unit. So I would say probably more so for a security side situation than anything. And we've also never seen them close airspace around any air bases that were preparing to conduct defensive action against Iran, like the Prince Sultan Air Base or the Ali Al Salim Air Base or Muwafaq or anywhere else to give us a prior precedent to see that that would be offensive rather than defensive. So I would actually have to say I'm still of the idea that it's most likely a defensive action to clear out a perimeter and secure the area after an attack so that way if any additional attacks come in, they can see them before they get right on top of the facility. At least that's what I'd be guessing right now.
I think there could be something more to it. I'm going to stick to my guns on that one. I think that could be a sign that something could be about to happen. We'll have to monitor that and see, though. We are getting some more breaking news, though, that right now, this is out of the Russia-Ukraine situation. Russian air monitors have now sent out an urgent warning of an imminent Ukrainian drone swarm attack near St. Petersburg, Russia. And it said, notably, warnings have been issued for areas with the oil export terminals in the area. So it looks like there's still a major attack ongoing as we speak inside of Russia right now. And apparently, Moscow claims they shot down some of them that went toward their airspace. But we did hear that apparently there were some that made it through, but we haven't gotten the footage yet showing the impacts inside of Moscow. So Russia's still under a pretty large attack. Like, it looks like Ukraine's retaliating quite strongly for the attack that Moscow conducted on Kyiv last night, which was a very devastating attack, by the way. I'm sure people saw the footage coming out of that. The residents of Kyiv were hiding in the subway. They were trying to take shelter from the missiles, and it was an ugly sight last night. I'm not sure how many casualties there were out of it, but I wouldn't be shocked to hear it. So, Enforcer, what do you make of that?
I'd say a pretty interesting situation. We'll have to keep an eye on that. But in the meantime, since we're still waiting for more news to come out, I suppose we'll get to some questions for now until we get something new to talk about. So, Matthew, what do we got?
So, jumping into our questions right now, let me go ahead and reorganize my spreadsheet real quick to get these questions ready. So our first super chat is going to go to none other than Blix. And thank you very much, Blix, for that $50 support. And we do appreciate that very much. It's very generous support of you. He said, my girlfriend and I are both military, but she is deployed. And I appreciate both of you and the work you do. But I really hate that you're alive right now because she is due home soon. Haha. And LSA.
And a big thanks to your support, Blix, and long live the Lee Spring Army. And I gotta say, thank you so much to both of y'all for serving in the armed forces of our nation and and helping to defend our interests overseas. I just wish that we had more effective leadership to use the armed forces to their full potential. But at the moment, sadly, we're watching that once again fall short again on air. But I do thank you incredibly for your support, and thank you so much for enjoying the live stream and supporting the channel and helping this thing to keep on running. Because if it wasn't for folks like you, we wouldn't be able to keep this thing possible, we wouldn't be able to keep it running, and we wouldn't be able to cover breaking news when it comes out like it is right now on air. So humongous thanks to you so much once again. I hope that does address that incredibly well. And with that, we're on to the next one.
And jumping into our next one here. Also, by the way, hold on a second. I think we might have gotten some more news here. So I'm getting some more footage. Before you jump into it, though, let me make sure this is everything first. So we are getting some more footage, apparently, out of Kuwait of the attack that took place. And it looks like, I can't tell. It looks like I can't tell what that is. Let's take a look at this real quick. This is the attack on Kuwait. This is video coming out of that. So let's see exactly what we're looking at. It looks like some missile or projectile hit the ground.
And we see what appears to be a Patriot firing from the ground and then looping right back, slamming into the location below. That actually looks like the Patriot missile failure we were reporting on earlier.
I think that is it, just from a different angle, possibly. Let's go ahead and mute that lady there. She's being very loud. But apparently that is the same attack that we saw. It's just from a different highway, it looks like. But it has the same, like, you know, when it hits the ground, it has the same, like, sparkle effect coming off of it that we saw up close. So I think that is it.
Yeah, I think that certainly is it. We can also see it again right here as well. This looks to be the Patriot missile failure. We also see another one there intercepting a target over Kuwait, but this first one here clearly appears to be a missile failure. It came from the ground, looped back around, and then almost slammed right back in the same location. So, to me, it looks to be a Patriot missile failure.
Yeah, I think it is right there. It kind of looks like the failures we see coming out of Moscow sometimes when their air defense goes berserk and kind of fires at their own people. So hopefully it didn't hurt anybody. Hopefully not. So, yeah, that's a confirmed, apparently a Patriot malfunction out of all that.
Yeah, a very interesting thing to see. We very rarely see Patriots fail in that way, so a very interesting thing to note. But with that, it is time for us to move on and into the next one.
So our next question here is going to go to none other than Chris Feilbach. And thank you very much, Chris, for that $50 support. And we do appreciate that very much. That's the support that keeps the channel running. He said, midday streams are always the best, and they're never good for a reason, but they are nevertheless the best.
And I gotta thank you so much for enjoying them, Chris. It's always interesting to have to get on air and cover breaking news, because we never know how long it's going to be going on for and how big it's going to get. And today, it's gotten pretty big in a very short amount of time, and now is largely already starting to dissipate, at least within the region, and now we're just getting the aftermath footage of what had already happened that we were covering live on air. But I gotta say, it's a wonderful and amazing thing to know that folks like you, Chris, greatly enjoy the channel and support it. Because if it wasn't for folks like you, we wouldn't be able to get on air and we wouldn't be able to cover the news as we have for 1,560 days straight and to continue to cover it, hopefully with a high amount of coverage quality and also some pretty decent analysis to go with it as well. So a huge thanks to you so much once again. I hope that does address that the best I possibly can. And with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a 20 from SFPG, and thank you, SFPG, for that $20 support. He said, always good to hear the insights, and the boys in Ali Al Salim say they are doing well, thankfully. And what is your guys' opinion on the U.S. actually starting the war in operation officially again? Ella is saying, God bless that thick worm. Oh, no, not the worm. I'll tell you what, the thick with the C. Honestly, I would say on my end, for my opinion about that situation, it sounds to me like the U.S. statements are suggesting there won't be a response, but I'm still having a hard time believing that. Like, I don't like the statements. They look extremely weak. But at the same time, though, in the back of my head, my gut is telling me that something could be about to happen. That's what my gut's telling me right now. It could be that CENTCOM is putting out those weak statements simply to make it appear like the war's not back on for some type of legal jujitsu against the Congress, possibly. Because remember, they're trying to like worm their way out of the situation of calling this a war. Because if they call it a war, then they somehow think in their heads that that'll trigger the War Powers Act, and therefore they must withdraw the forces, which would generally be the truth. But at the same time, though, that shouldn't hamper us from, conducting operations against Iran, because they're obviously attacking and conducting a war against us. But Enforcer, what say you?
I'd have to say that, in my honest opinion, I don't think there's going to be a U.S. response to this. Generally holding out hope at this point that there's going to be a U.S. response finally to something has ended up being wrong enough times that I don't have any faith in that anymore. The U.S. leadership, and this isn't even an opinion, this is just a fact at this point. The U.S. leadership is completely blind, paralyzed, and ignorant beyond a point of belief at this point to even suggest that there is an ongoing ceasefire in the midst of what just happened. If anybody says otherwise, then I don't even know what's wrong with you. Like, you got to be so political you can't see beyond your own nose. Because if I remember correct, when under the last administration, the withdrawal from Kabul went poorly and a couple of U.S. Marines got killed at the checkpoints around the Kabul International Airport, everybody said that was real weak. Right now, the president, the current one's gotten us into a war, gotten the Strait of Hormuz blockaded. We haven't achieved a single war goal that we originally were aiming for against Iran. And now, not only that, the Iranians are conducting one-way attacks against us that we're not responding to, that has led to U.S. service members getting wounded and equipment being damaged from what we already know at this point in the ceasefire. And every single time we've heard the president say, along with everyone else, that the ceasefire is still intact and they're just hours away from the deal, which is becoming an absolute embarrassment and a joke at this point to keep dealing and listening to that kind of an approach. And I have a feeling that that's going to continue well into the future, because I haven't seen it even being considered to be changed as a mindset, at least any time recently. So big thanks to you for support and helping this channel to keep it running. It's good to hear that, at least from what you're hearing right now, everyone in Ali Al Salim is doing well. But I don't like I don't like the look, because it's not a good look for the U.S. to look this weak after we started a war and we have not only achieved nothing, but we've lost a lot that we had before the war already, and now we're under attack on the daily, and then pretending like nothing is going on. But a big thanks to you for support and helping this channel to keep on running, and I hope that does address that well. And long live the Lee Spring Army, and we're on to the next one.
And our next one goes to none other than Game Theory. And thank you, Game Theory, as well, for the 20. And they said, do you think that this is the next Vietnam?
I would doubt it. I would doubt that we even get involved on the ground at this point, in any capacity, or if we ever even get involved again with how this keeps going. Because it's inevitable that we have to get back involved, we have to fight the war, and we have to round it out to a successful conclusion, and yet that decision is never going to be made at this given rate, because they've never changed their mind off of the ceasefire is the greatest ceasefire that's ever existed, and it's never being violated, although it's being violated every other day at this point. So a big thanks to you for the support and helping this channel to keep on running, and I hope that does address that well, Game Theory, and with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a super chat from none other than Charles, who put in a 20. And thank you, Charles, as well, for the support. He said, is it possible that Iran does have a device?
A pager, a nuclear bomb, airplane.
He's probably referring to a nuclear weapon of some sort, I'd imagine.
I would assume that they probably don't, because if they did, they would have already tested one, and they would also be threatening us with it, which they're not doing at the moment, because that largely stops everything in its tracks if you have a nuclear weapon. That's why we don't bomb North Korea for fun these days, just because they could, fire a nuke at us, which is a bit of an issue. Or they can nuke South Korea or Japan, which would also be a pretty big problem as well. So I would have to say, no, they do not have a nuclear weapon or anything along those designs. So I hope that does address that the best I can. And a big thanks to you for support and helping the channel to keep on running. And with that, we're on the next one.
And our next super chat goes to none other than Ian Mitson. And thank you, Ian, for the $10 support. He said, I'm burning expensive diesel while it's still available at all, and LLTLSA, and you guys are great to listen to for the truckers, and thanks.
And thank you so much for the support. We're always happy to know that truckers enjoy listening to the show. And I also got to say, I'm sorry they all have to deal with the incredibly high prices of diesel, because it is a tough thing to deal with, especially considering that y'all have to use diesel to be able to carry on your business. So I got to say a big thanks to you for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. And thank you so much for being a part of the LSA and being a part of the trucking industry, which helps to keep this nation fed and running every single day. So a huge thanks to you so much once again. I hope that does address that well. And with that, we're on the next one.
And we also have a $10 support from Dad Karma. And thank you, Dad Karma, as well. He said, please check and or look. The pizza index side is down.
And I thank you for the support. I generally don't count on the pizza index for much, because it's always showing high levels these days. But that's very interesting to hear. And I thank you so much for the support and sharing that with us. And so with that, we're on the next one.
And we also have a 10 from Gary Schreiber. And thank you, Gary, for the $10 support. He said, is it possible that the USA is appearing weak, so bigger peers like China start their attack on Taiwan to get things started with them? And what say you?
Certainly not. That would be a bad position for us to be in. The war with Taiwan is going to be a difficult one for us to fight because it's several thousand miles away, and logistics operations would be pretty thin and also pretty hard to conduct even in a perfect environment. And we really don't want to goad our enemies into fighting us in every single corner of the world, especially considering that those would be nuclear armed outright, which could lead to unforeseen consequences like the possibility of a nuclear exchange. So I generally say that no, generally the United States doesn't work off of a foreign policy concept of looking exceptionally weak to invite war, because war is something that we generally want to avoid. It's economically destructive, and also it is not really beneficial to the United States, especially considering that a country benefits heavily off of trade, and wars generally interdict normal trade operations. So a big thanks to you for support. I hope that has addressed that well. And with that, we're on the next one.
We also have a $5 support from John Clark, and John said, "Damn, Middle East, you scary." Honestly, it's always like that in the Middle East. It's always chaos. It's never been peaceful, and it never will be, unfortunately. That's just the truth of it. People can say that they try to have peace in the Middle East. It's simply not going to happen, folks. There's too many factions there. There's too many people with too many agendas in that one little small region right there. So, you know, the truth is, like, even if the Iranian regime, this like terrorist regime that's currently in charge of Iran, even if it was removed, there would still be chaos in the Middle East because there's still proxy forces all over the place. There's still a whole bunch of people vying for power, and there's just not much stability there. But we can at least mitigate the biggest threat, which is the Iranian threat. But it's not gonna bring peace to the Middle East. It's simply going to reduce the amount of wars there. But Enforcer, what say you?
I would say that generally there's never going to be peace in the Middle East. I'd have to agree with that as well. But there's also never going to be a peace anywhere in the world. I mean, there's not a region of the planet that's ever in an endless state of peace. I mean, Europe has never been in an endless state of peace, even during the Cold War. Neither has East Asia, the Middle East, Africa, the Americas for the larger part, which is one of the few areas where there is a relative state of peace, or the South American region either. There's just never really peace that lasts anywhere in the world. And I would have to agree, the Middle East is certainly a scary place, especially when you have someone who gets involved in it like it's just like an afternoon picnic sort of a event, and then we end up getting stuck here now and looking like an embarrassment, which is not really good. But a big thanks to you for support, and I hope that it's addressed that well. And with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a $2 support from Mamba Mentality, and thank you, Mamba, for that support. He said Enforcer's on early, and you know something happened.
Oh, something did happen. And I thank you so much for being here with us, Mama Mentality, and watching what happened and enjoying it. Because if it wasn't for folks like you, we wouldn't be able to keep this channel running, make the thing possible, and keep covering news like this every single day, and also cover breaking news streams like this when crazy stuff like this starts to happen. So a huge thanks to you so much once again. I hope that does address that incredibly well. And with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a 2 from Fishing a Lot, who said, does this mean that peace talks are going we? I think he meant to say, are peace talks going away? I think that's what he meant to say.
Peace talks are going me. Like that, they're definitely going me. But I would say no. I have a feeling that the U.S. is, because we've already seen that the CENTCOM statement has completely brushed this thing off again. I have a feeling that the president's going to be telling everyone tomorrow that they're still in talks with Iran, and that a deal is coming around, and it's going to be the greatest thing that anyone's ever seen. It's just that people have got to give him time and patience and get off of his back for everything looking so bad, so that way it can all magically happen some days. But I would have to say that's probably what we're going to be hearing tomorrow. And a lot of people would think that that's sarcastic sounding. I legitimately mean that. I have a feeling that that's probably what we're going to be hearing tomorrow. But a big thanks to you for support. And with that, we're on the next one.
Also, let's take a break from our super chats for just a second. I got the full-length video of that car crash that happened that we showed at the very beginning of the stream in Kuwait.
Oh, really?
When the guy was trying to fill in the Patriot battery. I got the full-length video of the thing. It's honestly, I hope the person's okay, but it's kind of comical though, because the video shows this one driver apparently swerving like around this dude filming a Patriot. They smack into the side of the barrier kind of lightly, so I don't think they're badly injured. But the other dude filming is like, oh, whatever. I hope they're good. But anyways, look at this Patriot. And he's like, keeps filming off of the distance. So let's take a look at that. There's the Patriots.
Oh my God. Meanwhile,
Bro,
that car's
look at
just
that
face planted into the
Chrysler.
barrier.
Man, that's crazy. This dude would not give up filming that Patriot, bro. Somebody literally crashed right next to him at a car crash, and he's like, whatever. He's like, look at the Patriot. It's like, this is chaos.
Man, this guy literally had the same energy as that one clip, man, where that guy was up there on the roof. He was like, "Here we are, man, clearing snow," and that one guy fell out the roof. He went, "Oh man, F him." Anyway, man, like this is that same kind of energy, man. He's like, "Look at the missiles." Oh, man, F him, and then he goes right back to filming Patriots. Oh my god.
Honestly, bro, that person that came swerving in behind him was driving kind of reckless. Like, how fast were they going? They're going swerving like that. It's like they must have been staring at the Patriot launches too. I would imagine.
Oh my god, that is hilarious, dude. Man, this guy just did not care at all, man. He was like back to the conflict. Man, honestly, man, this guy is observing the situation. Really something right here. Real open source intelligence appreciator. Wouldn't even care about the car crash. That is insane, bro. And the way this car came flying around in the camera view, man, it's unreal. It was like the most peaceful hit on the barrier too. It's like it just kind of like tapped it a little.
He got a 2-for-1. He got a car crash and the Patriot launches on video. This is clickbait central right here.
Oh my god, dude. Some channels, man, would die to have legitimate content like this to show every day. I mean, goodness, man.
What's that dude yelling in the background? You hear that dude in the background, bro? He's going like, that dude's like having a breakdown, but like in the passenger seat.
let's take another listen.
Honestly, man, I think those people were fine, so I'm laughing at it. I think they're perfectly fine to scratch their car, I think, or like maybe jacked up the front of it. But they took that minivan for a dash, I tell you.
Man, well, I mean, they're certainly not hurt, man, because look at how slow they hit the barrier. Like, they went sliding in, like, basically like a drift, and then they kind of just, like, tap it right there. Like, watch how slow they were when they hit the barrier. Bro, it's just like insane, like stuntman trick that they did. I mean, this is honestly like insane. But anyways, then we can see the Patriot launch right here. This guy was dedicated to the grind of getting that on film. But
honestly, it was a good clip, like very clear video showing the Patriot. Like I can understand why he like sacrificed the other car driver for the situation.
Man, honestly, man, they had that guy in as an extra just to make the clip more dramatic. But anyways, pretty wild clip right there. Do we have anything else to show, folks, Matthew?
So we have a couple more things to show. I'll have to go and grab a few of them though to show the people this. But in the meantime, though, while I grab some more stuff, let's get on to our next super chat.
All right, so we're on to the next one.
So our next super chat goes to Music Uploader, who puts in a 20. And thank you very much, Music Uploader, for that $20 support. He said, hello and LSA. I think the LSA will finally have to invade Iran and put some democracy, since jellyfish playing different 69-dimensional chess. I don't think we're going to be doing no invading. I don't think we'll be doing any of that personally. But maybe the U.S. will do something, possibly. I will say this, though. Like, I know you're joking, by the way. But on a serious note, it's not a good idea to go try to put democracy in a country. Like, the U.S. has tried that so many times and failed. That's not a great idea. Some countries are simply just not compatible with democracy. I know it sounds weird to some people, but there's just some cultural things that makes it not compatible. And when you have different, like, you know, a country that's very, like, highly religious of one variety, it's kind of hard to implement that democracy and have enough people, you know, weigh into it to make it actually work. But Enforcer, what say you?
I would have to say, oh, thank you for the support. And you know what they say, folks, when you need to do something right, you do it yourself. But beyond that, all jokes aside, I'd have to say, generally I'm not a big fan of putting democracy in Iran unless they wanted that by public referendum. We would generally have to have a very hands-off approach on letting an Iranian nation-building exercise happen once the Islamic regime collapses, because I'm never a big fan of going into a country, unless if it's a Western European one, like at the end of World War II, and basically just planning down a government there, because usually it never turns out all too well. As a matter of fact, they almost always fail. So I would say that generally I would let them figure out what they want: a constitutional monarchy, a democracy. The one thing that would be off the table, though, is an Islamic regime. They would not be able to have another Islamic republic like they have right now. So I hope that addresses that side of things well, at least in my opinion. But I be damned. Like, I say, like, I haven't seen anything like this in my 4 years of doing this. Like, I haven't seen anything as weak as this, even from the European end, which is really something else. Because honestly, with what Romania said, Romania, crazily enough, folks, right now is about as weak looking as the United States is. I mean, Romania is just at the level of the United States when you think about it, because a Russian drone flies into Romania, blows up on an apartment building, wounds 2 Romanian citizens, and Romania's statement is, "Damn, that's crazy. We just told everybody and our mama about this. That's crazy on God, cuh." And then the U.S.'s response to getting attacked multiple times through the ceasefires, "Damn, that's crazy." Honestly, though, these peace talks be going well, and we're definitely going to be getting a deal here real soon. Like, it's the same kind of weakness that you see on both ends, which is just infuriating to watch. It's like, how in the world can national governments these days be this weak? Like, I don't even know how. You can't even really count on them to protect their own soldiers at this point, much less the citizens, like the normal citizens that aren't in the armed service. But anyways, a big thanks to you for your support and help with this channel to keep it running. I hope that has addressed that well. And with that, we're on to the next one.
Also, by the way, I do have some more stuff that we can show the folks, by the way, since we didn't have a whole bunch of time to like put together our Ukraine news for the day. Like, we covered the major stuff, like the attacks. There are a couple of small things on the side under the likes tab that I have put there that we can show the folks. There's a couple of big pieces of footage. There's a couple of footage of like the new Ukrainian drones being used, and also we have some other stories as well that's below that one. So if you want to go through those, we can show the people those.
Oh, we already showed this one yesterday. Actually, on the
Yesterday,
video.
we weren't live yesterday.
Well, on the video we showed it. Like, this was one of the clips, and I don't really
I
want
want to see it again, man. I want to see it again.
Well, I mean, we can show it again, I suppose, but I'm not really a big one into recycling. But we can see here. Oh, and we're gonna have to mute the clip. But we can see the little UGV hauling a trailer behind it filled with supplies, and also the top cradle of the UGV is also filled with supplies.
That is pretty cool, I will say. It's like they went from putting stuff on top of the actual drone itself to putting like a whole trailer on it and carrying it around. And also, Igor Gherkin posted this. It's like this is the Russian dude sitting in Russian prison, I think, that posted this. He's posting from the jail cell, I guess.
Man, honestly, dude, that guy has unlimited Twitter access to be in prison. We can also see. Let's see. Is that something to show?
Yeah, so this second story right here, this one's actually about Iran. This is about the pilot that got shot down over Iran. Y'all remember the F-15 that got shot down over Iranian airspace, and there was that massive, like, pretty impressive operation, honestly, to get the weapons systems officer and the pilot back from that crash. They're claiming, and this is what's being claimed by some of the media outlets out there. I'm not sure if it's true or not, but they're claiming it's the case. They're saying that the pilot that was in there, or one of the people that was involved in that, might have been one of the same pilots that got shot down by the Kuwaitis a while back. I'm not sure how that's possible. I'm not sure if I'm fully buying that story, but that's what some people are claiming out there. So, Enforcer, what do you make of that one? Because I'll be honest, I have some doubts about that.
I wouldn't know what to make of it. Like, I don't have enough information. So, beyond the fact that someone said it, we'll just have to see if we get further.
Well, they don't usually give people another aircraft just because they got shot down the first time, do they? They don't just be like, okay, you got shot down on this one, so go hop in the next one.
I think they do, but I don't think it's that quickly. Like, I don't think it's just like, oh, you just got shot down, here's another one tomorrow, go out there and get shot down over Iran. I don't think they do it that quickly. I think they'd have to have a whole new F-15 brought in from the States and whatnot, or send them back to the States to pick it up and then fly it all the way back over there. So I don't really know about this story. I kind of have a bit of my doubts.
Yeah, I would say so. Also, we have another story below about Russia and Ukraine. There's a couple more.
And so it appears that we also have some additional information as well. And sorry, folks, if I sound off kilter. Usually I have all this stuff lined up on the map and research before the show. And so I have like a whole storyboard lined up. So kind of doing this like off the bat bullet point isn't really my forte. But beyond that, though, the Russian Air Force is apparently conducting flights over the Russian Federation, possibly transferring North Korean troops to the Kursk region and also to Belarus, which appears to be some information that we have. And also we do have some information that apparently the Iranian state government government has announced a funeral for Ali Khamenei, which has never been conducted, but they haven't announced a date, stating that that'll be conducted at a later time. So that appears to be all of the news that we have at the moment right now. And we'll have to see if we get any further news here in the future. So with that in mind, it is time for us folks to move on and into the next one.
All right, so our next super chat here go to none other than Soldier of Steel. And thank you very much, Soldier of Steel, for that $20 support, and we do appreciate that. I said, I'm angry at the U.S. government's disregard for Atlanticism, for sledgehammer politics in the Middle East, with fuel prices skyrocketing. And rest in peace to 15 soldiers who've died so far.
I won't have to say that I'm pretty aggravated about this whole thing. It's ridiculous as to how it's being handled. There's literally nothing that I can think of in a contemporary framework that's gotten close to how badly this is being handled. The war was fought very poorly at the leadership level. The war has ended up amounting to basically nothing. If anything, we've lost more than we started with, and we haven't gained anything from it at all. And now we're stuck in this weird limbo land right now to where we're doing absolutely nothing and pretending like the whole world's, turning in the process of doing absolutely nothing. It's very aggravating to watch, and I have really no clue what the hell's wrong with anyone up there right now, because there's no way that you can look at this as a good outcome. And I see a whole bunch of bots and whatnot coming in here and complaining about the coverage and that it's anti-American. I would say that generally the way that the current administration has handled the U.S.'s interest abroad is about as anti-American as I could see anything getting at this point. I feel like a responsible citizen has a duty to call out something that's clearly ended up becoming a foreign policy disaster when it could have been an easy success if it was planned and executed properly. And now we're just watching it turn into one of the worst failures that we've ever seen in modern history. And it only is getting worse with things like this, where Iran attacks U.S. service members, and then instead of responding to that as an attack on the U.S. armed forces, CENTCOM announces on behalf of the U.S. government that it's basically nothing, it's mostly peaceful, and it's all fine. If that is the case, folks, here's the thing. The hindsight is 2020. If the Iranians attacking U.S. forces every day is just fine and dandy, and there's no reason to do anything about it, then why in the world was everyone so angry about a couple of Marines dying at Kabul International Airport in 2021? Like, applying the same rule fairly, everyone should have just chalked that up to a hill of beans. And just like you said here just a moment ago, Soldier of Steel, 15 soldiers have died in this war, which have been unfortunately forgotten by the public, that we've already seen that American soldiers have laid down their lives to execute this war and to see that it was brought to a victorious conclusion. And right now, what are we seeing? We're seeing that we've achieved nothing. The Strait of Hormuz is blockaded, and nobody brings it up at all. If anything, everyone acts like it's, not everyone, but some people want to act like it's outrageous to say that this whole thing's going poorly and that the way we're handling it needs to change so that way we can see a successful conclusion. And that to me is absolutely ridiculous.
You know what? I forgot. We haven't checked the WTI crude oil price right now. What is that sitting at as a result of this? I forgot all about the crude oil futures and stuff.
That's a good point. I don't know either. Let's see. Hold on, let me just type in crude oil because I've forgotten here in America. It's at $95 a barrel.
Oh, so it's gone back up. That's higher than I remember. Look at that. Look at that spike right here at the very end of the day. What did it get to?
It got all the way up to $96.
Wow, that's remarkable. So during the wave of attacks in the Gulf states, the oil rocketed up to $96, and after it ended, it went back down to 94 already. It's like, what is up with that? Like, it's really wild to see the oil price being traded like that. Like, are the people that are investing in oil really operate like that, where it's like they're scared during the attack, and once it ends, they start, like buying into the oil? Like, how's this working? I don't understand how this is working.
I would say I don't know either. I mean, it's almost like being traded like Bitcoin at this point, with how rapidly it can fluctuate up and down. Like, there's literally no value to it rather than what people ascribe to it, which is very bizarre. Because you would think at this point it'd be running off of the physical availability, which it hasn't really yet.
Yeah, I don't understand. I'm really like, at some point, I want to say, like, it seems like something fishy is going on. Like, at some point, like, it seems like something fishy is going on with this, because, all the experts and analysts out there, literally pretty much most of them actually, were saying that oil was going to be at like $150 or higher, maybe up to $200 a barrel when the situation happened. But it's staying like at 94, like around the like high 80s and stuff like that. And also the way it reacted during this attack, like this should have sent the oil back up to like 105, 110 a barrel, like in theory. It was basically the restarting of the war this evening. So it's weird that it went up momentarily and then it kind of stabilized right after that. Like it seems really strange. Like maybe this is the way it works. Maybe I just don't understand it completely. But it just seems off. Like something about it doesn't seem right.
Yeah, something about it seems rather odd. I can't even put my finger on it, folks. I don't know how it's odd, but it's odd. It's almost like it's kind of being fluctuated in a deliberate sense, maybe. But who's to say, folks? Who's to even know? But anyways, with that, it is time for us to move on and into the next one.
All right, and our next one here goes to Gunfox, and thank you very much, Gunfox, for that $20 support, and we do appreciate that very much. And Gunfox said, 1944, Allied shuttle bombing of Germany begins, with bombers departing from Italy and landing in the Soviet Union. 1942, the American aircraft carriers move into their battle positions for the Battle of Midway. Also, question from the chat.
I gotta thank you so much for the days in history, Gunfox, and I gotta say that shuttle bombing is a pretty interesting thing. It's also interesting that a lot of people don't even really remember, as far as the Second World War, that the Italian front was an active front throughout the entirety of the war, and was the first place that Allied forces landed on the mainland of the European continent before D-Day even happened. And it's really interesting to note that the bombers would fly all the way from Italy over the Alps into Germany, conduct their bombings, and then fly on over into the Soviet Union. So I got to say a huge thanks to you for the support on that one. And also, the Battle of Midway was a pretty critical battle for the United States of America, way out there, and I mean way out there in the middle of the Pacific. Actually, kind of at the end of the Hawaiian Island chain if you look at it, but it's not considered that. So, a really interesting sort of a battle, and a very pivotal one, even at the very beginning of the Second World War in the Pacific, or the Pacific Theater, as some people would call it. So a huge thanks to you for the support and sharing those days in the history with us. And with that, we will make sure to get a live chat in your honor. So Matthew, what do we got?
All right, so for the first super chat from Gunfox, the live chat question is going to go to none other than Chase, who said, so let's just quit, or maybe the U.S. will glass Iran. What would each of you fellas do? So in a short way, so we'll each give our own opinion here about this. Of course, everybody's going to have their own opinion about what we should do, but one thing that disturbs me is I see a lot of people saying, let's just pack up and walk away, but I don't think they're understanding something here. Economically, we cannot pack up and walk away. Essentially, what Iran has done is they basically handcuffed us to the Strait of Hormuz. Until we cut those handcuffs off, we can't leave, which means we have to regain control of that strait. We had control of it before the war. The war started, Iran took control of it, and now they have a pretty good grip on it, and the U.S. is going to have to break that grip before we walk away. So basically, the entire thing hinges on the Strait of Hormuz. Everything else is negotiable at this point, but the Strait of Hormuz is not. So that's my take. We're going to have to do something to free it up militarily, and everybody's going to put their whole, election hopes to the side and actually deal with the situation, or otherwise the country is going to suffer like it's never suffered before, and it's going to rival the Great Recession, if not worse. But Enforcer, what would you do?
I would say that the best approach at this moment would be to force a military reopening of the Strait of Hormuz, and then to continue the conflict to a successful conclusion. Because outside of the reality of the blockade going poorly for us, there is also the fact that we still have our original war goals that we have to achieve, which is the end of Iran's nuclear ambitions, and by that, the collapse of the Islamic regime, which is the only way to achieve the goal of ending nuclearization permanently. That can easily be achieved once we regain control of the Strait of Hormuz, which is going to require a significant amount of military operations within the Strait of Hormuz to be able to clear out Iran's control and grip on the strait. And once we're able to clear out the strait and make transits through the area once again operational to their pre-war capacity, the Iranians have no leverage on us from that point on. We can continue the war however long we would like from there without taking any significant losses, and generally whittling the Iranians down into a point where they would have to accept our demands, or their government may collapse under the strain. But we cannot allow the Strait of Hormuz to continue to remain blockaded and pack up and leave. I really got to say, folks, for a group of people out there right now who are in the government who talk about nobody gets participation trophies and no one remembers second and all, they sure as hell like to pack up and walk away like a bunch of losers once things don't go their way. There is no such thing as just packing up and walking away from a war that you started and pretending like everything's going to be fine. And also, if you take that as political, then you just don't lack it. You just lack any common sense, because this is quite literally just a reality of it. You don't see the Soviet Union going, like, this whole war with Finland deal didn't really go that well, so we're just going to literally pack up the armies and march them deeper in the Soviet Union and then just let Finland do whatever they want. That's not how that ended. They had to end up actually making a treaty to end the conflict. You didn't see the United States go, damn, those Japanese just bombed us at Pearl Harbor. We're just going to pack up the U.S. Navy and go back to California and just hope that they don't bomb Hawaii again, or, take the Philippines and whatnot. That's something that you just don't see, because that doesn't exist in a world of reality. You have to finish a war once you're in it. That's why you don't enter a war unless you're willing to fight to the death to win it. And that's why the decision to go into a war is one that has to be heavily considered. It's not just something where, you drop a couple of bombs on Caracas and nab some goofy-looking dude that eats empanadas out of his desk, and then the whole thing's over. That's not even a war. That was just a bullshit tactic. It didn't even do anything. And you don't sit there and go, we're just going to drop a couple of bombs on Iran and loop-de-doo, la-di-da, we're just going to expect the whole thing to be over in 3 days, because, for some reason we don't expect them to last longer than 3 days for some reason or another, which is an absolutely ridiculous notion. I mean, even after the Mustache Man ended himself up in Berlin, the Second World War in Europe still went on for about another month after he died. And when you think about that, it's like, well, clearly, knocking out Khomeini isn't going to end the war in 3 days. That doesn't even land in any sort of historical realm of possibility.
Yeah.
So why the hell would we expect that, go into the war with that kind of a mindset, and then completely screw ourselves over because of our short-sighted planning and our complete incompetence?
Yeah, and also, by the way, just a side note real quick. Have you heard the reports that they're thinking about easing up on the charges on Maduro? Have you heard that?
No, I haven't, actually.
Yeah, I heard some rumors that they're considering possibly easing up on the prosecution of Maduro. I'm not sure exactly what that's going to entail or what that's going to look like, but I think Maduro's still sitting up there in that New York pen, or that New York jail or something up there where they held the Epstein and stuff like that. So I think he's still up there. They claim he yells at night from the cell, "I'm the leader of Venezuela, let me out." That's what they claim he does, but I'm not sure if that's just people saying stuff. It's like a rumor or something, but they claim he's yelling at night like a psychopath. But I think if they're saying the rumors are true, then they might ease up.
Huh, that's interesting. And I guess, what do they do then? Send him back to Venezuela to become the president again? Because I think Delcy Rodriguez is still technically the acting president.
Yeah, I think so. I don't think they would send them back. Yeah, but some people had speculated that maybe the whole operation to get Maduro out of there was some like exfiltration operation to get him free from the Cuban assassins that were lurking around. There's still a lot of questionability about that story, by the way. They said the Cubans were going to get him or something. So maybe, like, I don't believe in conspiracy theories, though. That's the problem with that. So, I mean, and I guess maybe it's possible in some alternative universe that the U.S. did the whole, like, kidnapping thing to get him out of there, away from the Cuban assassins, maybe. Or maybe they're just going to ease up on him, is maybe they're having some mercy on him, possibly. There's no telling.
Maybe, but it's very weird. I haven't heard anything about that, actually, but generally with the whole foreign policy situation, to round out the answer to the super chat here, just to make sure to make it short and sweet, when you start something, you gotta finish it. Only weak bitches start something and then back off because they're too much of a coward to finish what they do. You don't ever take something on without the plan of finishing whatever you start. I started this coverage here on this channel on my own 1,560 days ago, and Matthew joined me a month later. But I made the promise to folks that as long as the war in Ukraine was going on, we were going to be on air, or actually back then Matthew wasn't even here yet. I said I was going to be on air covering the thing until the war ended. It's 1,560 days later, and I'm still here, and Matthew is also here as well now, still covering this thing because the war hasn't ended. We were going to, like, that was a guarantee. If we never went on to cover anything else at all, this channel would have still kept running until the war in Ukraine ended. Because that was a promise that I made to folks, and when you take on a promise, you don't take on promises to bullshit people, you take it on because you actually mean it. So you follow it through to the finish, no matter what you've started. So I hope that does address it the best I can, and a big thanks to you for the support and helping this channel to keep on running, Gunfox, and sponsoring that live chat. And with that, we're on to the next one.
And our next super chat is going to go to none other than Gunfox once again. And thank you, Gunfox. He has another day in history. He said 1883, the first baseball game under electric lights is played in Fort Wayne, Indiana. 1865, at Galveston, Texas, Confederate General Edmund Kirby Smith surrenders the Trans-Mississippi Department to the Union forces.
And I got to thank you so much for the support, Gunfox. And I also got to say, that's a very interesting to hear. I actually didn't know that that was the first baseball game under electric lights in Fort Wayne, Indiana. I wonder how the hell they played before that. I guess they just played in the middle of the day when there was daylight, which is an interesting thing to think of. But I do have to say, a humongous thanks to you for support and sharing those additional bits of news. And actually, that Trans-Mississippi force that surrendered, if I'm not mistaken, I believe that was actually the last armed force of the Confederacy that surrendered, because a lot of people don't know this, but the surrender of General Lee's Army of Northern Virginia at the Appomattox Courthouse was not the complete surrender of the Confederacy. The Confederacy actually ended up surrendering, and I believe it was 3 separate incidents, one at the Appomattox Courthouse, which was the first. The second was generally the entire block that existed south of Sherman's March to the Sea, 2 about the Mississippi area, and then the surrender of the Trans-Mississippi Force was everything left in Louisiana and Texas, which were the last to surrender to the Union at the end of the Civil War. So a humongous thanks to you for sharing those interesting days in history, and a huge thanks to you for support and helping this channel to keep on running. And so with that, it is time for us to move on and into the next one.
All right, so our next super chat goes to Know It None, and thank you for that support. They put in a 10. They said, will we build one Arc de Triomphe for every time we win this not war?
I think I actually heard that apparently that arc is being challenged in court, if I'm not mistaken, the one that was supposed to go in this roundabout, and I think they've stopped everything on it for now.
Well, that wouldn't be the only thing. I think that that Performing Arts Center also had some like recent judgment or something about the name on the building, I think too. So seems like a lot of that stuff's being kind of brought into like court and question and stuff like that. I'll say this, folks. Hot take. The reflecting pool does look better. I will say that. Not that that's the huge focus right now. Like obviously there's a whole bunch of other crazy stuff that actually matters going on, but the president really messed up. His calling was building stuff. That was clearly his calling. He clearly has a passion for like building and doing construction and stuff like that. He's in the wrong line of work as the president, to be perfectly honest. Because I would say the reflecting pool looks pretty good, but it's like, he clearly has more interest in that than he does the other stuff. Like the other stuff and like the whole war situation gets a little bit too complicated. But the other stuff, I will say, it looks pretty decent.
I don't know about the reflecting pool. I didn't even think it was done to get a final look at it.
Well, they did a water test. They put like some water in it or something, and they put like some like dark blue like coating or something at the bottom of it, so it makes it reflect a lot better. But obviously that's a small minor issue in the scheme of things in the United States right now. But it does look pretty decent.
Interesting. I actually hadn't heard about that water test. At least, do you have anything that you can show us of that? Because I've never seen that before.
Yeah. Let me go grab it real quick. There was, I don't know, I can't show the video. I can show a picture of it though. Let's see here, reflecting pool. Let's see here. So let's see if I can get a picture of it. A lot of people with, let's see here. So I reposted one picture of them laying it down or like putting the liner down for the thing. We sadly can't show a video of it though. Also, I reposted in fact, he put out a whole detailed Truth Social post about how it works, putting the whole coating and everything on the thing. I just reposted that too.
But we don't have anything to show how the water works or how that would look finally.
Let's see here, reflecting pool water test. Let me see if I have a picture of that. Let's see here. I see a whole bunch of influencers. They love to. Oh, here we go. Here we go. So I just reposted it. Take a look at that picture.
Let's see here. I mean, honestly, that, so it's just like, so it is just a small water test. I mean, that does look pretty decent. I mean, it doesn't look bad. I would just thank God it doesn't look like a damn giant swimming pool, like whatever the hell that was supposed to be. But
oh my God, oh my God, the flashbang. Oh man, I don't think a man was standing there. I don't know where that little thing came from.
It's all about subtlety. Like it's all about
Man,
subtlety.
I'm not gonna lie. I was worried at first that they were gonna put in like like those really tacky like cheap vinyl pool liners. I was worried that they were gonna put in that cheap vinyl like pool lining on the thing, but it turned out to be like a dark blue like coating on the bottom of it, which appears to be what reflects very well. But man, I tell you what, that last picture though, I tell you.
Man, I tell you, at least it's not that blue, because I thought, folks, when they were saying that they were going to put something blue down and they showed like renders of it, they showed it like unbelievably like neon blue, which I thought looked like shit, because it's not a swimming pool, it's a reflecting pool. The whole design of the reflecting pool is to basically be this giant mirror for the surrounding area, so that way the Lincoln Memorial reflects off of the surface, and the Washington Monument also would reflect off of the surface as well. It wasn't made to basically be the object of focus. It was made to reflect the other objects of focus around it, which was the whole point of the thing. But if it looks like that, like in this picture, I mean, that's actually pretty decent. It looks to reflect the images around pretty well. So I'd say that's actually pretty good, but certainly way different than the original renders that looked like dog shit.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, man. That's what I'm saying. He missed his calling with that. And I'm not saying that to be like, like an asshole or something like that, where it's like some sneaky jab or something like that. Like, he legit seems like he's into construction. Like, he really does. Like, the post I retweeted where he put out like a whole True Social post explaining how they apply the coding, all that stuff. It's like hearing Andrew talk about trains. It's like you can tell when somebody's into something, and it's like, I think he just went for the presidency thing. Like, not trying to get political here. I think he went for that just because he wanted that under his belt to say that he did it, because people were saying that he couldn't do it. But I don't think he really like had a strong desire to actually take the reins of that position and actually do what needed to be done with it, which might explain what we're seeing today with the Iran war.
Maybe. It's possibly the case, but generally though, the other stuff though, like having to put your name and face on everything, that's some sort of a like without a doubt, folks, that's some sort of like a personality or a mental disorder of some sort, or an illness, because like I could never imagine, folks, getting in charge of the country and having to plaster my face and name on literally everything that can take it. That's just kind of insane, because really, to be honest, folks, I don't think that highly of myself to go, I need to slap my face and name on literally every single thing that can take it. Like, it's going to be the Enforcer and Lincoln Memorial, the Enforcer and Kennedy Center of Performing Arts, the Enforcer Memorial, the Enforcer Arch, the Enforcer National Cemetery of Arlington, things like that, where it's just on and on and on of just renaming everything. We have to have a new piece of currency made with my face and name on the denomination of currency. Like, that stuff would be insane. And of course someone says you're left-leaning propaganda for saying something that's common sense, but put it in the opposite direction. What if Biden had done all that? What if it was the Biden and Kennedy Center for the Performing Arts, or Biden's face was put on the $100 bill? What would you be saying then? You wouldn't be saying anything good. And that's what lets me know that this is a stupid thing to act like it's okay, because you would be absolutely irate if it went the other political direction. And in the object of political neutrality, putting a living, sitting politician's face and name on literally every single thing that you can put their face and name on is generally going to be pissing a lot of people off. That's why you don't do it. And also on top of that, is he a great president? Who's to say? I mean, he's not long past, and it's not decades later to look back on his legacy and see if it was good or not. How the hell, why the hell put all of this reverence to someone we don't even know if they're a good president or not in the long run? Like, who's to say? Right now I'm not really happy with any of his foreign policy decisions. Who's to say, though, in like 20 to 30 years it all ended out great and the United States was better for it? I mean, right now in the here and now it looks horrendous, but who's to say in the future that's not the case? And that's pretty hard to make that kind of judgment and then say that someone's owed that much reverence in the here and now. For no reason. We don't even know if their legacy is a good one or not. And also there's a lot of other people who did that kind of stuff around the rest of the world and didn't really look that good when it all came to the end of it. So anyways, we actually have some news coming out at this moment. So Matthew, what do we got?
Okay, so we're getting some more video coming out of the attacks that took place on the Gulf states. We're seeing that an Iranian Shahed drone swarm was seen flying into Kuwait. So not only was it a missile attack, but there was definitely Shahed 136 drones that came flying in. So, Enforcer, you grabbing that video?
Yes, we have that right here. And we hear it coming in. And And there it
That is
is.
definitely a shot head right there, definitely. Looks like Ukraine.
That's
It didn't get
interesting.
shot down, man. It was flying clearly over their airspace. It wasn't getting shot down yet. I mean, Kuwait's not a huge country, so what did it just cross, like 20% of the country just right then?
Probably like 10%, like literally. Like it's not a huge country whatsoever. So a little bit interesting to note. I have a feeling, folks, that once more information starts to come out, we're probably going to see that there was some damage over the day. That's what I'm thinking. But anyways, with that, I hope that does address that news fairly well, or at least that new footage that just came out. And with that, we're on to the next one.
And our next one here goes to Blind Man, who puts in a 20. And thank you very much, Blind Man, for that generous support. He said, if we are so constrained on oil and metals from Saudi, UAE, and Qatar, why not renegotiate to move the trade route to the Bab al-Mandab Strait from the Red Sea? It's not under Iran control and already a major trade route in LSA.
It is actually under Iranian control because the Yemeni Houthis are right on the coastline of that area, and we have seen them blockaded in the past. So generally, which this is something I've been talking about for years, the Iranians pose a threat to the entirety of the region because of their support of terrorist forces. We have to dismantle eventually the Islamic regime and with it their terrorist forces, otherwise they're controlling critical choke points in multiple different areas of the Middle East. Also on top of that, there's some concerns of sovereignty that would be involved in getting trade from the UAE, Iraq, and others through Saudi Arabia, because then they're relying solely on Saudi Arabia as the monopoly of transport to the ports near the Red Sea and the Bab el-Mandeb. And then that could create a situation where Saudi Arabia takes advantage of that, their monopolistic position, and then starts trying to screw them over by raising usage rates and costs involved in them to be able to use Saudi Arabia as a shipping corridor, which could then end up screwing over those countries in a whole other way that then forces them back to using the Strait of Hormuz. So generally, it's not really free of any Iranian control. It's actually quite heavily under it, and that's a threat that we've been watching the whole time in this war, is whether or not the Iranians are going to mobilize the Houthis to go shut down the Bab el-Mandeb, which the Houthis have proven they can do before back in 2024. So I hope that does address that the best I can, and a big thanks to you for support and help with this channel to keep on running. And with that, we're on to the next one.
All right, so moving into our next one here. This one goes to the Shiznit, who puts in a 10. And thank you very much for that support. And I know people are about to say, what did he just say? The Shiznit. They said, has the memory shortage for data centers spread to U.S. military manufacturers? And Samsung isn't even putting, allegedly, some of the stuff in their own phones. And curious if this affects our own creation of planes, missiles, etc. in LSA.
Unfortunately, I actually wouldn't know on that one. I'd have to declare ignorance. But Matthew, what do you know about that?
So, with the U.S. military, their procurement is a little bit different than commercial procurement. For national security purposes, I would imagine the U.S. military has a little bit more leverage on that. So, I've not heard of anything happening with the U.S. military. But for one thing, though, I would say the U.S. military really doesn't run data centers to a large degree, and also they really don't have a need for memory like that. The contractors, though, that produce the missiles, I'm not sure if they're using the same memory that these companies, like commercial companies like Samsung, are using. I'm not sure if they're using the same supply chain for that. Not totally sure. I could be incorrect, but I haven't heard of any shortages on that. The only thing we're short on is production capacity for things like Patriots and stuff like that they're trying to currently ramp up. So that's what I've heard.
And so I hope that does address that well. And a big thanks to you for support and helping this channel to keep on running the shiznit. And long live the Late Spring Army. And with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a 10 from Bendibord, and thank you, Bendibord, for that 10. They said, entry of the Gladiators was a military march composed in 1897 by a Czech composer, Julius Fusik, but it would later become associated with clown and circus music, fitting nowadays.
Yeah, that's actually something a little bit interesting, is that song that everybody knows that's associated with the circus was supposed to be a military march, which I don't know what in the hell the composer was thinking when he made that song, because clearly to anybody with a normal ear, that is one of the goofiest sounding military marches ever heard. And apparently he didn't catch on to it. And he also, I think if I remember correctly, he died enraged that his one work that was ever recognized wasn't even recognized as a great military march. It became a clown song. But a big thanks to you for his support and helping this channel to keep on running. And I hope that does address that well. And with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a 5 from Game Theory, and thank you, Game Theory, as well for that 5. They said the tall guy, let's see here. Oh, sadly, I can't read that one right there. Sadly not, but we do appreciate a $5 support, Game Theory, as always, because it's that support force that keeps our channel running. No ads on these streams, by the way. We don't do a single ad. We said no sponsors, no ads. No, sorry, we're not taking it, by the way. We're not going to be like the U.S. military is. Like, sometimes they're like, sponsored by such and such. It's like, no, we're good.
This military parade is brought to you by Moneybase.
Yeah, money based or something like that. It's like, and honestly, like everything's overly sponsored these days. And also sponsors tend to like want to have a say and stuff. We don't like sponsors coming in and having a say. It's like, just because you're advertising here doesn't mean you get to tell us what to say. Like it doesn't come with a lifetime of like commitment to, adhering to your speech standards. So we don't like that stuff. Like we've done them on videos, like we said before, but not on streams though. We just simply don't do it. But thank you very much for that support. We also have a 5 from Swole Arc, who put in that 5, of course. And thank you very much, Swole Arc, for that 5. And we do appreciate that very much. And Enforcer, what say you?
And I gotta say a huge thanks to your support, Swole Arc 88, because it's an amazing thing to know that folks like you support this channel and help us to keep this thing running. And so a huge thanks to you so much once again. I hope that does address that incredibly well. And also, man, it looks like we might have missed one of Gunfox's super chats.
Yeah, it's coming up. I already saw what he said.
Oh, good. I was just making sure, Matthew. I was just making sure there. No reason to get defensive. Like you said immediately. I was like, damn, dude. I was just making sure. But with that, we're on the next one.
Oh, somebody trying to be a tough guy around here.
Man, man, look at this. Wait, hey, before we move on, someone said, I follow this channel, but he has no clue. Oh, come on! Like
what the hell are you doing here then? And leave. Get the hell out.
It's like you have a clue. Let me guess, you're the president, right? On that account, you're just coming in here to let us know we don't know. What the hell do you know? Like the hell do you know to say that we're wrong? Like that's the real question I got to get to here for some folks who say stuff like that. Like, I get it if people don't like what we have to say, but acting like we have no damn clue of what we're talking about just because you don't like it because your feelings are hurt, because you heard something that doesn't line up with the la-la land you live in, that's really dumb. Like, that's sad. Like, you know what? I'm going to give that one a chance. It's the one chance we're going to give this show. Tell me why, and tell us both why, we don't know what we're talking about. Please tell us. Tell us how everything in the Strait of Hormuz... I do care. I'm interested because I know it's going to sound like some insano shit. I want to hear how insane it is. Tell me how the Strait of Hormuz is just fine and everything's gone exactly the plan. I want to know. But anyways, with that, we are on to the next one.
No matter what they say, it ain't going to change the truth. I mean, the reality is right in front of our faces, honestly. But jumping into our next super chat here. Also, by the way, sorry, Gunfox, for missing this one. Apparently, I was yapping when this one came in, but sorry about missing it. So we'll grab it right now. Gunfox put in a third $20 support. And thank you, Gunfox, as well. He said, 1928, nationalist Chiang Kai-shek captures Peking, China in a bloodless takeover. June 25th, 1992, the STS-50, a U.S. microgravity Laboratory 1, was a NASA space shuttle mission, the 12th mission of the Columbia orbiter.
And I gotta say, I thank you so much once again for that third support, Gunfox. Sorry that we missed that earlier. And I gotta say that Shanghai Shek was one hell of a guy. You can actually see that they made a little anime poster of him right here, back in the day.
This dude looks like Fidel a little bit.
Oh, he does not look like Fidel. My God, let me get a closer up picture of the guy. Let's see here. Oh, I'm trying to find one of the better ones so you can really see him, you know? Oh, dang. They don't really have a lot of these, do they? No, they don't. Wow. Oh, here we go. Here's his official portrait.
That looks like a guy I used to go to school with.
You know, he does. Like, you know, I'm thinking of that person in my head, and he really does, man. Like, he looks just like him.
Yeah, really, he does. I might have known Shanghai Shek, or whatever his name is. Might have known him at some point, possibly. A different time, different place.
Matthew, his name for us Americans is Mr. Cash My Check. That's actually what we called him in the Second World War because he was so corrupt, you could pay him to do anything.
Is this the guy that I'm always talking about, Shanghai Shrek? Is this that guy you're always talking about?
Yeah, this is the guy. Probably one of the
Okay,
most
Shanghai Shrek.
probably one of the most important people in modern Chinese history next to Mao. And you call his blood every night Shrek. Bro,
He was a blood?
man, bro, well, he wasn't a blood, but bitches was bleeding on his watch. Like, I'll tell you, like, it wasn't a nice time while he was around. He was basically like the biggest, strongest warlord in China. Like, the Republic of China during his time wasn't a republic. It was basically just a coalition of warlords, and he was the biggest and strongest of them.
Well, you should have seen that guy, that Mao Zedong. Like, he was a little bit bloodthirsty himself, but on his own people, though.
Man, or Mao Zedong, because everyone had to change it because everyone kept on going, Zedong. But anyways, beyond that, though, oh man, but beyond that, though, Shanghai Shek was actually a really interesting character in Chinese history, probably one of the most influential leaders of the Republic of China during the pre-war and war period leading up to and during World War II. He actually was the guy, if y'all don't know, who was responsible for largely fighting in the Imperial Japanese on the mainland of China and slowly, eventually kind of defeating them along with the United States and the Allies in 1945. Very interesting guy. Also, he's the first guy who was the leader of Taiwan, which was a dictatorship, by the way, when it was originally kind of created, if you want to call it that, when they went into exile. And that's also why, folks, the Taiwanese government is still officially called the government of the Republic of China, is because this is the last thing that's left of the old Republic of China that Chiang Kai-shek controlled on the mainland. They all went there to live in exile. Wait, hold up. Did someone say this guy looks like an island boy? This guy ain't kissing his brother.
Someone in the chat says this dude looks like he was to be like the Island Boys. I don't know what the hell they're on. Like, this dude does not look anything like that at all. Someone said, Jeff in the live chat said he looks a little bit wimpy. I'm not gonna lie, like he does look like a little bit wimpy. Like he kind of has like that. He kind of looks like he's a little bit questionable, like in his picture right here. Like he's not totally sure if he belongs in the outfit or not. He kind of does look like he's having a bit of an identity crisis. Like, he doesn't have that confident look. He doesn't look like he has that revolutionary zeal like they talk about in China. He looks like he's a little bit like shaky about it.
Oh, yeah, well, this portrait was taken in 1943 when the Japanese were kind of beating this guy silly, so there's a reason he looked like that. Like, there's a very important reason he looked kind of like he was unsure.
You can see it in his eyes. The eyes don't lie, Chico. You can tell it in his eyes. He's not totally sure about the whole situation.
Man, like, this guy just watched, by the way. Do you know of the Nanking massacre that happened in the city of Nanking? It goes by another name usually, but we can't say it on YouTube.
Oh yeah.
So he was the guy who was in charge during all this stuff, like the Japanese takeover of Beijing, the Japanese capture of Nanjing. He was the guy who was in charge of China largely during that period. So you can kind of get an idea why he would look a little unsure, because he had basically been, well, really ever since 1937, he had been getting his ass beat by the Japanese at this point for like 6 years. By the time this portrait was taken, and then they eventually turned it around with the help of the Allies and whatnot in the area. But a tough time for him, and it never got better, because right after the end of the Second World War, the Chinese Civil War immediately began because Stalin gave Manchuria to Mao, and that's what allowed Mao to have the kind of population and industrial base needed to start the war against the Republic of China in the Civil War, and then eventually push them out onto the island of Taiwan.
Wow, that's why that guy was looking like that then. He was in the dumps.
Man, this guy went to the School of Hard Knocks, and he never graduated. Like, it was just endless amounts of, like, abuse. Like, it was never easy for this guy.
He went to the School of Hard Knocks and got that alternative curriculum to the School of Hard Slamming.
I'm not gonna lie, dude, in this picture right here, he looks like Patrick Stewart.
Yeah, he does look. He looks a little different right there.
Holding off the Japanese Commander Riker. Like, he's a man. Like, bro, I'm telling you, man, he was real. Let's see. But also he was known for rife corruption, by the way. Forgot to mention that part. That's why in the US we actually called him Mr. Cash My Check, is because you could basically pay the guy to do whatever you wanted. Foreign lobbies were big back then. We actually had this one called the US PAC, which went around just basically lobbying like him and a couple other people to get them to do certain stuff for us. I'm just kidding about that, by the way. But anyways, with that, it is time for us to move on and into the next part of the super chat, which is STS-50, which we love, space shuttle missions. Truly an innovation of the United States, STS-50. That looks like the Bahamas down there.
That's the Bahamas down there. They sent them down to the Bahamas. Like they're trying to get a good look at their vacation spot. That's what they did. They sent these astronauts up to space and they said, "Oh, we're going up here for a serious mission." And then they got up there and was trying to scout their next vacation spot.
Hey, look, I can see a little St. James Island from here. I hope nothing's
shit, don't
bad's
look at that.
going on there.
Turn the
Like,
cameras off. Turn the cameras off. Man, throw the cameras out. Let's send them out into space.
when did this mission get conducted, huh? When was it conducted? Oh, 1992. Oh, yeah. Like, it's like,
Yikes.
yikes.
That's the height of the trouble.
That was the height of the times back then, you know? That's what they say, at least. But I do have to, I have to say that these pictures here, quite interesting. Let's see here. What else do we have? We have this guy here. He's just sitting here. A whole bunch of sensors attached to him. He's reading a book. Well, actually, it's
those
a notebook.
experiments on them.
Man, man, they were up there. We are applying electric shocks to him in submission to Sakai. But man, honestly, something else. Very interesting stuff here, STS-50. And I gotta thank you so much for the support and sharing these 2 days in history with us, Gun Fox, and helping this channel to keep on running. Because if it wasn't for folks like you, we wouldn't be able to make this channel possible, and we wouldn't be able to keep it running. And with that, we're on to the next one.
Also, by the way, folks, if y'all are wondering, I've been scanning for breaking news the entire time. It has gone dead silent, like just completely dead silent right now. Like no news at all coming out of the Gulf states, no news coming out of Iran, no news coming out of the U.S. forces. It's like everybody just like, slammed the door shut and hid in the closet. Hidden in the back room or something.
did.
Yeah, I realize like there are so many minefields now you have to avoid with these like metaphors and stuff like that. Like there are so many minefields. Let's just say they went to the back room, the storeroom, and now they're hiding back there or something because nothing is happening right now. Complete radio silence, no response, no nothing. Also, Brian Blairstown said the war is over. Yeah, quick war, by the way, quick one. They think the war is over. I think earlier today there was a U.S. official that came out and testified that the war was over effective today, and then all hell broke loose this evening. So you just can't make any sense out of it. But it is what it is.
They making the wars digestible for the TikTok brain. They do them only in 30-minute intervals, like to make sure that the attention span is able to pay attention the whole time.
Yeah, what do they call it when you're like really on that grind? Like you got that low cortisol or that high cortisol?
High cortisol.
Oh, they got that high cortisol, man. They got that high cortisol. What even is cortisol, by the way?
I don't even know, man. It's one of those damn like looks maxing things, I think.
Let's see here, cortisol, a steroid hormone. Well, that's not a good.
Dang! Blood working in the coal mine.
Man, I tell you, that's I heard the word steroids, man. It got me choking down. But cortisol is a steroid hormone produced by your adrenal glands, often called the stress hormone. It's essential for survival. Man, I got a lot of that cortisol. I got cortisol pumping through my veins. It says it regulates the body's flight or fight response, manages blood sugar and blood pressure, controls metabolism, and reduces inflammation. Man, I think I got a lot of that cortisol. I am like a cortisol maxing, I guess you could say. I'm sweating in the palm sweaty, knees weak, and everything.
I'm stress maxing. I'm cortisol pilled.
It says weight gain is a symptom, particularly around the face, neck, or the abdomen.
You don't got none of that.
Now I think I have a little bit of fat around the face, but they said high blood pressure, muscle weakness, acne, and anxiety. I feel the cortisol kicking in. But let's see here. Honestly, man, the only thing giving me high cortisol at this point is the U.S. foreign policy at this point. That's the only thing making me sweaty.
Man, honestly, man, it just makes me angry. Like, it makes me damn angry.
Cortisol does that too, anger and stuff.
Man, I'd be sitting here every day, folks, thinking, like, today's got to be the day. And then CENTCOM comes out in the middle of the show. This is the violation of the ceasefire. It's like, oh my God. It's like, please, help us. Like, it's like, help us all. I beg of you. Like, one day, folks, we'll actually elect someone in this country who has brains, but that day was neither 2024 nor was it 2020. Seems we've missed the boat 2 times. Don't worry, folks. We'll get it right the next time. They'll put up a whole other round of absolutely stupid people from both ends that we'll get to vote for in their parties' primaries, and then we'll eventually get to vote between the two dumbest ones of which one's going to run the country into the ground for the next 4 years. In foreign policy, at least, domestic politics, we don't touch that with a stick. And then here comes all the usual statements from the political bots, which will be coming around, I'm sure. But anyways, with that, we are on to the next one.
I'm not gonna lie. Every time you bring up the political bots at the end, like preemptively, you sound like that woman at that bakery, that Amy's Bakery, talking about the Yelpers, the Yelpers.
I mean, dude, it's always coming. I mean, like if I say something like I just said right there, someone's about to come in. Like it's like guaranteed. There's like 4 responses. They're gonna be like, "But Biden," or they're gonna be like, "You damn idiot," or something. It's always gonna be like 1 out of 4 predictable, like almost pre-programmed responses. Like that's why I have to say it, folks, because it's just like it's just incessant how much it happens literally every time. Like even if I just said something extremely neutral, because we talk about on air, like, well, off air, what is good and what's not. Like even if I said something really neutral tonight, in general, like this doesn't really look good for the United States, the responses would still be the same. Like, enforcer's got blue hair. It's like I remember back in the day, like during Biden's administration, when we were called like the far right MAGA like hit squad by like the left because we didn't agree with everything Biden did, and now apparently we're also the most extreme liberal. So we're like the most hard righter to some people that there is, and we're also so extreme to the left we're basically Karl Marx. All in the same thing. We're like Schrodinger's politician. Like there's no clue that anybody has of what we really are because we just don't fall in any specific group.
I just don't really care anymore personally. Like if somebody has like a point to make about foreign policy or something like that, or a question like that, like of course I'm willing to engage that. I'm not an asshole or something. I'm not like I know what I'm doing. I'm not listening to anybody. It's like if somebody has a good point to make. I mean, we've changed our analysis sometimes based on good points in the chat that some people bring up that's completely novel and we hadn't thought about it before. That's just being smart. But at the same time though, I'm like, if people think we're being political over saying something as neutral as possible, or neutrally under the circumstances as possible, then that's just tough. Like it's a free country; they can watch or not. But like, anyway,
but here's the real test though. Here's the test I always give folks: is that to those people, if a Democrat was making these decisions, what would they be saying? And they would be saying the most heinous shit you could ever imagine about it. And that's what lets me know that they're full of shit, is because, like, the people on the left, they will refuse to say that anything's wrong with their group when they're doing something wrong. And the people on the right will do the same. And if you ever saw someone from the opposite political party doing what this person is doing right now, they would be, the same supporters of the current guy would be losing their shit watching someone from a different political party do the very same thing. That's why I don't get into the political hocus pocus world. Those people are senseless, generally. But anyways, we're on to the next one.
Our next one goes to Game Theory, puts in a 10, and thank you, Game Theory, as well. He said, on August 20th, 1996, Congress ended Section 936, the tax credit that let corporations pay zero U.S. tax on Puerto Rico profits. They left overnight and took jobs with them. Viva Puerto Rico.
Oh, and that's interesting, Game Theory, and I thank you so much for supporting this channel and sharing it with us. That's very interesting to hear, and I gotta say, a big thanks to you so much once again. I hope that does address that incredibly well, and with that, we're on the next one.
And our next one here is going to go to none other than, while my spreadsheet completely messes up here, let's see if I can try to fix that. The next one goes to Swole Arc, who puts in a 5, and said, don't you realize the whole point of this is to keep the strait closed as long as possible to supposedly hurt China, BRICS, etc.?
Well, it's not.
But how's it hurting them, though?
Them,
because yeah, they're getting their oil out. I mean, right now China is having oil coming straight out of the Strait of Hormuz, and nobody's stopping it because the U.S. is only stopping vessels that are under sanction, and they haven't sanctioned most of the Chinese vessels. And also, not to mention that Iran could be doing ship-to-ship transfers if they want to get the oil out anyway. So, I mean, China's not hurting. I'm not sure why people think that China's hurting right now because the U.S. isn't obstructing that at all.
Also, it doesn't really make a lot of sense we're hurting BRICS, but we're hurting ourselves. That's like saying, I don't like this person that I know, and I want to get back at them, so I'm going to burn down my house so that way they don't have somewhere to come hang out whenever they have free time. That'll really get them. It's like, well, yeah, but you just also burned down your own house in the process, so, you know, how much was that really worth? Was it really worth burning down your own house? And the answer would clearly be no. So, you know, generally, if you're trying to hurt your opponents, you're trying to hurt them while also not hurting yourself, because then you kind of end up kind of muting everything out, and it ends up breaking even, and then everybody's just worse off for really no benefit to us. So I hope that does address that the best I can, and with that, we're on to the next one.
And our next one here goes to none other than Tree of Liberty, who puts in a 10. And thank you, by the way, for that support. They said, why do SWCC and the Iranian SBU both live on islands? Also, what's up with the river rats, the precursor to SWCC ending wars like Vietnam? And now the Iranian SBU are ending it.
I'd have to say, unfortunately, Tree of Liberty, I don't know what it is, but the way the question's worded, I'm not exactly understanding it. So, um, I would have to say a big thanks to you for support and helping this channel to keep it running. And with that, we're on the next one.
We also have a 5 from Brian Starr, and thank you, Brian, for the 5. He said, you two are not political. Do you think we would be in a better situation if the opposing party was in power? Not trying to got you, just wondering. You know, honestly, hot take, I don't think so. But I will say this. I don't think and also, by the way, folks, I'm going to say this. I'm not taking a side here. I'm just simply saying what my personal political analysis would be of this, just from a purely neutral standpoint. I don't think the other party would have started it, personally, because the other one had this whole thing, like I'm speaking of the last president, by the way, they had this whole thing called escalation management, which is the main reason they held back Ukraine support and would just trickle support Ukraine, some weapons here and there, and they wouldn't give them enough all at once to finish the situation in some of these frontline areas with the Russians, is because they were escalating or escalation managing the situation, which is basically code word for we don't really want to piss the Russians off too much, so we'll only give a little small amount of weapons at a time, and we'll try to do that to keep the peace. I don't think they would have started the war in Iran. That's not saying they would be better. It's just saying that I don't think they would have started it. But Enforcer, what say you?
I would say not really. Like it would if there was any situation that would have been better, it would have been mitigated by other factors. Because one thing that I would say at this point, looking in hindsight now, one positive is that they probably would have never started the war with Iran. The downside to that, however, is that Iran would still be working towards a nuclear weapon, and they probably would end up possessing a nuclear weapon and fielding one before the end of this term is out for the other administration. But I mean, if you look at this, like, I hate to say this, but if you look at the situation right now, folks, the best we're going to achieve is having the Strait of Hormuz reopened, and then we're leaving. And Iran is still going to make a nuclear weapon probably in the same amount of time that they would have if we hadn't even conducted this war at all. So then that makes you wonder, well, you know, what in the world was the point in even conducting the war, considering that we've achieved absolutely nothing, and if anything, we've given the Iranians hand that they didn't have prior. But generally, I would say in foreign policy, I don't think it would have been that much better off than what we're seeing right now. If it would have been in one area, it would be deficient in another. Because just to put it mildly, you know, the kind of picks that there were in the last election, which was this guy or a woman who seemed to hardly even be mentally there, I mean, those are some pretty bad picks. I mean, like, we're just being honest here. It's not really like either one of them was going to be good. They were going to be bad for their own given reasons.
I mean, I'm not gonna make a comment on the candidates because you know some people liked either or, so I don't. That's getting kind of political.
Well, I mean, you know, still, I mean, if you look at both of them, as far as, you know, do they have a sound mind? You know, you can really make a decent argument that probably both of them didn't. You know, and some people might say, well, no, they did, but I mean, you know, you could just look at them talking. I mean, their grasp of certain complicated concepts would hardly be existent, kind of like the current person. So, as far as it being there in decision-making abilities, neither one of them had it, and therefore we would kind of be in the same situation we are now, just in a different way. So I'd say not really. But a big thanks to your support and help this channel to keep it running. I hope that does address that well. And with that, we're on the next one.
Also, a massive shout out, by the way, to Nay Rojas 1208, who put in a very generous $100 super chat.
Dang!
By the way, a 100 smackaroo, and that is the largest super chat of the stream. And we do appreciate that, Mr. Rojas, for that support very much. He did not leave a comment though, sadly, so there is nothing to address. But Enforcer, what say you?
And I gotta thank you so much for the support, Neo Rojas, 1208. And I gotta say that it's an amazing and incredible thing to see that folks like you are supporting this channel and helping this thing to keep running. I've got to say that it's an incredible and an amazing thing to know that folks like you enjoy this channel so much to support this thing and help it to keep on running. And I gotta say, a humongous thanks to you so much once again. I hope that does address that incredibly well. And a huge thanks to you for supporting this channel and keeping it ad-free and sponsor-free, so that way we can say, long live the Lee Spring Army, and the Lee Spring Army will never truly die. And so a big thanks to you once again, and we're on to the next one.
And our next super chat goes to that girl, Liz Poison. And thank you very much for that $20 support, by the way. We do appreciate that very much. They said, will countries that rely on Iran's oil turn on us if we leave the strait?
Countries that already relied on Iran's oil or axis aligned, and so they already are turned against us. So I would say yes, because they're already against us at the moment right now. So a big thanks to you for support. I hope that does address that incredibly well. And with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have here a $5 support from Z Mini Rockstar, and thank you as well. They said, I love the stream and 2 a.m. in Scotland, and always catch you guys when I finish my shift, and keep up the great work.
Hey.
You know, that's pretty cool. A viewer from all the way from Scotland, by the way, all the way from Scotland. We have the Scots watching. That's honestly pretty cool right there, I must say. I wonder what part of Scotland it could be. It could be Glasgow. It could be Edinburgh. Could be any of them. But Enforcer, what say you?
Could be Aberdeen, or it could be Inverness. Like, this one's a cool one. Yeah, it's pretty neat. Inverness, it's a really cool place. But I gotta say, a huge thanks to you for support and always watching from Scotland at this time of day, at this hour. And I gotta say that we're greatly appreciative to know that folks like you enjoy this channel and watch it and help us to keep this thing rolling. So a humongous thanks to you so much once again. I hope that does address that well. And with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a super chat from Ornery of Dad, who put in a 5, and thank you for that support. They said, what do you think will be the end result of the straits?
I think we're going to be in dire straits. But a big thanks to you for support. Like, playing. But to be honest with you, I would say the end result's probably going to be that this will continue on for an incredibly long period of time, and I don't really think we have any ambitions of trying to fix that. So I hope that does address that the best I can, at least in my opinion, and a big thanks to you for support. And with that, we're on to the next one.
Look at all these Scots in the live chat right here. You see all this. Look at these. Look at all these people saying Scotland here too. Glasgow. Some people are saying Edinburgh or Edinburgh. How do you say it, by the way?
Edinburgh.
Edinburgh.
Yeah.
Even though it says Edinburgh. But apparently, also, what's everybody saying? Oh no, about? Did I get a hat on something?
I don't know actually.
I think people were saying your joke or something like that. I thought I got hat on something there for a second, but yeah, it's wild though. It's really crazy when you really think about it. Like we don't think about it on a regular basis anymore, but it's wild how many people are just like watching from like Scotland. Some people are watching from Japan. Some people are watching from Pakistan. It's wild. Oh, we even have people watching from Iran from time to time that are obviously not pro-Iranian aligned because they wouldn't be watching. But it's really wild how many people we have watching like from Israel. We have people watching from Turkey. It's wild.
It is really cool, actually. It's really neat to think of because we have people right now from literally everywhere in the world watching. And, that's really neat. Oh, we hardly even knew people before this show started running that were even outside the Southeast, much less from around the world. So I do have to say, a big thanks to all of y'all for watching from around the world. And with that, we're on to the next one.
And we also have here, and some people even watching from Montgomery, Alabama, where we used to live a long time. Yeah, we have some people call it the trenches, but I think anybody that's actually been there has called it the trenches, or if you lived there. But yeah, we have people even watching from our old hometown of all places and stuff like that.
Gotta respect
really
the boys
cool
on the front.
Man, I'll tell you what, you got to respect them. I'll tell you what, I heard they were having some checkpoints that were being set up around that place down there, and they announced them ahead of time, which is completely useless. If you're going to have a police checkpoint, why would you say it's going to be on this road at this time of day? It's like, well, then all the criminals are going to go take the opposite road of every other time of the day. Then they're not going to take that road.
Man, all those guys riding those little four-wheelers around that are not street legal are going to start going down every other street but those. Man, honestly, man, working hard for the community. Dude. Well, I gotta say, though, folks, it's one thing or another. In Alabama, you get, gang shootings on the daily, or out here, you get, the Lego situation in American Fork. I don't really know which one is, which one is more or less interesting, but certainly something. But anyways, with that, we're on the next one.
Man, I'll tell you what. Also, by the way, speaking of the whole Utah thing and everything, I actually went out for a hike today. I went hiking very up high near Alta, which is in the mountains and stuff. I went out there and went hiking, and about halfway up the trail, I had the feeling in the back of my head, I was like, something is happening. I was like, something out there is happening, but I didn't have any cell signal. So I got my little Garmin InReach out, the little SOS thing I carry with me. When I go hiking solo, I take that with me in case something happens, I get stuck out there or something. So I texted Andrew. I said, is anything happening on the news? And I sent it through my Garmin via satellite to him. And I got no response for like 5 or 6 minutes. So I sent it again and said, hello? I got no response. So then I finally walked back down to get signal. And I sent Andrew a text on SMS on text. And I said, is there anything happening with the news? And he's like, did you send me this earlier from some other number? I was like, yeah, I sent that from the Garmin. I was up there at the very top of the
Yeah,
mountain.
but you know what would have helped a lot is that if you said, this is Matthew on Garmin, and then asked the question, because I just saw it, I was like, I think this is like some Indian scammer trying to get me here. I was like, I'm just not responding.
Man, what scammer is going to be texting you talking about what's happening on the news? It's like, what kind of scam is that?
I don't know, man, but what random number is going to text me out of the blue that I don't have in my contacts and go, hey, what's cooking? It's like, bro, like, think about that. Like,
Also,
who the hell's going to reach out for that?
I gotta pay for those messages, man. Like every character I put in there is money. Like I'm having to pay for those texts. There's some over the satellite. I was desperate. I was like trying to get my fix. I couldn't get on Twitter. I was like, dang, I'm fiending here. I'm like, I need news. Like what's happening out there? And I'm texting Andrew up there on the mountain. I'm like, thank God I wasn't hurt because otherwise I'd be up there texting, talking about help, I need help. Andrew be looking at the phone, going, that Indian scammer again. Hang up the phone.
Man,
oh
I mean,
God.
but you gotta,
help me, man.
But
help
you gotta,
me.
but you gotta think with your senses here. See, you send something to me. You don't preface it at all. You've never done it before. It shows up on my phone as a random number, and literally all it says. I'll read it to y'all verbatim. This was the first question of its type. Was anything happening on the news? Question mark. That's it. Like, and I'm like, you expect me to sit there and go, okay, so I don't know this number. Matthew always texts me from his number where it shows Matthew's texting me. Now this random number's texting. I'm supposed to just automatically assume it's you. And if it was a scammer, dude, you would be going off on me in the background about me getting had by a scammer because that clearly isn't you.
What
because
did it say? What did it say at the beginning of the message? Did it say from Garmin or something?
It literally said nothing. It just sent like a normal text message from a phone, and that's why I was like, I'm not responding to that. I was like, and also the number came off really weird looking. It looked like an international number. Like it didn't have like a U.S. area code or a 1 in front of it or anything. It was just a string of numbers. I was like, this shit looks like some scam. I was like, I'm not responding to that. I was like, like I'm gonna have to tell you about that later. And then you sent the same thing on text message on your phone. I was like, does he have like a burner phone that he's trying out or something? I'm like, what the hell's up with this? Like, honestly, very confusing.
Yeah, that would ruin the whole point of the burner phone if I used it to contact you. It would ruin the whole point. But then after I got done texting him, then I started going down the mountain, and then I passed by some dude walking up. It was like, oh, hey, how you doing? I said, oh, hey, how you doing? They went, oof! And I slipped off a rock and into this freaking like puddle of mud like off on the side because I didn't see it. The rock was apparently wet. Couldn't tell though. It was dry everywhere except it was one rock. So I stepped on the rock, oof! I like almost fell down right in front of the dude right in front of me. So I was like, yeah, it almost turned into a bad day real quick right there. So then I almost died coming off the side of the mountain right there. So yeah, honestly, it was a fun thing going out there, except for falling off the rock. It was a pretty good time. And also,
how much did
the
that
whole
thing
Garmin
cost to
situation.
send you on the Garmin deal?
Like 10 cents.
So what are you talking about? It's cost me money? Bro, it cost you a dime. Bro, what are you talking about?
Money is money, man. Money is money these days, man. I'm counting pennies.
Dude. No.
I was like, this man is costing me 20 cents. I had to send the message twice. So like 10 cents the first time. The hello was another 10 cents. I was like, damn. I was like, it was another 10 cents for the hello. And I didn't get a response to either one. 20 cents down the drain.
Man, guy over here talking about I'm costing him money. Meanwhile, I'm costing him a quarter like he's at the diamond nickel store in the 1930s. Like, I thought I was literally costing you dollars. I was like, damn, I didn't know that. And then you're like, oh, it cost me 10 cents. That completely took the wind out of your sails, man. That's like literally free, basically, at this point with inflation nowadays. Like, a meal costs $16. $16, man. You could have sent 160 Garmin messages before you got it $16.
It's not a bad deal when you really think about it. Honestly, that's not too bad. That's why I was like, I can afford the 10 cents to send the message about the news because I was like person addicted. I was like up there on the side of the mountain thinking I need my fix. Like, where's my Twitter? I can't get on Twitter. I was like, I have to get my fix. So I was like, I'll pay 10 cents for my fix and I'll send the message to get the news. And then I still didn't get the news.
Man, I sat there and saw that, went psh, scammer, like, and immediately like didn't, because man, I literally got a message the other day with the same phone number looking sequence thing and everything, and it was like, "Hello, I'm Martha. I'm reaching out to talk to you about Amazon remote jobs. You can make $600 a shift. You just need to click on this link right here and give all of your identifying information." And I was like, "Scam." I was like, "Scam." Then saw that one, I was like, "Dude, that's a new scam. Never seen them just ask what's going on in the news." And then like another part of me was like, "What if this is some random person that's gotten access to my phone number that's a fan that's asking me about the news?" And then I was like, that's just a huge invasion of privacy. I'm not responding to that. And then, so I was like, either way, I was like, I don't know who that is, why they sent me that message, but I ain't responding.
Man, I tell you what, I was out there. I was very disappointed. I was sitting there like tapping on the GPS thing, the Garmin. I was sitting there tapping on, it, thinking, why isn't this thing working? I was sitting there like, like tapping it, wanting to kick it at some point. I was like, I won't kick it though, because that cost a good bit of money for that little thing. It's for my safety, of course. Can you put a price on safety? No. But I was sitting there tapping it and like, why won't this thing work? I was like, come on, work thing, work. And then it wasn't. I was like, I guess it's broken or something. I was assuming that maybe it wasn't working. I was like, there goes 20 cents and the thing's useless. But then I got to the bottom of the mountain and then I texted him. I was like, then he said, wait a minute, did you send me text from another number? I was like, oh my God. I was like, so the thing is working and I wasted 20 cents on top of it. Oh,
Also, someone said, answered Martha. I didn't answer Martha. I blocked Martha. I was like, good luck getting employees, Martha. Block. Like, I never responded to Martha either. I don't respond to
are they trying to get you
scammers.
to sell those knives? You know that knife thing where they're like, here, you can go sell some knives door to door or something like that.
No.
I've gotten a lot of those over the years.
No, it was probably some North Korean trying to get me on a remote job, probably. You know, that's a big thing going on these days, are those North Koreans and those remote jobs, you know?
Yeah, I don't mess around with that junk. Like if I see
Uh-uh.
that, I haven't seen that personally. I haven't seen it.
You know, I've seen that a lot, though, on YouTube. Like, a lot of people have been uncovering that. There's a whole ring, folks, from, like, I think it's Room 39 in North Korea that go around trying to get Americans to work remote jobs for them, quote unquote, alleged, you know, like, well, not allegedly, people have been put in prison for it, but, they try and get you to work a remote job, and then they ship you a whole bunch of laptops, and you're given instructions on how to set them up so that way they can remotely work off of them, so that way they can basically spoof their location as remote workers in the States when they're actually not remote workers from the States. They're in North Korea, and they're just remotely operating the laptop in the United States. It's actually a crazy thing, and that's a big way of how North Korea tries to make money these days and steal stuff to resell, like proprietary codes and whatnot, to be able to try and fund their missile programs. So every time you see a Hwasong getting launched in North Korea, there might be some American over here remotely working for North Korea, and they either know it or they don't, that's actually actively funding that missile being launched, which is an insane sort of a concept to think of. But people go to no lengths these days. They go to the ends of the earth to find some way to make some money in North Korea. Like, the scams are unreal. But anyways, with that, it is time for us to move on and into the next one.
All right. And also, by the way, real quick, I won't rabbit hole too much longer on this. Then I got to the end of the trail when I got off, slipping off the rock up there, sending the text. All that Garmin junk and everything was all over with. So I was at the bottom of the trail. Then I ran across this dude I could tell never gets outside. He was with his girl walking down the mountain. And I walked past him. I was like, hey, how are y'all doing? Oh, hey, how you doing? So now I walk on past. No, they yelled after I walked I think it was like half a mile in front of them. They yelled, is this the way out? I turned around and said, I hope so. I just kept walking off into the distance. So they were back there like shivering and shaking and stuff. I was like, just follow me. So I helped these two people find their way out. Also, by the way, folks, it was like, I think it was like 10 more steps to the parking lot. I was like, how do y'all get lost 10 steps from the parking lot? It's like, that's kind of a strange thing to do, but I was like, whatever. But anyways, they found their way back to their car at the end of the day. But anyways, though, getting on that rabbit hole, the next one here, it's going to go to none other than Tree of Liberty, which is a $100 support, massive support. And thank you very much, Tree of Liberty, for supporting the channel in such a massive way. They said, John Kerry, River Rat, ended Vietnam with congressional briefings and precursor to SWCC or SBUs. Isn't it interesting that Iranian SBUs are playing such a crucial role in this war? And that's why Qasem got hit. All the SF SBU guys live on the islands, even in the States.
I gotta thank you so much for that unbelievably massive support, Tree of Liberty. And I'm sorry that I misunderstood the first question, because the way you asked it with the SWCC and SBU in it, I was thinking Ukrainian Special Forces, because their abbreviation is also SBU. And then I was like, I don't know how that plays into Vietnam and everything else with that. I was like, I don't know. River rat? I was like, yeah, there's rats that live in rivers. I was like, yeah. And I wasn't putting it all together. So thank you for elaborating a little bit further. And I would have to say it is really interesting how important a role the fast attack boats of Iran are playing, but it is something that is written of heavily, especially in Army Techniques procedures books that are available to the public that you can buy. They write extensively about how Iran uses these sorts of decentralized, cheap, easily fieldable, small firepower, but very large in number sorts of boat swarms to be able to try and conduct blockades in the Strait of Hormuz. This is actually something that's been well documented as a threat for decades from the U.S.'s strategic position, and it is an interesting thing to note how important they are within this area. But a lot like some other areas around the world, this is a very niche area. These sorts of fast attack boats just wouldn't work in any other environment like in the open sea. They only work in the Strait of Hormuz because of its specific and very unique geography, and also the very limited proximity in which they need to operate. But that's what makes them excel, is that they are a specialized sort of a role for a specialized location. And so they excel in that one area when everywhere else they would fail. And I do have to say, a humongous thanks to your support and helping this channel to keep it running. And that's true why Kashim and a lot of those other places around the Hormuz get hit, is because all the boat operators are quite literally just hanging out around there and waiting for their orders to set to sea and go out into the strait. And so a big thanks to you so much for the support and helping this channel to keep it running. And I hope that does address that incredibly well. And also Baja Blast, y'all don't know SWCC? No, I don't know everything. I mean, that's one thing I have to say. Like, a lot of people would think that we know anything and everything. I don't know anything and everything. I mean, the SWCC thing is something I had to go quickly search to find out on, because, and also on top of that, another thing that I have to say up front is that special forces aren't really a thing of interest to me in particular. Most of the time when I'm doing research or studying something, I'm mostly focusing on the regular units of an armed force. So the Army, the Navy, how their regular units that you would find run-of-the-mill kind of stuff, how they operate. Special forces generally play, in reality, a more periphery role in war, and they're not something that is the focal point of operations. They're more so a periphery unit that's supporting the focal point of operations, which is your rank and file grunts and infantrymen on the ground. Any land war is designed around the infantry, so the infantry is the focal point of the battle. Everything else is there to support the infantry in their fight and their advance or retreat. And then at sea, everything is focalized around the surface combatants, which generally would be a carrier strike group, and then everything else ends up getting further on and further out into the periphery of supporting that group's operations. So I hope that addresses that well. Why I don't know a whole lot about that kind of stuff is because it's more periphery and not necessary to greater understand. Well, it would be necessary for a greater understanding, but it's not necessary for the basic understanding of how things would unfold. But we actually have breaking news coming out right now. So what do we got, Matthew? What do we got?
Okay, so right now, CENTCOM's narrative is coming into question because a video has just come out that appears to show an Iranian ballistic missile hitting near the Naval Support Activity Center in Bahrain, the NAVCENT base, just minutes ago. The video appears to be blurred out to a large degree, so it's kind of hard to tell. I'm not really sure why they blurred it out to a large degree. It appears to be an added effect, possibly, which is kind of a strange thing to put on there. So take it with a grain of salt. Let's take a look at the video and see what we have here and see if it shows a hit on the base.
See it going over the building, and a flash and an explosion.
Why are they blurring it out though? Like that it appears to be it hit something there, but it's like, why are they blurring out the part showing where it hit? That's a little bit suspicious.
Yeah, that's a little interesting. I don't think this is definitive proof at the moment. We'll have to wait for something else to come out to try and confirm it. But it looks like they're alleging that there was a hit, yeah. Which generally I would kind of like lean to believe a little bit, because CENTCOM has lied so much about not taking hits that, it's a plausible idea that they did get hit somewhere. But a big
yeah, also. Also, by the way, we have some more news as well. That CENTCOM put out another statement. They've added to their first statement. They said an additional wave of Iranian drones attempting to attack U.S. forces in Kuwait failed to impact intended targets tonight, and U.S. Central Command air defenses successfully downed multiple Iranian drones and ensured no American personnel or assets were harmed. So they're saying that they're adding the drone attack to it. They earlier said they took down all the Iranian missiles, and they apparently forgot to mention the drones, so they added in the secondary statement right here to mention the drones. But I will say it's sort of shaky about the missiles, because we just saw a video there appearing to show on very circumstantial evidence the missile apparently hitting somewhere near the naval support base in Bahrain. So that seems to contradict what CENTCOM's saying to a certain degree. So that's happening as well. Also, we got some news apparently out of Russia right now. Russia's now threatening France, apparently. This is coming in addition to the Middle East news. We're hearing that Russia's saying they'll take military measures in response to the French nuclear umbrella in Europe that they recently announced. And also, we're seeing that apparently Feodosia right now is on fire from the looks of it.
Let's take a look at that. Oh, they got that music, them sweet tunes. Take a look at that. Cooking.
You know, this looks like the attack that we saw on Feodosia, like on May the 30th, I think.
It kind of does.
I think this is footage from May the 30th, man. I think Igor Gherkin's account is posting footage from Feodosia from a couple days back, because that looks like a couple of days ago. That doesn't look like today.
Yeah, it looks like it, because if I'm not mistaken, DN stands for a day in Russia. This was a day ago, and we don't know when this was screenshotted, so it looks like this is from a while ago. We already covered the Feodosia oil port hit a while ago, so this just looks to be updated footage from that attack that we actually covered on Sunday. So I hope that addresses all of our new news that we just got well, and with that, we're on to the next one.
And we also have here our second, or our next super chat here, which goes to none other than Craig Humphreys. And thank you very much, Craig, for the $20 support. He did not leave a comment, though. Let me double check and make sure that he did not. And it appears to be, it was just raw support at €20. And thank you very much, Craig, once again. And Enforcer, what say you?
I got to thank you incredibly for the support once more, Craig, because folks like you help this thing to keep running, and we're massively appreciative of it. And with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a 20 from Mr. Davey Thomas, and thank you, Davey, for the 20. He said, how will the situation we caused in the Strait and its effect on China, combined with all the Russian oil production being destroyed, and will they preemptively strike the U.S. to stop the chaos that the U.S. is causing?
Generally, from what we know, China is not in that bad of a situation, at least compared to others. We knew that their strategic stores were literally filled to the brim about a year ago, and they stopped purchasing generally oil from most countries because they couldn't even store any more oil inside of China. And right now, the Chinese are currently giving out refined fuels such as diesel, gas, and aviation-grade jet fuel to countries within the area that are willing to receive it as a soft power growing operation, at least in diplomacy. So generally, I would say that China is in no position to be harmed from this in the immediate future. It would probably take a good while, probably until the end of the year, to see that China starts suffering fuel shortages, and by that point, we've been suffering them for about 6 months. So off of the strategic parameters that we're working off of, there's no way to hurt China before we start greatly hurting ourselves and sending ourselves into an economic depression, just to kind of put a dent in China's fuel situation and economy in the long run. So I hope that does address that the best I can, at least from what I know right now. And a big thanks to you for support and helping this channel keep it running. As far as China doing military action, also to round out that part as well, they would never get into military action because they're not in a position where they would get hurt that badly before we get hurt, to where it would continue long enough for them to do that. So with that, we're on to the next one.
All right, and moving on to our next one here. Let's see. I'm trying to see if I have a new video coming out here. It looks like I have a video that I haven't seen, or if I have seen it, I've forgotten that I've seen it. So instead of me taking guesses at it, let's show the audience, and also you can take a look at it yourself. I don't think we showed this video, but it appears to show a different angle of possibly an interception. But let's take a look.
Well, let's take a look. Let's take a little look.
This is out of apparently Kuwait, I think.
Some interceptions. It's a very short clip, but it does check out.
Yeah, I think that is an interception. So it shows a successful interception.
It looked like it. Kind of. I don't know. Let's look at it again. It's kind of broke up like it ripped apart, see?
Yeah, it kind of does, actually.
I don't really know. It shows an explosion over Kuwait, though. I think that's all we can say for sure. But with that, we're on to the next one.
And we also have here a $20 support from Zash. And thank you, Zash, for the 20. He said, did I already read this one?
I don't think so.
Okay, just making sure. But Zash, thank you very much for that support. He said, if you had to guess a U.S. response, how severe do you think it will be, and if there'll be any? And LSA, and keep up the good work.
And long live the Lee Spring Army, and thank you so much for wanting us to keep up the good work. I don't think there's going to be a U.S. response to this. It seems pretty clear at this point that they're already not gearing up for a response, and I'm generally going to be assuming that that's the case until something changes with that sort of an outlook in the future. So a big thanks to you for your support. I hope that does address that well. And with that, we're on to the next one.
And our next one here is going to go to Miss Paula Thomas, who puts in a 10. And thank you very much, Paula, for the support. They said, if Iran really wanted a nuclear weapon, they would have made a plutonium one by now. And given their domestic nuclear power program, would have produced enough plutonium by this point.
Well, not quite, because there's a lot more involved than just getting plutonium. They have to be able to actually design the bomb to get the right fissile formulas ironed out, and then they also have to conduct a weapons test, and all of those things have not been done yet from what we know. So I would generally say that they're still working towards one, and that's kind of the risk, because it didn't take North Korea just a couple of months to make one either, or a couple of weeks. It took them decades of work quietly and secretly in North Korea to eventually get their nuclear weapon to even a testable level, and then once they got the testable nuclear weapon to succeed in a detonation, then they were able to move on from there a lot quicker in developing more potent and dangerous nuclear weapons. But the first one always takes a good amount of time, and I would say that the Iranians are still working on getting that first one, considering that the material support and whatnot that they're getting may not be as good as they were hoping and wouldn't be producing a nuclear weapon that quickly. But a big thanks to you so much once again. I hope that does address that well. And with that, we're on the next one.
All right, so moving on to our next super chat. This one's going to go to Forgotten Onion, and thank you for that support. They said, what is the Krusty Krab secret formula? What say you?
Oh, I'd say that Krusty Krab secret formula is crab. It only makes sense. You never see another crab in Bikini Bottom except for Mr. Krabs. So I'm thinking that he's killing all them other crabs and putting them in the patties. That's what I'm thinking. Or he killed Pearl's mother and he's using her in the meat. It's something very dark, though. It's something very nasty.
Yeah, it sounds nasty.
Macabre, even. But big thanks to your support. I hope that does address that well. And with that, we're on to the next one.
You know, I think, the way macabre is spelled, I think it's macabre, personally. Like, I don't know about his macabre business. It's like, if it's macabre, why don't they spell like corn macabre, like C-O-B, like macabre, M-A-C-O-B. That's macabre, not macabre, where it's like M-A-C-A-B-R-E. It's like, what's this breath at the end of it?
Honestly, that's how I feel about bureau. Why isn't it bureau?
I could see bureau. That's French.
Well, yeah, but macabre is also French as well.
But that's not really French. I think it's more like Italian.
Buongiorno.
I think that's Italian.
But this looks like Beru.
It kind of does.
Bureau.
Bureau.
Yeah, bureau. Oh, say that again.
Yeah.
Bureau.
Bureau. Have some breath in your air. Come on.
Man, this voice sounds like it just got the wind knocked out of it, like they just punched it in the gut and then said, say it!
Bureau.
Yeah. Man, like, damn. Get this thing some air. Like, this thing
really,
running
man.
out
Get you some
oxygen.
air. It's free. Like, go ahead and have it while it's free. They're going to charge for it eventually.
An administrative subdivision of a government, usually a business agency providing services, or, especially in the U.S., a chest of drawers or clothes. Well, I got to tell y'all, folks, I didn't find a lot of clothes in the Bureau of Printing and Engraving.
You know what they call the head of a bureau?
What?
A czar. Like we're Russian or something like that. Like he's the climate czar. It's like, why are we using Russian terminology to describe our department leaders in the United States? Like I've never understood that. Like he's the border czar. It's like, well, why are we going Russian all of a sudden out of everything?
Man, next thing you know, they're gonna be calling the sheriffs the boyars. Like gonna be like, get the boyar down the oubliette, and then he's gonna show up with a little balalaika and shit. Bro, like we're about to go all Russian up in this bee.
The border czar is trying to calm the bourgeoisie by going down there to the border and stopping the influx of proletariats.
Also, I like how like like the current or the last wars, or I don't know which one it was. Like the guy had like this thing going on, like ham and cheddar guy. Like it's like this guy seems like he'd be more suited for a construction job, not like an office job. Just me personally. Like you know who I'm talking about, right?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah. Oh yeah. I definitely know who you're talking about. Yeah, that
Holman.
guy.
Yeah, bro. Like that guy.
Err.
Man, that guy, man, I could see him carrying around a little metal lunchbox with like a ham and cheddar sandwich in it, and like going around the workplace going, "Listen, you gotta burn your hands to be a man." And some shit like that. It's like he doesn't need to be in this office space deal. Like this just isn't really his style. Like, and also he wasn't from the Palm Beach Breakfast Club, which really kind of deleted the whole allure. They need to get some other guy that's involved in like finance or like house building and shit, and they need to put him in like charge of something important, like the Department of Energy. Maybe get someone from the Palm Beach Breakfast Club for that one. But anyways, with that, we're on to the next one.
And we also have a $10 support from Trister1. And also good to see you once again,
Hey!
Trister, and thank you for that support. He said, for the corgis, I'd say, save the corgis. That's what I always say, save the corgis. I've seen a couple of corgis out here in Utah, roaming around from time to time and stuff like that. It's a lot harder for them out here with the elevation. You know, those short legs, it's kind of hard to get up elevations from time to time. Alabama was pretty much flat, so you could get around pretty easy. But out here, the corgis are really sweating. But Enforcer, what say you?
I gotta tell you, them corgis, they be working hard out here. They be working hard. Sadly, we just don't have the corgis with us anymore. The corgis got left behind in Bama. But I do thank you so much for the support and helping this channel to keep it running. And I hope that does address that well. And with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a 5 from John Tango, and thank you, John, as well, for that 5. He did not leave a comment, but we do appreciate it. We also have a 5 from Brian Starr, who said, do you think the admin is making intentional moves, or is it all on accident, and are they making China hurt?
I think that this all is on accident because they don't know what they're doing, really. There's no grand plan by them. I can tell you that's giving them way too much credit at this point. We haven't seen a grand plan with squat that they've done. They've threatened to take Greenland for no reason. They've put tariffs on everybody for no reason. They invaded Venezuela for really no reason. It didn't really change much of anything. They've been going around really in foreign policy for the course of the entire administration, doing everything for no reason. So I would really doubt that they're doing anything with Iran with some sort of a larger aim or an objective, because it ought to be visible and seeable, because that's how foreign policy works, is that if you can pay attention well enough, you can basically see what they're going for. And right now we can't tell what the hell they're going for, at least at this point. But I gotta say, a big thanks to you for support and helping this channel to keep it running, and I hope that does address that incredibly well. And with that, we're on the next one.
And our next one goes to TGTV Tank Mode, who put in a 5. And they said, what happened to the Pakistan-Afghan war? Also, I figured it out. The U.S. is listing to the magic conch shell to do nothing, and the shell has spoken.
No, no, that is what they must have been doing. They've been listening to that magic conch. And I gotta say, a big thanks to you for the support. And I actually think that thing just rounded out, but apparently it rounded out in the middle of the U.S.-Iran war, so we didn't actually cover that or really notice it because we were so busy having to cover everything going on with Iran. So we missed it, but apparently they pieced out at some point. We really don't know how that concluded, but I hope that does address that the best I can. And a big thanks to you for support and helping this channel to keep on running. And also gotta say, man, there's someone that you just addressed there, man. If they were in taking my my words out of context like competition, they'd win first. Like I saw that, I was like, I didn't even say anything close to that. But anyways, we're on to the next one.
Also, by the way, I'm seeing reports that one of the 60 Minutes reporters, you know, that like news show 60 Minutes that runs every once in a while. Apparently, it sounds like somebody's got fired there. There was a pretty big name on it, which is kind of surprising. I won't say his name, because I'm just seeing some stuff on Twitter talking about it, so I'm not entirely sure yet. But that's quite interesting. It looks like apparently they just got rid of one of their top guys at 60 Minutes, if this is true. So that's kind of interesting. But moving on to our next one, though, this super chat here is going to go to Jennifer Collier. And thank you very much, Jennifer, for the 5. And she said, here's for 50 of Matthew's Mountain text. LOL. Also, thank you, by the way. I appreciate that. $5. That's a lot of texting right there. That's more texting than I'll ever do on the mountain. Jennifer just bought me a lifetime of satellite texting right there for the the most part. I'll try to see if Andrew can get the text. I'll send him one and say something like, "There's a train up here." He'd be like, "Huh?" It's like I'll get a response to the train text. I know that, but if I'm like, "Oh man, my poor leg is broken up here on this mountain," that's a scammer
Damn.
again.
Yeah, that's one-sided as hell, man. I can send you like 2 memes, and you have 3 days to look at them. You won't look at them once. You send a message to me from some unknown number. You act like I'm supposed to jump like a dog. Like, I mean, I don't even know who the hell that was. You gotta like give me some sort of like pretext, you know? Like you can't just
Man,
like
I'm
send
joshing
some.
you, man. I'm joshing you. Honestly, I mean, what's the worst thing that could happen on the mountain? Like you send a text or something
Also,
like
what
that.
am I
You sit
supposed
up
to
there
do?
and you.
Like, if something happened to you, shouldn't you be calling emergency services? I'm not an ambulance. I'm not a
Yeah, I mean,
helicopter either.
yeah, but I mean, I was fiending on the mountain. I was fiending for news. I was needing something. I was needing just a hit of news. You know, a hit of that cortisol, or what do they call it, a hit of the dopamine up there on the side of the mountain. I was looking for a news story. I couldn't get it. I was like fiending, going down the mountain, shaking. But yeah, I mean, I do have an SOS button on there, but I think the SOS button could be very expensive. It could be highly expensive, depending on who comes to pick you up in the helicopter. So I'm really terrified of the SOS button. Just don't. I hope I never have to press it because I'm not worried about having to get rescued. I'm worried about the money.
Man, just make sure, no matter what, that the county rescue team is the one to come get you. Like, or otherwise, the insurance will bury. But anyways, man, I said that like one of those Chinese work slogans right there. I said, call county, otherwise, like insurance bury. But
Man.
anyways, man.
Also, I see people saying, "Well, Matt, aren't you scared to go hiking up there alone and stuff like that because there's like mountain lions and bears stuff like that?" I mean, I've got like bear spray and stuff on me. I'm like good on that side of things. And also, I'm at a very high elevation, like Alta, like those trails I'm going on up there and stuff like that. Those are very high up, so snakes generally aren't up there. I saw one like garter snake or something like that going across the way. Well, those are harmless. They're like just they're looking for rats or something like that. So it's I'm not really worried about this stuff. Also, by the way, it was crowded as hell today. I'm not sure if everybody's not working on a Tuesday or something, but people were out there like they didn't have jobs or something. They were just like roaming around all over the place. I was like, dang, this is crowded as hell for a work day. It's kind of wild, but yeah, I mean, if the odds are, if you got injured on the trail I was on, somebody's going to run across you eventually, and hopefully they'll help you out. Hopefully they don't walk by and be like, tough luck. Oh damn! They ignored my text, and the people won't help walking down the trail. I'm screwed.
Man, they're gonna be like that Kuwaiti guy, man. They're gonna watch you fall the mountain and go, yo! Anyways, like, look at that view. While you're down there go, help. I mean, it's gonna send me the message. Like, I'm supposed to get up there as out of shape as I am, going, hi ho, making my way to you. Man, you'd be waiting 5 hours.
I got that. I got those trekking poles. Everybody's like, it's not the snake that you see; it's the one that you don't see that gets you. I got trekking poles, so when I'm walking around, I'm like using those to tap ahead and stuff like that. Like there's like a snake on the side of a trail or something like that. They're going to end up striking at the pole before it strikes me because I'm sitting there tapping around with it and stuff like that. You know how the people that are like unfortunately don't have very good eyesight and they'll have like the little seeing stick or whatever that you go around and you feel like the bumps on the road and stuff like that.
Yeah.
That's the way I'm walking around with my trekking poles. I'm like walking around tapping around like those. So if I have my sunglasses on, people will probably think I'm like Stevie Wonder or something like that. I'm wandering around the trails like tapping around looking for snakes. And like, what's wrong with this? What's wrong with this man? I'm like, hey, I'm just trying to look out. I don't want to get bit.
Man. man, those people who have the poles that can't see too well. Oh yeah, blind people.
Yeah, I was trying to, you see, I'm always a little paranoid making jokes like that because I'm not trying to make fun of blind people, by the way, but at the same time, I'm hoping nobody's like, get him out of here. He has to leave or something like that after I make a joke like that. I'm hoping it doesn't backfire on me one of these days.
Man, bro, he said, I'm tapping around this pole like someone who's hard of seeing. Bro, it's like they can't see. They're blind. It's like, that's why they got the pole. Man, bro, honestly, man, when you said that, it took me like 5 seconds. I was like, wait a minute. Someone who's hard of seeing with a pole, isn't that just a blind person? Man, I remember someone in school, folks, who we were at lunch. It was so funny. It was way back in middle school, but there was someone at lunch and they sat there and said this, Matthew. They said, did you know that you can die from drinking too much water? And someone at the table said, that's called drowning, dumbass. Bro, like, it was the funniest thing, bro.
When you're drowning, you're not drinking the water. You're being overwhelmed by the water. It's like, I've never heard anybody drowning called drinking it.
Well, I mean, bro, you're slurping that shit up. It might be too much and it might be in an odd way, but you is slurping up the water.
I guess so. Possibly. Also, I see a lot of people say, I'm not taking my ass up there. I don't want to fall, get stuck, or die. LOL, I'm good. I mean, it's not that bad. Like I think people overestimate how dangerous it is. The odds are you'll probably never run across a bear. Most of the time, if you do, they're very skittish. At least the black bears are. Now, if you're in Alaska or something like that, don't take my advice because that's bad advice. You go there, a grizzly comes across you, and you're screwed pretty much. So be careful with that. But out here in Utah, like there's mountain lions, but they're very elusive. Like if they're roaming around, you probably won't even know it's there. It'll just scurry off on its own accord. Like only occasionally is there like a hostile encounter, and that's why you have your bear spray and stuff like that. You spray the thing and it runs off because it doesn't want that pepper. So it just leaves.
Man, honestly, I wouldn't want to run into one anyways. But with that, we's on to the next one.
And our next one goes to Game Theory, who puts in a 5. And they said, how are people applying for that North Korea job?
Oh, it's basically like a normal job listing. They kind of just ask you to work remote or in something along those lines. I don't know the exact process of how it works, but I have seen someone explain it before. And it's a little bit of a convoluted sort of a system that they have going on, but basically they pay you to set them up a whole bunch of computers so that way they can work remotely from inside the United States without getting detected too badly or too often. So I hope that has addressed that the best I can, and a big thanks to your support. And with that, we're on the next one.
We also have a 5 from Game Theory once again. They said, why doesn't the U.S. put CIWS ship guns at U.S. bases like ships to shoot the drones down? Seems like it'd be cheaper than the interceptor misses.
Oh, they do. They're called C-RAMs. They're actually basically the same system. It's just a land-based version. There it is right there. And these have actually been somewhat ineffective at times, turns out. And also, they're a last-line defense. Missiles can reach out way farther than this thing. This thing can only reach out about 3 miles to 5 miles, I think, at the farthest. And a missile can reach out dozens. Like a Patriot can reach out, in theory, over 100 miles away. So I hope that does address that the best I can, because they do have these, and generally from what we've seen, a lot of these are around Erbil, and they haven't really done too well at defending them against attacks. So big thanks to you so much once again. I hope that does address that well. And with that, we're on to the next one.
And our next one, also, by the way, I see like an Australian viewer right here talking about, yeah, everybody says Australia is dangerous, but y'all got bobcats and bears. But yeah, like literally everything in Australia though is trying to kill you. Like y'all have those like mythical deadly creatures, those ones that's like standing up, like the snakes just stand up like at human height and stuff like that.
Pokemon.
Y'all got those deadly, yeah, all those snakes and stuff. Australia's got deadly everything. I'm not sure there's a single thing in Australia that's not trying to kill somebody.
Deadly Australian animals. Let's see here. You got
They got those
snake.
deadly sea snakes too.
You got this
Yeah,
snake.
look at that.
You've got the old classic crocodonky. You've got the gators. Well, the crocodiles more so. You got the spiders. Well, I mean, we kind of have all of these, though, in our own forms, you know? You got this thing.
Yeah, but I mean, those are dangerous right there, actually. Those kangaroos. Like, I've seen those gang up on people. But it's really like a sketchy place. The snakes really are the biggest thing in Australia. Like a lot of those snakes, like your survival chances being bitten by most Australia venomous snakes is not good. Like even if you get anti-venom, it's not good. Like you're gonna die from some of those.
Yeah, honestly, it's pretty. Oh, bro, that thing is pretty scary. Jeez.
Yeah, I don't know what that is right there, but it looks bad.
Man, this thing looks like it's hiding in like someone's like closet waiting for them to go to sleep.
Yeah, really. It looks like yeah.
Man,
I was about to make a joke, but I had to hold back. I had to hold back.
Look, man, like, bro, Steve Irwin came up on this one. He said, look, it's a predator. You can say whatever kind. It kind of describes it, man. It's like, bro, honestly, scary as hell looking. But, you know, like, there's a lot of deadly animals all around the world. Like, apparently in Japan, they have those, very, very dangerous hornets. Like, I don't know the ones off the top of my head, the name of them, but the ones that if they sting you, it like hurts like blazing hell.
Cicada killers.
Maybe. I don't know the
Asian
name of them.
cicada killer. I think that's what you're thinking about. Those have like I'm pretty sure that's what you're thinking about.
Let me pull it up. Cicada killer. See here.
I didn't know they had cicadas over there for real, but I guess they do.
Oh, it is that thing. Yeah, look at that. Those things are bad, I heard.
Those are rough right there. I saw like people that work like in the power industry and stuff like that run across those occasionally here in the United States. I think I've at least heard from time to time people run across them. Those will make people like want to jump out of the buckets and stuff like that to get away from them.
Man, bro, these things hang out around the electrical institutions. They sit there say, "Why, Hornet? Why do you hang around? Why is it an obsession with AC/DC? Is it something satanic? Something demonic?" It just means power. It's like on the back of sewing machines. Have you ever seen that before?
Man, honestly, I think I haven't.
Dude, oh man, it was when like some reporter back in the day was asking ACDC, like, you know, the performers in there, like, why is it called ACDC? Is it something satanic? It's like, you know, all Christ devil worshippers or something like that. And then the guy said, just means power. Right? It was like the funniest thing. He's like, it was from the back of my sister's sewing machine. It's just power. But man, that's why this thing hangs out around the electrical stuff. It likes power. But dude, these things look scary as hell. Like, I don't like them at all. And apparently, if you go out into the countryside in Japan, you can get stung by these just out of the blue, which kind of makes, you know, wondering.
Where are those killer bees? You know, those ones that come in like the cartoon swarm that come after people, the real ones? Like those, are those in Africa?
It's apparently they're called technically the Africanized bee. It's suggesting that these bees were once not Africanized, but now they are. I don't know why. Or the killer
Are they
bee.
from Africa?
Well, they were produced originally by crossbreeding of the African honeybee with various European honeybee subspecies,
What?
such as the
They're
Italian honeybee.
created?
Huh. So yeah, they
created
were.
these
Yeah,
things?
they.
That sounds like freaking like some type of like biological warfare. Like, they created these deadly things?
The African honeybee was first introduced to Brazil in '56 to increase
What
honey
the?
production, but 26 swarms escaped quarantine in '57. Since then, the hybrid has
No.
spread throughout South America and arrived in North America in '85. Hives were found in southern Texas in 1990.
They
Huh.
created those bastards. That's crazy. Now, if somebody had told me that, I would have called them a conspiracy theorist if they'd have said that. I wouldn't have believed it. That looks like a mean nest right there. That must be where
Bro.
they're coming from.
Man, I would not want to see one of those. Man, you see that, man, you start hearing like those like songs like "Alone at the edge of a universe humming a tune." Man, like it's like, bro, you're dead already. Dude, honestly, that is scary as hell though. Oh, look, this one's a Puerto Rican one.
Man, I tell you that those right there are legit scary.
Man, they're not
Man,
from
those
America.
Those are legit scary. Things right there. They actually do like they do in the cartoons. They'll come after you in the whole swarm and sting you until you're dead. And unless you can like jump into a lake or something like that to escape it, like you're screwed if those things come after you.
Huh, so apparently in Brazil they're trying to like I guess like Pavlov them into being nicer.
I guess.
Well, that's what it says. It apparently says that work has been done in Brazil towards this end to make them less hyper defensive. So that's interesting. Let's see. Misconceptions. Let's see. It's considered. Let's see here.
This is the type of creatures I don't want to deal with. Like I don't want to deal with these type. I didn't know they were created. Like they literally created killer. I didn't know they created killer bees. But apparently they literally made these things and then set them loose.
Man, you know, it's honestly kind of wild. I actually heard, Matthew, that this one right here, this honeybee, this one was actually at the Super Bowl.
Oh,
Yeah, it's the Puerto Rican one. And it was up there, man. It was going beep 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 beep. Like, and everyone's like, bro, I hate this beat. Like, it's like, bro, like the music is ass.
oh. You're saying this is the one that was talking about take him to the VIP.
Yes, this is Bad B.
Yeah, that's Bad B right there. He's bad too. Can't sing worth a damn.
Man, honestly, man, like, man, I'm gonna say, I mean, it wasn't the worst music I ever heard, but it wasn't the best either. I mean, I'm just gonna be real. But anyways, with that, we're on to the next one.
And our next one here goes to Forgotten Onion. Thank you very much, Forgotten Onion, for the 10. They said, what is your go-to Cane's order? Do you get the extras toasted to coleslaw? And what say you?
I get the
But
extra.
they only have one thing on the menu, though. Like, they only really have chicken on the menu. I mean, me personally, I just ordered that one chicken box they have. Real, I didn't know there was really a whole bunch of ways you could change it up, to be honest.
I would just get the what it comes with. Like I never really customized the order from Cane's, and I also don't get Cane's a whole lot because the fry batter, like grease, doesn't agree with me too well from there.
Yeah, I don't like it either. It's too much. Like I've stopped getting it too. I just that fried chicken just doesn't agree with me.
Now, Chick-fil-A fried chicken, on the other hand, it used to be good, but they did something to their batter in the past few years, and it's like way too salty now. Like you get like salt reflux from that stuff. It's really like it's kind of gone downhill in my opinion in quality. Most fried chicken has gone downhill in quality in my opinion. Like that's just me though. But anyways, the big thanks to your support, and with that, we're on the next one.
All right. So, also, by the way, for everybody asking, I am scanning for breaking news. And right now, there is no more breaking news coming out. So, right now, we're simply finishing up the question segment. And we'll probably wrap it up after this, I'd imagine, because it sounds like it's pretty much over with for the large part. So, with that, moving on to our next super chat. This one goes to Dream Tension, who puts in a 5. And they said, is it possible for Iran to acquire a nuke from China or Russia?
They would never provide one. I mean, it's not out of the question, but the Russians and the Chinese are never just going to give them a nuke for free, largely. So I would say most likely not. But a big thanks to your support. I hope that addressed that well. And apparently, to the Wind just said, have you seen the pink canes in Salt Lake City bought by Post Malone? I have seen that pink one. I didn't know it was owned by Post Malone.
Yeah, I think they let that dude design it. I think that dude was a rapper at one point. I think he does country music now, I think. But yeah, he lives here in Salt Lake City, apparently. He apparently lives over somewhere in like the right part of the city over there near Cottonwood somewhere.
Well,
but
you know what's crazy about him, though? He started his career as a Minecraft YouTuber. Did you know that?
I honestly don't know a whole bunch about him, honestly. I'm not really totally familiar with him.
Yeah, he started apparently as a Minecraft YouTuber, and then he started doing like rap or something on the side, and then he became pretty big there, and then he shifted over the country, and he's crazily enough done all 3 career shifts pretty successfully, apparently. Which I gotta say, like, I'm not like I haven't really listened to his music, but I do have to say that's really impressive that he was able to shift from basically different careers for the larger part, or different genres of entertainment, and do it successfully each time. That's pretty neat.
Yeah, it is pretty neat. And I think you got to design those Raising Cane restaurants because I've never seen one. It's all like a pink restaurant like that. But it's I've seen it myself. It's just like a huge pink Raising Canes that really stands out. Like you can't miss it. You can barely tell it's a Raising Canes from the color all over it. But it stays pretty busy. They also have like an old truck sitting outside of it too. I think that might have been like something he picked out.
Honestly, it doesn't look too bad. I mean, it sticks out. But with that, we are on to the next one.
We also have a 2 from SCR 357, and thank you, by the way, for that support. It said, they said the Secretary of State said the war was over? Question mark. LSA.
Oh, well, you know, it's just a misstatement, you know. They do that from time to time, you know. Sometimes they just say things and other times they don't. And you know, sometimes they mean something and other times it means nothing. And, you know, sometimes they say things but they didn't say them and other times they didn't say something but they did say it. It's just whatever they want, whatever they wish. But with that, a big thanks to you for support and helping this channel to keep it running. And with that, we are on to the next one.
We also have a 10 euro support from Craig Humphreys. And thank you, Craig, once again for the support. He said 10 euros for a train fact from the Enforcer. Sorry, Matt. Oh, no worries, Craig. No worry.
Back in 1940, there were more electric railways in the United States of America than there are today, which is an interesting fact. There was this railroad called the Milwaukee Road. It was a huge railway that existed in the northern part of the United States of America. Some of y'all might know this one in the lower 48, the Milwaukee Road. Really cool railroad. They had the Hiawatha, the streamlined steam train right here, which is a pretty neat looking one. But what was more important about the Milwaukee Road is that they had a humongous electric railway that traveled all the way from Michigan all the way to Washington State. So this was a really cool thing, really neat, because they were able to haul a lot of tonnage, especially with these giant EF1 box cabs, which are these right here. And they would lash these things up tons at a time. It's basically like little Lego bricks you could click together, and they would haul humongous trains throughout the northern United States with these things. Sadly, though, the Milwaukee Road ended up going bankrupt because of the humongous cost of maintaining electric overhead wires like these over the whole of the northern part of the United States, and they sadly went bankrupt in the 70s and got absorbed into the Soo line, and then that got absorbed into, if I'm not mistaken, Burlington Northern Santa Fe, which some of the trackage, I think a lot of this is still used, but it's not electrified anymore. They ripped all of that up. But they had some really cool ones like these. This is actually a cool one, like a little interesting side fact about the Milwaukee Road. These are called Little Joes. because the E-21s were actually electric engines that were designed to be shipped to the Soviet Union during World War II. And because of the rapid falling apart of relations between the United States and the Soviet Union at the end of World War II, the United States ordered by Congress to cancel all of the shipments of the Little Joes to the Soviet Union. They were named Little Joes after Stalin, and then the Milwaukee Road got a load of them and ran them for decades afterwards. But we actually have some breaking news coming out right now, which is so convenient. What do we got?
Okay, so we have two stories of breaking news. First of all, let's hit our news out of Iran right now first. We're currently getting some early reports of possible power outages across the capital city of Tehran inside of Iran. I have seen that from several different sources, by the way. So it appears to be that we're starting to see possibly some form of cyber attack because we haven't heard of airstrikes taking place on Tehran. So it could be maybe a U.S.-backed cyber attack on the place. We're not totally sure yet, but that's the initial report out of Tehran. Meanwhile, in St. Petersburg, Russia, the ongoing major Ukrainian drone attack that was targeting Moscow and St. Petersburg is now taking its course. We're currently seeing that at St. Petersburg's oil terminal, apparently a drone has struck it dead on, and now they claim the air defenses were active, but we're seeing that apparently the oil facility got hit dead on and is now smoking. Take a look.
And look at that.
That seems to be a direct hit.
That does look like a direct one, I would have to agree. Certainly direct on the spot.
It's crazy. Like some businesses struggle with the direct to consumer model, but Ukraine figured it out in record time.
Same day shipping, as a matter of fact. That's what's the most impressive about it. But with that, a big shout out to Enforcer Matt for breaking that news for us all. And a big thanks to you as well for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we are on to the next one.
We also have a 5 from Jeff Pitoniak, and thank you very much, thank you very much, Jeff, for that 5. And sorry for butchering your last name, but he said, "Why doesn't Iran buy a nuke from Russia, China, or North Korea? And wouldn't that be an incentive due to the current conditions?"
Generally, most countries aren't willing to sell their nuclear weapons for national security reasons because usually the technological capabilities of those weapons are state secret. And also on top of that, it would be a violation of the nuclear non-proliferation treaties directly, which nobody's ever tried to challenge directly by just giving a country one of their nuclear weapons to keep. Literally no country's done that ever in history so far. So I hope that does address that the best I can. And a big thanks to you for support and helping this channel to keep it running. And with that, we're on the next one.
We also have a 2 from Uncovered Cube, who said LSA.
And LSA, and a big thanks to you for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. And thank you so much for enjoying the show. And with that, we're on to the next one.
And also, by the way, just to address us, someone in the live chat said, how is the U.S. going to hack Iran when their internet's off? The internet's getting turned back on. And also, by the way, just to make the clarification, just because Iran's internet nationwide is generally showing non-connected for the large part, that does not mean that the government's not connected. That just means that most of the country's not connected. The government can have its own network, and they can connect to the internet in their own way. I'm sure that they stay connected regardless of if the country's turned off or not, because that's the way it usually works. The government's insulated from largely anything that happens inside of Iran because they built it that way. They insulate themselves from the economic damage because they have the billions in the bank they use as their personal piggy bank. They also probably have their own network, and they have probably their own whole environment they live in separate from the people. That's just the way it works in those type of countries.
It certainly is. It's exactly the way it works in those sorts of countries. It rules for thee, not for me, sort of an approach. But with that, I hope that does address that the best we possibly can. And with that, we're on to the next one.
And our next one goes to Jeff Lawler, who puts in a 2. And thank you, Jeff, for the support. And also a big shout out to Plazoth, who put in a 2 as well. And a big shout out to the both of you. And Enforcer, what say you?
And a big shout out to the Bottishes. We're greatly appreciative of your support. And it helps this channel to keep on running. We're greatly appreciative. We thank you massively. And so with that, we are on to the next one.
And our next one goes to SFPG, who said take one from the chat.
And we will, SFPG, we will. And with that, what do we got from the live chat, Matthew? What do we got?
All right, so the live chat question is going to go to none other than Terry, who said, any confirmation regarding the news that president of Russia's central bank resigned recently?
I haven't heard anything about that myself personally, so I'd have to do some digging, and unfortunately I had to declare ignorance on that at the moment. So with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a 10 from Star, and thank you, Star, for the 10. He said, maybe the real ceasefire were the friends we made along the way. Now that's a good thought right there. Maybe it wasn't really about the destination. Maybe it was about the journey getting there. The only problem is we never got there. That's the only problem. We never really got to a real ceasefire. It was never really there. If the ceasefire was never really there, did it ever exist at all? I mean, this is a question for philosophers or people with common sense. But Enforcer, what say you?
I'd say we've made many friends along the way. We've made so many. We've made all 599,000 of y'all our friends. We're greatly appreciative of that. We thank y'all for that. Thank y'all for being here and enjoying the show. And so maybe it is the friends we made along the way. Maybe just so. But a big thanks to you so much once again. And with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a 2 from Myvery, and thank you, Myvery, for the 2. They said, when do you think the USA has to start fuel rationing?
Oh, I would say, like, probably in the next couple of months, I would assume at this given rate, because that's what we've been hearing from the experts, and I would generally assume that they're correct until they're proven wrong. So I hope that does address that well, and a big thanks to you for the support. And with that, we're on to the next one.
Oh my, the St. Petersburg oil terminal. I've got some pictures coming out that's a lot clearer than the video we just saw a minute ago. St. Petersburg is in some trouble. Let's just put it that way. It looks like the hit was right in the smack dab center of the oil depot, the oil terminal here. It doesn't look like a tank was hit. It looks like something else was hit in the center. Maybe that is a tank possibly in the center that was hit. What do you make of that?
It's really hard to, it looks like maybe a tank or something close to one. I can't say for certain though, because we really can't see it too well.
Yeah, but it does. It's definitely a hit. That's for sure, right there. We also have not gotten any pictures out of Moscow yet. Moscow was targeted quite heavily during this attack, and I haven't seen any pictures come out yet. So either the Russians are censoring quite heavily, or maybe the Russians escaped the wrath of the Ukrainians this time. But there was a lot of drones heading that way, so I'd be surprised if all of a sudden the Russian air defense started working out of the blue.
Next time in Moscow?
Maybe next time in Moscow.
But anyways, with that, we are on to the next one.
And moving on from that news right there, moving into our next super chat, this one goes to Indy Gray, and thank you for the 2. They said 600,000 subs soon.
And it's very soon. Right now, we're at 598,910 subscribers. We're only 90 away from 590,000. Maybe one of those people who subscribed.
That's a slog to 600. Like, I feel like we've been slogging our way to 600 for like weeks at this point. Just so everybody knows, by the way, when the news cycle starts getting deprioritized, the way we understand it works is YouTube generally deprioritizes the topic in its algorithm. So it doesn't suggest new people to the content until something else major breaks out, like a revolutionary news event or something. So that's generally why it's been a slog. If you go look at any people in our category, you'll notice they're not getting subscribers, just like we are right now. And we're generally kind of static because of that, which is kind of frustrating because like we're getting record viewership right now, but it's not new viewers. It's just the viewers that we already have, which we're of course appreciative for. But we would like YouTube to push us to a new audience as well, just to get over that 600 mark. We've been trying to crawl over that thing. I tell you what, it's kind of like the ceasefire. We just can't seem to get it.
It's just hours away every day, like it literally
Yeah,
is.
I had to put out those Twitter posts. We're hours away from 600,000 subscribers, and then we like never hit it for a month.
Man, honestly, honestly, who could blame us at this point? Who could blame us? The standards are so low these days. But anyways, with that, we're on the next one.
We also have a 10 from Craig Humphreys, and thank you, Craig, as well, for the €10. Once again, he said, and finally, if the marmot had a question, what would it be?
Oh, hello there. Hey!
Oh, hello, Governor.
Hey! Oh!
It's been a long time since it's been brought up the picture frame. That's, of course, window panes. That's what they call it when you go to the window and you have pain. They call it a window pane, or they could call it a heart attack or a coronary. But it depends. You have to get with your physician for that. But anyway, it was the marmot, I say. Yeah? It was the fly, I say. Yeah?
Shit's getting technical, man. But like, it was getting real technical. Oh, man. I quit YouTube. Oh, man. I'll whip out the harmonica and play the Piano Man intro. Man, man, Sing us a song. You're the piano man. Oh man, sing us a song tonight.
Oh man, you know if he could play the piano, man, you know how you like go down to the lowest end of the piano keys where it's like the ominous sounding ones where it's like it's like he'd just
Yeah,
be smashing those over and over and over again. That's like the soundtrack of his life.
man, bro. The soundtrack of his life is. Oh man, weed is not addictive. 2 hours later, I'm suffering from withdrawals. Man, it's like, bro, tough life, man, tough life. You know, maybe one day he'll be able to make a career standing on his own, not harassing and doxing every single person he ever comes up in contact with. But that day never came, and he ended up quitting YouTube before he ever could. When a YouTuber trades his spurs for wings. Man. Oh man, I tell you, what a tragedy, really. But anyways, with that, I hope you all enjoyed the Marmot and the Fly segment. And a huge thanks to you again for the support and allowing us to have the Marmot here on air for just a little bit, just a little while. And with that, we're on the next one.
We also have a 10 from Kevin R. And thank you, Kevin, for the $10 support. He said, it never fails to amaze me that by Googling these things, I never seem to see Russia getting hit, only Ukraine. And thank you for being truthful and love you guys.
It's very interesting how that works, you know? We don't show Ukraine getting hit a whole lot on air, even when the Russians are blowing up residential buildings. We don't show it a whole lot. But we will show what's getting hit in Russia. And crazily enough, a lot of people don't cover most of anything that we cover at all anywhere in the world. Like, we're one of the few that ever cover any of the stuff that y'all see here on air, and it's actually happening. That's the crazy thing about it. This is legitimately happening. It's not fiction, it's reality. We cover it, and crazily enough, everyone else is so busy covering something fictitious, they never get around to covering reality and what's actually happening out there. But a big thanks to you so much once again, and we're on the next one.
We also have here a $5 support actually from Picard47 Luck. And thank you very much. He said, sirs. Have you enjoyed the fine Dutch Bros coffee out there yet? And I appreciate the emergency stream today.
I gotta say, I haven't tried any Dutch Bros coffee out there, but one day's I gonna have to. You know something, folks? I gotta tell you something. I did something on my own yesterday, and I had a great time, I tell you. I went to the movies, I tell you. And Matthew, I went and saw The Back Rooms.
Oh?
It was good.
I didn't know anything about that movie, honestly.
Man, honestly, man, you should have gone and seen it, man. It was something. It was something good. I gotta say, folks, they did well on that movie. I'd be damned, they did real well. And I gotta say that folks like you who support this channel and help this thing to keep on running. Let me have some Dutch Brothers coffee and some money for some movie tickets, which honestly, I was kind of shocked how cheap it was to go to the movies. It was $11 for a ticket. And like, that...
Did you buy food?
Yeah, I bought food, but I mean, that wasn't a lot
That's what
either.
it gets you.
But it wasn't a lot. I mean, like, you know, like the little bag of popcorn I got and the soda was like $7. Like, you know, it was nothing really. I mean, it was like $18 to go to the movie theater. And I was like, this is cheap as hell. The whole time, folks, I've been growing up, I never went to a movie. Like, the last time I went to a movie was like 10 years ago. Because I was always told that the shit was so damn expensive. Which, if y'all know the kind of upbringing we had, that's just straight bullshit. Because it's like, $18 isn't expensive. I mean, like, that's nothing. Like, you know, it's like hell, I was like, you know, that's cheap. Like, you know, and that's My Little Lily's like $11 is cheap. Yeah, I know. Like, my whole life, folks, I thought movie tickets were like $40 or something crazy. Like, I thought it was something that we had to really like go put the money out on. $11.
How much was it really?
It was $11, no joke. It was literally $11 at an AMC movie theater.
I don't know. I've always seen prices on movie theaters are expensive. That's what I've always seen personally.
Well, damn, son, if you gone with me in the movie theater, you would have seen it was $11. It was 11. It was 11, Matthew. It was no more, no less. It was $11.
Yeah, I don't really go to movies like that. I can't get focused on them.
You would have gotten focused on that one. You would have gotten focused on this one. And you know what was even better, man? They've upgraded the seats in the movie theaters. They had recliners in there, dude. Every seat was a recliner.
How many people were in there?
Oh, like 20 people or so. Wasn't a lot of them, but like, dude, it was like a nice big like movie theater room. They had like these giant padded arms. Like they had a recliner. There's a little button on the side you can push to like kick up the legs and like kind of like lay it out almost like a couch. Bro, it was sick. I was like, $11 for this? Man, in Alabama, every time we went to the movie theater, they had like these bucket seats. Like you had to like flip down like the bottom, like sit down in them, and they were honestly kind of uncomfortable. And I was like, no, wow. I was like, this is crazy. You'd be like a homeless guy and go like busking out on the street, and then every afternoon kind of like sleep in the movie theater for a little bit watching a movie. You know, that wouldn't be that bad of an idea. Homeless people better not be taking notes. But anyways, with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a 5 from Jose Arana, and thank you very much, Jose, for the support. He said, "Happy Taco Tuesday."
Hey, and a big thanks to you for supporting. A happy Taco Tuesday to you. I gotta thank you for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we're on to the next one.
And our next one goes to Craig Humphreys yet again, who put in a 2 this time. He said, "Thanks to you both."
And a big thanks to you for enjoying the show and helping it to keep on running. And I gotta say, big thanks to you once again. And we're on to the next one.
We also have a 10 from Ray, and thank you very much, Ray, for the 10. He said, "Thank you with a super thanks," and we appreciate that super thanks. And Enforcer, what say you?
And I gotta thank you so much for appreciating this show, raising back and helping it keep on running. I don't know what's going on with my English here, but folks like you make this thing possible and keep it running. And with that, we're on to the next one. I also saw someone say $50 for tickets, popcorn, and a drink. I never got that last night. It was nowhere close to $50. Where the hell are people going to the movies? Where are they going to the movies? I literally went up to the kiosk. I got the receipt. I mean, it was literally $18. Popcorn, soft drink, and also a ticket. It was $18. Wasn't bad. Like, when I was growing up, folks...
Did you qualify for some discount or something?
Hell no. I just went in there on the kiosk and ordered the stuff up.
On the kiosk? Like they have it where there's no human interaction?
That's right, Matthew. That's right. Does that interest you?
Man, I might have to go check this out. They said no human interaction. Honestly, man, you know that food reviewer guy, that dude that does the food reviews, like best ever food review show. He's always like that when he walks into the kiosk. He's like, "Oh, look, 0 human interaction. I love this." It's like, I was like, honestly, like I really don't like the kiosks. Actually, the kiosks make you buy more. I think that's the whole point they installed them, because when you're like nice and calm and you're not feeling rushed because you're standing there talking to somebody, ordering the stuff, like you generally tend to like sit there and want to order more stuff than when you feel rushed when you're talking to a cashier or something.
Man, honestly, I would agree. Also, someone said, if you think they're actively trying to cover up American casualties, you're both mentally off. Well, they did. I don't know if you're stupid or not, but they did that, and then they released all the casualties 2 weeks after they happened. So for like 2 weeks, we didn't know that there was like 200 American soldiers that were wounded. They just completely hid that from the public. So I think you're the one who probably is brain dead. I would seek counseling. But anyways, with that, we're on to the next one.
Yeah, I think they're the only one with problems is the one that blindly believes everything the government says and doesn't question it, even when it doesn't make sense.
But remember, Matthew, if it's Biden's wicked government, don't believe a damn thing. But if it's Trump's blessed government, you got to believe everything face value. You can't question any of it, because clearly, everybody, that's how it works. That's how it works. It just depends. If you're from the left, you trust everything the left says. You discredit everything the right says. If you're from the right, you trust everything the right says blindly, and then you distrust everything from the left. It's clearly how it works, instead of having a level approach. But anyways, with that, we're on the next one.
And moving on to our next one here. This one is going to go to none other than Kevin R., who put in a 5. He said $5 for the brain dead guy.
He's going to need it. That's a start.
That's not going to be enough, I'm afraid. The bills from that are probably going to be obscene.
Whatever he's got, $5 ain't going to cover it. But it's an earnest start. But $5 ain't going to help him.
Man, it might be enough. That's not even enough to get him in the door.
Man, bro. I mean, well, you know what it is enough for? It's enough for a stick of gum, so that way you can sit there and he can chew on it. Like he can chew on, muddle over his own stupidity a little. But
hot take. Anybody that believes anything just wholeheartedly without any critical thinking probably needs to rethink the way their mind is processing stuff. It's just like you should always listen to anything you hear. Like I'll say this, even here on our channel, like sometimes like from time to time, like there's a small little percentage where we get stuff wrong even here on the channel, like a small percentage. We've gotten pretty good at like narrowing that down to pretty much very minimal at this point, but occasionally there will be something wrong. And occasionally when somebody in the chat will say, "Wait a minute, guys, that doesn't make sense with that one little thing you're talking about. Like you might want to double check that." And we'll go double check it, and then we realize, "Oh, oh, okay, there was something missed in that one detail that got us wrong on it, and we'll go back and correct it. That's why, like, if you're like blindly believing the government, if you're blindly believing even your neighbor that comes over and tells you something, it's like if Fred comes over and tells you that the sky is red and you go outside and it's blue, well, you know, you're the sucker for believing Fred. You should have double checked him, because that's just the way it should be with everything.
Oh, well, you know, all these political folks, man, they just believe shit for the hell of it. Like in the last administration, folks, the inflation was going on up in 2023 and 2024, and we were seeing it on air in 2024. We're like, damn, you know, things are kind of getting a little pricey. If only we'd known how expensive things would be now, we wouldn't have been complaining. But you know, we were like, damn, things are getting a little pricey, and there was loads of people who would come in here, you damn MAGA idiot, the prices aren't up, everything's fine, and then Trump gets elected, and it's like, damn. It's going up even higher. It didn't slow down even. It's just going faster. And now all the people, you damn blue-haired snowflake, you cheap idiot, nothing's ever been better. Like, the political people really don't look at their pocketbooks or anything, like, to figure that out. They just go off of feelings. And I would have to wonder what their financial situation looks like, because if they're working their whole budget off of their feelings, they got to be broke-ass poor. Like they've got to be just living in la-la land, because they're still living in 2019, like, with the prices in their head, because they don't want to accept that things aren't getting any better economically, you know, and they just refuse to believe that. Or they believe it and they know that, and then they budget properly, but because it looks like a loss for whoever they support politically, they can't admit that in the public, and then they go off, although they also know it, and they're budgeting off of it as well. It's one or the other. I don't know which, but it might be a blend of the two. Anyways, we're on to the next one.
Up next, a big shout out to John Clark, who put in a 1, and Dream Tension, who put in a 1 as well. We appreciate the both of you very much for that support. We also have a 5 from One Great Lake, who said, remember that time the U.S. invaded Venezuela live on the channel? It was a chill stream up until that time, and that was an interesting, very late night. You know, oddly enough, that's the way a lot of stuff's happened on the channel. Like, you know, the night the Iran war started, we were here on the air covering our normal coverage on Ukraine and Russia, largely just sort of honestly mundane news. It was the usual. We were just covering the normal attacks that they usually conduct. And then out of the blue, I remember someone in the chat said, Matt, check out the Twitter. There's something going down. And I looked, and there was videos coming out of these overwhelming, like, shock and awe airstrikes on Iran by the U.S. forces in Israel. And I was like, what the hell? It was like almost midnight at the time that started happening. You remember that?
Yeah, I remember that, man. We were on air and we were like, wait a minute. We just heard something. And then we saw a video of like 20 Tomahawks just buzzing over a field to Tehran. And we were like, oh my God, it's on. Like, we were like, oh, it was like at the end of the news too.
Yeah, I would say like it was like right at the very end of it. I wasn't expecting anything like that. Honestly, I was kind of horrified to see. I was like, dang, we just ran like a 4-hour stream. We got to go on for like another 3 hours after that 4. I was horrified, but the adrenaline kicked in, the cortisol kicked in, and I was just raring to go.
Man, that was a tough night though. Like afterwards, and then we had to get up and literally start running a show in the middle of the day after that. That was a tough time. I've got to say, folks, that this last week was a tough time. It was a damn 13-day week. Like we worked all the way through the Monday break and then into the next week. So that Monday break yesterday was a great one. Honestly, I enjoyed it so much. But with that, we are on to the next one.
We also have a 5 from Ty Dobbins, and thank you, Ty, for the 5. He said explosions in eastern Tehran. Now, I looked into that, Ty. It may turn out to be true, but right now I can't get enough corroborating evidence for it. I did see a rumor of explosions in eastern Tehran, but I can't confirm it. So I'll keep an eye out for it, but right now, sadly, it is unproven. But Enforcer, what say you?
I would have to say we'll have to look into that, but I haven't seen any confirmation of that myself either. But a big thanks to you for support, and with that, we're on the next one.
We also have a 10 from Craig Humphreys once again. And he said, I guess that one of my chats got missed. Huh? Are you sure? Are you sure? Because I could have sworn I got all of them. And the one about the trains, and also I got them here in the spreadsheet too. I also have that 20 in the spreadsheet as well. So let me know and I'll go back to it. But I think I got them all. But Craig said, I guess that one of the chats got missed. And I got a great fact about trains from the Enforcer. But what about something that Enforcer Matt likes that frustrates the Enforcer? Honestly, I'll say this, like, I gotta say, I generally there's not too much that I can say. Like, I don't really usually obsess about stuff too much, like on the motorcycles. I used to a little bit, but I kind of like backed off of that a bit. The things I obsess about are usually motorcycles and cars. That's usually what I obsess about to a large degree. It used to be like I was always like, oh, I want this one. Now it's like, oh, well, I probably won't get that one because the price is too crazy now because of inflation, but it's pretty cool to look at it. So that's usually what I talk about. Like, I know if you mention a motorcycle, at least modern motorcycles, like can pretty much name every single one out there, or identify it. So same for cars too. Like I'm just obsessed with that kind of stuff. I'm a petrol head, as the Brits say. I'm a huge petrol head. I love loud cars, loud bikes, and stuff like that. So that's my thing. But unfortunately, what say you?
What I'd have to say that generally I find interest in most every topic. Like I don't really find a lot of things disinteresting, to where it's very obnoxious to listen to. I generally try and find interest in most everything. So I don't really think you could find one if you try, because if you talked about motorcycles, I could find them interesting. Like it's not that it's like inherently interesting to me, but I could find them interesting. Because I'm just not really one who's too picky on any topic. I always find it just interesting to learn anything, or hear about anything, because you learn a lot that way. But a big thanks to you for support. I hope that has addressed that well. And with that, we're on the next one.
Someone said, and women, Matt. Now, see, that's what gets people into trouble. That gets you in a little bit of trouble right there. I don't want to obsess over that right there. That's where things go sideways. But anyways, though, our next one here goes to none other than Crispy, who puts in a 10. And thank you very much, Crispy, for that support, as always.
Hey!
And we do appreciate that. No comment to address, but of course, we appreciate it. And Enforcer, what say you?
We appreciate it. And of course, we do appreciate it. And we thank you, Crispy, because Matthew, what do we do? We appreciate it.
Oh, yeah. Yes, we do. Yes.
Yes. And so a big thanks to you for support and helping this channel to keep on running. Because if it wasn't for folks like you, we wouldn't be able to make this thing a possibility and keep it rolling. And so with that, a big thanks to you once again. And we're on to the next one.
Also, everybody's saying, well, Matt, what's your dream car? Now, if we're talking about attainable dream car, that's one thing. But if we're talking about like dream car, like money's not an issue type of thing, like honestly, like supercar wise, I'd like a sort of like an off-brand car that's mainstream. It's very expensive, by the way, so off-brand's probably not the right word for it. But those Pagani Zondas are pretty nice. Like I'm sure most people haven't even probably heard of those, but they're very cool. Also, they make a racing edition of those too. The Zonda was their first variant of car that they ever made. Also, for electric cars, the Rimac is pretty good. That one that Clark or Hammond crashed that one time. It's so fast he crashed it. So that's pretty cool too. But attainable dream car, honestly, I really don't have an attainable dream car, to be honest. Like it's a whole bunch of like supercars I'm into and stuff like that. But like attainable dream car, not really. Now motorcycle wise, I would say probably a Ducati of some sort. I've always wanted a Ducati of some sort of motorcycle out there. The only problem with those is that the insurance for a kid, I say a kid, but 25-year-old dude is kind of expensive for a Ducati because they assume you're going to drive it like an idiot. And honestly, they could be right. That could be a smart thing to do with insurance. But anyways, though, that's my favorite. Also, I see a few people saying the Jesko from Koenigsegg. Those are pretty cool too. Not everybody knows about that car brand either. They have an interesting transmission. They have I think it's like a CVT transmission on their cars. It's like a single gear, and it simply expands the gear to make it go faster. Have you heard of that?
I haven't heard of that, actually.
Yeah, I think Nissan for a while put CVTs on there, but they didn't use them for too long as they had a couple of problems with them. I think they switched off of those. I'm pretty sure. I might be mistaken. But also, I see BC Skyman's in here, by the way, too. BC Skyman is into those old cars. I saw a video from BC Skyman he put out the other day. It was of a old, I think it was an older Mustang of some sort that some fella that he knows was doing a burnout in. I saw that video the other day. I was like, damn, that's pretty wild. I'm not a huge person into old Mustangs, but I will say I appreciate a good sounding V8, like a solid sounding V8 motor. Like I'm a huge chump for cars that sound good. Like a good exhaust is like everything to me on a car.
Me personally, I'm more into older vehicles, like as like a point of fascination. I just think that the older stuff's neat to see what it once was like, and kind of know where it's gotten to now. And to also look at the mechanical intricacies of them, because they were a lot simpler, so it's a lot easier to understand what's going on with them. And then also, as far as my dream car in the modern day, folks, my dream car, budget non-prohibiting, is really anything that's comfortable. I'm not really a big person for speed. I'm really just more so for something that's comfortable to sit down and drive. So, and also has a little bit of power to it. Not a whole lot. I'm not really a racing kind of a person. I'm just someone who likes to make sure that I can get up to speed with traffic quick if I need to. And that's really about it. I'm not someone who's like huge into cars. And also on top of that, like to be kind of honest with everybody, I kind of find cars outside of the fascination with them, to have one, kind of a bit of a humongous, like, necessary expense these days in the United States. You have to put a lot of money into a car to have anything to even be able to get around. Otherwise, you literally can't even get around the city you live in. And I kind of wish that wasn't the case, to where you could kind of just have the car to enjoy it, instead of having to have the car as a utilitarian sort of a thing, and have to chunk the money into it because of that. I mean, think about it, folks. How much money would an average citizen of the United States save if there was public transportation that could get them around everywhere for basically nothing? Like, that would save every single household tens of thousands of dollars, over, well, really hundreds of thousands of dollars over their lifetime, if they were able to try and get public transportation nationwide in a usable form. So I hope that does address it the best I can. And with that, we're on the next one.
Also, by the way, I'm seeing here that someone in the live chat. Let me go back and double check this. Let's see here. Bradley Barrow said left out or left off. I didn't see your super chat, Bradley. I went back and looked at it just now, and I didn't see the super chat in there. So if I left it off or somehow didn't pop up, let me know, and we will call it off. But in the meantime, our next one here goes to Eric Dodge Music Live, who puts in a 10. He said, "Thanks, guys."
And a big thanks to you for the support and enjoying the channel. We greatly appreciate it. And so with that, we're on the next one.
We also have a 5 from Ashton Durojas, and thank you, Ashton, for the support as well. He said, "Don't worry, guys. A deal, some say the best deal, is right around the corner."
And I gotta say, hopefully so. I hope it's around the corner, because if it isn't, then what is all this for? Oh, man. I gotta tell y'all, folks, we can't stop winning. Oh, boy, we've been winning so well, haven't we? The tariffs, like the Greenland thing, the whole Venezuela deal, now the Cuba thing, and Iran. It's an endless amount of victories here. And now the visit to China, where we're possibly waffling on giving up on Taiwan. Endless victories to speak of here. The best foreign policy ever. I mean, I looked at this, folks, and I was blown away. I mean, who in the world needs the world that was built by all of the presidents over the past 80 years when we could just completely throw it away and go back to the way that the United States used to be in, like, the 1880s, complete with the whole Gilded Age bribery of the government in broad daylight? Not bad. Like, not bad. Really, who in the world needed a century of progress? We can throw it back to the Gilded Age. No problem. But anyways, with that, we are on to the next one.
Also, we have a absolutely whopping $100 support from none other than BC Skyman. And thank you very much, BC, for that support once again. And we do appreciate that very, very, very much. And also, BC said, "Good evening, Enforcers. And I love all old classics of all makes, especially Camaros, Chevelles, and Mustangs. And also, I love exotic Italian cars. And don't we all?" He said, "Keep up the good work, my friends."
Those Italians, they really do make a nice car, don't they?
Yeah, except for that new Ferrari. Except for that new one.
Well,
that new Ferrari, that Luce, is not quite it. I think that might have just ruined their brand.
man, I heard that the Bompananzos are getting ready to whack Luce like very soon because he ain't making the cut. But I gotta say, Italian cars are quite nice. Most of them are, at least, except for that one. Like they've got, let's see here, they've got Porsche, they've got Bugatti, they've got Vauxhall. I mean, they've got a lot of cool car brands down there in Italy. Let's see, they got Mini, Jaguar, BMW, famous
Wait a minute,
Italian
that's
brands.
not in Italy. That's not, man, none of those are in Italy.
What do you mean, Matthew? All of them are in Italy. Let me name them off again. Bugatti, Porsche.
That's French.
BMW. They're all Italian, aren't
Man,
they?
Bugatti is French, BMW is German. I think Vauxhall, I'm not really sure where Vauxhall's from. That's sort of one of those off ones. Ferrari is Italy. Let's see here.
Peugeot. That's Italian.
Yeah, I mean, maybe. I'm not really sure about Peugeot, but Porsche is not Italian, like Jeannie Toll just said. Porsche is German, definitely German. That's for sure. They've been around for a minute, and they existed during a time which wasn't so savory in Germany.
I gotta tell you, Matthew. I mean, like these car brands that I'm talking about, they're like the finest Italian. They're not like those shitty French brands like Ferrari or that shitty German one, Lamborghini, or Fiat, that stupid British one. Like they don't compare.
Man, what you getting at?
Well, what I'm getting at here, Matthew, is that Italian car making is truly best on the planet. I'm just playing, by the way. I'm just trying to rage bait everybody who is in the cars, because I literally named off every single car brand that's not Italian as Italian, and then named the Italian ones as non-Italian. But honestly, the Italian.
Can we get a picture of that new electric Ferrari, the Luce?
The Ferrari Luce. Let me get it here. Oh my god, the thing's awful. Especially in this blue. That's terrible.
Ah, yikes. That is ugly. That is so bad. I think their stock dipped. I think when this thing released, at least that's what I heard from people. I'm not sure if it's true, but you know, this is pretty bad. I mean, this is. I personally have always looked up to Ferrari because, you know, everybody looks up to Ferrari and Lamborghini because it's like, oh, those are the ultimate dream cars, stuff like that. This right here is just not it. I mean, this is just not, like, I really hate they did this because a part of Ferrari's brand is the mystique around it. And this type of stuff right here can ruin that pretty quick. Also, someone said it's about 600K.
What?
Is it really 600K? Like, is it really? Oh my God. Oh, it's going to get me choking. But man, is it? Let me pull this up. The cost of Ferrari Luce. Oh, jeez. So here's what it says on the Google AI overview. So take this for what you will. It says Ferrari's first electric vehicle. This has a starting price equivalent to 640,000 USD.
Oh
You would
my
have to be
God.
out of your mind. You would have to be out of your mind to buy something like that for $640,000. Out of your mind. Like, I think people that buy this for $640,000 should be punished for that. They should be punished for just wasting that money like that. Like,
Let's
it's
turn
really
into Modi.
absurd. Like, man, you could literally buy, like, let's see. You could buy 2 or 3 like Porsche GT3s, like nice certified used Porsche GT3s for that cost, I think, unless they've gone up in price. So somebody's about to say, no, you can't. Well, maybe not with inflation anymore, but you used to be able to buy 2 or 3 of those Porsche GT3s, nice track cars with flat sixes, for the cost of this ugly thing. Like, this thing not having no soul, like it has no sound. Like, you can't, I mean, you're going to be made fun of for $640,000. You're going to drive around in this thing and people are going to mock you and laugh and point at you.
Meanwhile, you've got the amazing brand of Alfa Romeo.
I wouldn't go that far.
Or how about Maserati?
No, hell no. What are you, crazy?
Okay, I know what you're getting at. Fiat.
Well, I mean, Fiat's good value for the money. I don't really care for the design, but it's decent value for the money.
The best. This was the apex.
That's like the BMW Isetta. They try to create a competitor to that one day.
Or better yet, I've got another one. Lamborghini. Sick.
Now that is actually cool. You know, they have a bunch of Lamborghinis around here. Like, I see one occasionally. Like, they have a Lamborghini dealership I'll occasionally see, like, when I'm driving around the place. And it's really nice. Like, I've seen them just sitting outside. The crazy part about, you know, Utah is they'll leave those Lamborghinis sitting outside with no barricades whatsoever in front of these dealerships. If you did that in Alabama, you know how quick those Lamborghinis would last in Alabama if you left those out like that? They might be there for a night.
Man, they'd be there like a Little Caesar's Little Caesar's pizza, 5 minutes, hot and ready, and out. Like, they'd be gone. Man, like, they wouldn't be around much longer.
These also these V12s and these sound crazy, like F1 cars on the streets. I'll be honest, the design's a little bit too over the top, like on this for me. Like, it's a little bit too Transformer looking. But I will say, like, the engine in these things. I mean, I appreciate the engine. Like, it is wild. Like, you will not find anything else other than the Lamborghini V12 that sounds quite like that. The Bugatti is just sheer just gaudy, in my opinion. Like, I hate to say that, but these are just pure gaudy right here. I don't care for these.
I mean, they do look pretty cool, though.
They set speed records for production cars, I think, or at least they used to. I'm not sure if they do anymore, but they used to set speed records. I don't find these very attractive cars, to be honest.
Is it because of that song, I Woke Up in a New Bugatti?
No, it's just because everybody has a Bugatti, usually kind of an asshole.
Well, I think most people who have cars like these kind of like, man, like, I think
No, not always. Some people that buy supercars are egotistical assholes, and then there's some that are actually petrol heads that buy it because they love the sound of the engine, they love the way it drives and stuff like that. Those are the car guys. The ones that are buying it for the badge or something like that, those aren't car guys. Those are just egomaniacs.
ain't got no rollie. Man, like, man, those kind of people. Is that what you're talking about? Is that the type?
Yeah, a little bit, like the type that like go around and point at people, like they're the asshole in the expensive car that goes around pointing and laughing at the homeless people and stuff like that. Those type of assholes.
Man, so basically influencers.
I don't even know. I don't think influencers will last that long if they do something like that. I think they might get canceled.
Well, I mean, there's an entire niche of them that do that. Look at you, you poor loser. Man, like, that, like the Tates and all that,
Oh yeah, maybe so. Yeah, maybe they
I
could be
mean,
right.
they got something like this. I think. Like, I don't know. Like, I feel like they may not, but I don't know. Like, I haven't gotten up in a ring acting like some big guy and then got my ass beat by some random dude. But like it is what it is. Anyways, with that, we are on and into the next one.
Also, by the way, I'm hearing from people that we could have breaking news. Let's
Oh,
see if there's a new video that's come out here.
could be whoopee should
Let's see. Let me go take a look and see. Let's see here. So, sadly, I can't show that video right there. I recognize that camera angle. That's a mainstream outlet that filmed that. It's a video from Ukraine, by the way. It shows generally the same thing we've already seen for the most part. So we'll have to leave that one alone, or otherwise they could come and try to rinse us for that. So we'll have to leave that alone. But moving on to our next super chat here. This one is a $20 support from none other than William Ramsayer. And thank you very much, William, for that support. He said, surprise destruction of Karg Island and offer to rebuild for free if Iran signs the deal. No money and a deal eventually. And would this work? And things.
I have a feeling that it probably wouldn't, because they're generally pretty adamant on their position right now. I think that the blockade being broken for us is what's going to really put that into a positive position. Anything else is kind of skirting around the primary issue that they have blockaded the Hormuz, and because of that, we are having a big problem right now. So really, the more so the onus is on us to get rid of the blockade that they have in the Hormuz than it is for us to try and find ways to force them into a deal. Right now, we're trying to get ourselves into a good position and remove the hand they have on us. So I hope that does address that well. And with that, we're on the next one.
And our next one goes to Hikes with Dogs, who puts in a 10. And they said, Slava Ukraine from Brighton, Utah. And you're in Big Cottonwood Canyon at the very top of it. They just opened up Guards Pass again. I've been wanting to drive over that. But they said, love you guys and continue to speak the truth.
Look at you up there in Brighton. It's a nice place, actually. We've been up there a couple of times, and it's really cool. Like, really neat place, actually, to be in. Like, I'll show y'all here. Hopefully it's a good view. So this is what Brighton, Utah looks like, which is really, really cool. Love the place. Like, we went up here in the winter when there was a lot of snow up here, and I thought that was pretty cool. But as you can see, it's Brighton. Brighton, Utah. We're actually going down the mountain, so really cool place. Really big shout out to you, by the way, all the way up there, just not too far from us in Brighton. This is probably like 30 minutes from where I'm at, but a huge thanks to you for the support and helping this channel to keep running. I hope that does address that incredibly well. And I've got to say that it's a wonderful thing to know that folks like you enjoy this channel and support it to help it to keep on running. And with that, we're on the next one.
We also have a 10 from Tree of Liberty once again, and he swore in a super chat. How the hell will YouTube let people swear in a super chat, but they won't let them write something like they can? Like, what's up with this? The censorship is wild. It's kind of like just random. But he said, for freaking sake, do I need to do a special chat? Not a special chat, just any chat. They said it was a $1 for a movie in the afternoon, 1995 Arizona. I used to beg for quarters.
Interesting. I thank you for sharing that with us, Tree of Liberty. And also, if we're missing your live chats, I'm sorry, but there's a lot of live chats that come in. There's usually like 40,000 of them a show. So unfortunately, we can't really conversate with everybody in the live chat all the time. But I do thank you for the support. And that is really interesting to hear. And with that, we're on to the next one.
And our next super chat goes to none other than Game Theory, who put in a 5. He said, insiders only win financially these days. Good luck if you're just starting life. Now, that's not always true. Like, if you're now, also, by the way, I'm not giving out investment advice. I am not an investor by any means, so don't take this to the bank. But generally speaking, if you're not trying to time the market, you could do okay, possibly. Like, that's usually what retirement accounts are for, like 401ks and Roth IRAs and stuff like that. It's made for, like, like index funds and stuff like that are generally like like total stock market exposure where you're not invested in just one single stock where it's very risky, but it's still risky even at that. But I mean, that's the safer way to do it if you were going to try to do it. But it's not investment advice, folks, because I don't know what the hell I'm doing. But Enforcer, what say you?
Oh, that's not true that only insiders win. Outsiders do too. Oh, man, you got to remember all the people from outside of America that win, You know what I'm talking about, folks, certain people, because they get little benefits.
I got the better way to say it. Insiders win bigger, but outsiders win average.
I would say that the outsiders win a lot more because, if you can just give someone something, say like an aircraft or something like that, and then, you get undying devotion and support for that. I mean, that's a pretty big win. You get an entire $30 trillion economy and the largest military on earth behind you for a couple of billion. I mean, it's a pretty cheap barrier to entry right there. Pretty big investment.
Maybe so. I mean, maybe. I mean, me personally, like, I still have my Roth IRA personally. I just keep it invested in the total stock market index fund. That's why I keep mine in, just because it exposes you to literally the entire stock market. So, if there's going to be like a collapse of the economy or something like that, I mean, everything would have to like go down for it to have a problem, which it did during the virus, by the way. So it is possible. But it's just a risk you have to take. If you're 25 like me and you start a Roth IRA and you just put like, a certain amount of money in it every month, then over the course of 20 or 30 years, there will of course be ups and downs. But in the end, you should come out on top, at least somewhat.
Well, we will have to see. But
there's some finance people in the chat that'll back me up on that, I'm sure.
Well, I'm sure they will. I don't doubt it one bit. But with that, we're on to the next one.
And our next one goes to Jeannie, last name Tolls, once again, who puts in a 10. And thank you, Jeannie, for that $10 support. They said, if you're taking longer than oh wait, whoa, wait a minute. We're not reading this. We're not reading this. I tell you what, this is wild right here. But Enforcer, what say you?
I'd have to say that's something. I have to say, that's something else right there. I tell you. But big thanks to you. And with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a 5 from Craig Humphreys. And thank you, Craig, for the $5 support. He did not leave a comment this time, I don't think, but we do appreciate that. And Enforcer, what say you?
And thank you for the support, Craig, and helping this channel to keep on running. And we're on to the next one.
And our next one here goes to, also Ms. Disa said, past performance may not indicate future returns. That's good legalese right there. It's always a good thing to add in right there. A little disclaimer right there. We always love to say that. I'm not an investment professional. I'm a layman. Also, I could lose everything, and you may just keep your money in a savings account. You may do better than me. Just keep that in mind. But anyways, moving on to our next one here. This one goes to Los de Federales, who puts in the 5 and said, forget Ferrari. Look at the Toyota GR GT and the Toyota GR GT3. I'd rather spend my money on that. And I'll also accept a Javelin. That's the perfect weapon.
Perfect weapon? Like, what do you need that for? What in the world would an American need a Javelin for? I'm just kidding with you, by the way. If you want one, it's a free country. Well, not that free, but, maybe one day. But beyond that, let's take a look at this car. Oh, Briaga. That's a pretty neat one.
Yeah, isn't that based on a Supra?
I wouldn't know. You're asking me like I'd know. I'm not a car guy. I just know the look of them.
Man, I'm pretty sure that's based on the Supra. Like, it has the kind of the general like wheelbase of a Supra. It looks like the modern one, not the old one. But it looks pretty cool, though, I will say.
It is pretty cool.
Or it could be that GT86 or whatever they're calling that new one, that little small Toyota.
And I tell you, I just don't know. I don't know anything about cars. It does look cool, though. I will have to say that. And those Japanese, those industrious Japanese people, they come up with neat stuff, it's interesting too. Another weird thing is that Japan comes up with all this stuff, and a lot of people think of them as like the technologically advanced people, like tech related and all. What's interesting is that Japan does more heavy industry these days than America does heavy industry, which I find kind of ironic, considering that nobody looks at Japan as like, yeah, those are like the heavy industry people, hard hands, all that kind of shit. But they are like that's the weird thing about it is like they do all this stuff and then on the side they build ships, which is something America doesn't even do. Japan does it so well and so prolifically. The U.S. is actually looking at either getting them or South Korea to build our next generation of warships, which is something. But anyways, with that, a big thanks to you for support, and I hope that does address that well. And with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a 10 from CMC, and thank you for the support. They said, what do you think the odds are of another true world war? Or do you think a world full of proxy and regional wars are the future?
I think that the chances of a world war are pretty decent at this point. I have a feeling that's probably going to be happening at some point here within the next several years. Whether that ends up being a nuclear conflict is up to question, but I'm having a pretty decent feeling that there is going to be a significant world war happening at some point. Probably within the next 7 years, I take a good guess at. So that would be my 2 cents on that, generally. Like, regional wars and proxy wars guarantee every day. World war, decent probability here. But a big thanks to you for support, and with that, we're on the next one.
And our next one goes to Sarah Louise, who put in a 5. And thank you, Sarah, for the support. They said, love the channel, but I'm British. And it's 4 a.m. here, and I'm knackered. Oh, they're definitely British. They said, anyways, I have a BMW M140, which wakes up my neighbors in the morning. Now, see, those are nice. That's like that shoe-looking one, I think.
The
Like
hatchback.
the 1 Series. Yeah, it's I think it is this one right here. Those are pretty cool. I don't think they ever brought those to the States. I don't think. If they did, I wasn't aware of it. But they did have the coupe version of this, which is that 1M, the true M that I was showing last night, the little shoebox looking car that I thought was always pretty cool. I personally like these small BMWs. I think they're pretty neat looking. But the newer ones, though, I think they've lost their way. They've gone plasticky and cheap, and the new BMWs just don't look right. But Enforcer, what say you?
I would say these things are pretty neat. I don't ever remember seeing one in the United States, so I don't think they ever came here. But a very interesting car, I do have to say. And also, I hope that you get some sleep. You're up very early in the morning right now in the UK. So I hope you sleep well, and sleep with both eyes closed. Sleep well. That's all I have to say. But a big thanks to your support.
Damn, I'm sounding ominous the way you said that. Man, I was like, you should repeat it one more time. We're taking that very ominously. Jeez.
Sleep well, comrade. Sleep with both eyes closed. Someone just said, would both of y'all be allowed into the UK? Probably not. Like, felt like I have a feeling.
Why not?
Well, I mean, well, we haven't said like we aren't just overflowing with positivity about Israel. We have criticized the British government. We say very pointed things about Russia. We're also most likely fat phobic according to the British because we make fun of how fat Kim Jong-un is. Let's see here. What else? We denounce generally radical groups of any type, including those that are Islamic, Christian, and everything else, which would probably be considered religious intolerance at this point in the UK. So we probably wouldn't be allowed, because I don't know if you heard it, Matthew, but Chunk, that guy from the Young Turks, he actually went to the UK, and they actually wouldn't even allow him to leave the airport and told him to leave immediately because he wasn't allowed entry because of his criticisms of something.
Wow, that's something else. That's really absurd when countries start doing that. Like I heard, apparently Israel did that to somebody else the other day. And I get the fact, like if somebody's saying something that's offensive, like I understand, like some people say stuff that's offensive, but is that a reason to deny them entry to the entire country? It's like if you're claiming to be a democracy and you're denying people entrance over their speech, that sort of works against that argument quite a bit.
Well, what's interesting though is Netanyahu came over here and he was like, "Y'all got free speech? Why don't you?" And then meanwhile, if you criticize Israel, you try and go to Israel, you're going to get arrested or sent back and everything. It's like really interesting. It's like, a concept of free speech not existing in a modern westernized state. That's fascinating. It's kind of like what they're trying to do here right now and for what they were trying to do in the last administration too, which is basically just to where they try and make it not illegal, but they make it to where it's heavily discouraged for you to say anything against their political beliefs. It's something else. I see someone saying it's woke stuff. Really, it's everyone these days, because if someone from the right gets in charge, I mean, look at the current guy. He tries to suppress anything and everything that doesn't just absolutely slobber on, their ideology, just make it sound like the greatest thing ever. And then the left did that when they were in charge. It's a very detrimental sort of a thing, because one of the core tenets of modern Western governments is the idea of free speech. and the erosion of that throughout the world, either from political factions from the left or the right, is extremely detrimental to a modern Western society. But anyways, with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a 5 from FPS Nolan, and he said, "How long have you been doing this full time, and what were y'all doing before this?" I think we're on the fourth year at
Four
this
and a half.
point, or a little, 4.5 at this point. So that's how long we've been doing it. Also, what was I doing before this? I was in college, and also actually we were actually in college and law school while we were doing this. Actually, which is kind of wild to think about. I just kind of realized that we actually have gone through pretty much all of our education while doing the channel. Actually, for the most part, so that's what we were doing. And also before this, we were just working normal jobs before we were in college and law school. So that's what we were up to. But Enforcer, what say you?
Before this, I was in college at yeah, I was at AUM, and then we went to UAB in Birmingham. But that was what we were doing before this, and then we were working like little off and on jobs, during college. And then when we started doing when I started doing YouTube, I actually didn't have a job at that time because the second wave of COVID had come around and all that stuff. So I had to quit the job that I had that I really thought was cool. So I wanted to do something, so I started doing YouTube, and I did this for about 6 to 7 months before it took off. So really, honestly, I've probably been doing this for almost 5 years, and I think Matthew's been doing it for like 4.5. But it wasn't like full time like this. Well, I mean, it wasn't full time on air, but there was a lot of time that I'd spend in the background trying to edit stuff and make it interesting and cool. But still not as time intensive as it is now. But then when the YouTube channel blew up, we were in UAB, both of us were at that point, and then we ended up graduating at UAB at the same time. We actually both walked across the stage, one behind the other, and then we went to law school. And then we dropped out of law school, and then we just started doing this. So not really a whole lot. Like, like we kind of hit the ground running with this whole thing. So I hope that does address that the best I can, FPS Nolan.
Man, and how the streams have changed over the years. Like if you go back on our streams, was every single one of them saved on the YouTube channel? You can go back and watch from day one if you wanted to. There's only a handful of exceptions that aren't on there. But if you go back and listen to the first year of streaming and then go back and listen to our most recent streams now, completely different, like wildly different. Like the streams have been radically changed over the years. They've gotten a lot smoother. The microphones have been upgraded, and also we've developed much better sources over the years too. So it's really changed a lot. Like if you go back and listen to the first streams, it sounds probably completely unrecognizable.
Yeah, it does sound pretty unrecognizable. I mean, I had like a soup can microphone I was talking into back then. And then I got this one, which I've kept for years, which isn't the highest quality out there, but I still think it's reliable. It's a Shure, or Shure. I'm not really sure how you pronounce it, but
Sure.
sure, it's a sure. But like generally, I would say actually though, like not a lot has really changed about the show. Like at the very basic bones of it, like it is pretty much the same show that we were running 1,560 days ago. But our delivery, presentation, and everything else around it has evolved a lot and become a lot more refined. But really, the basic show, like putting stuff down on a map, going through it in a sequence, telling the story of what's happened in the day, that's actually basically the same thing that was being done on like day 2 of the war. Like that was a month before Matthew even joined on. Like that basic element of the show has remained the same throughout the whole of it, but our presentation and the way we work things and how the show actually runs on air has become a lot more smoother and streamlined, a lot more efficient. And that's one thing that you really will notice at the very beginning of the channel's history to now, is that we have become a lot more professional, I would say, and a lot more fine-tuned and tailored to what we're doing here, which I would say is a huge improvement. And that's something where like people are always like, oh, I used to watch back in the day and it was so much better. I'm like, those people are lying. Like, I go back and listen to those shows and I cringe, and I'm like, oh my god, we sounded like that at one point. I was like, that was bad.
And also, it's like, here's the thing they don't realize. I'm in the chat every single night reading every single one of the 10,000 messages that come in nightly. I know who's regulars in the chat. Like, I know, like, believe it or not, when people put messages in the chat and they've been here for a while, whether or not I interact with you regularly or not, like, I recognize your name in the chat as you've been here a while. When someone comes in, they have, like, a name I've never seen before, and it's like, I've been watching for years, and this has just become crap this time. I'm like, first of all, I've never seen you. Number two, like, if you were here for a long time, I doubt you just crash out and just leave at a moment's notice like that. It probably wouldn't happen like that. It'd probably be like slowly getting aggravated over time. So it's bots almost certainly.
Well, there's some people who have done that. You and I both know them. Like people like and what's always interesting about that, folks, is that it's always about politics. I remember there was this one person way back in the day. It was that magic person. The name. Like they got told out of the blue, no facts, no proof or anything. I think they'd been with the channel for a year at that point, that we were hard right MAGA, and they immediately went to basically just giving out death threats and doxing us within the day, which was insane because it's like there's literally no proof of that at all. And nowadays we've had some people do that recently because now we're liberal snowflakes, according to some, because we don't get in line with one group or the other. We just do our own thing. And conformity is demanded these days for free thinking people. For all these wonderful free thinking people on the right and the left, they demand conformity, and if you don't conform, you're punished severely. And we've had a whole bunch of people do that recently as well. But it's just kind of the ebb and flow. People do be crazy, like D.H. Morgan said, and we've run into our fair share. But with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have one from Siegel 99. Thank you very much for the $10 support. He said, as a teacher, do you predict some remote learning days for schools this fall? And school buses need LNG, and parents drop off and pick up kids, and we low-paid teachers commute to school. Also, you must be in a nice school district. They're using LNG. Our buses use straight up diesel, like the really
It
good
smells
smelling type.
sometimes.
Yeah, the type you smell in the bus, because the bus probably wasn't maintained properly. But Enforcer, what say you?
I would say probably. I mean, like, if the fuel shortage situation is bad and they don't do anything to fix it, there's probably going to be, like, it's always up to the county board of education wherever that decision would be made, but they're probably going to make the decision just due to the finances of having to run the school buses to start doing remote teaching days. Maybe they would require, like, I don't know, maybe it's going to be different county to county, but maybe they're going to require y'all to still come in, which I think is ridiculous at that point. Y'all might as well teach from home at that point. But hopefully, whatever county board of education that you're with, they make smart calls. If they don't, I would think about going around and talking to some parents, or, just communicating with them. I don't know if this is allowed or not. And maybe telling them that, the next time there's an election for anyone involved in the Board of Education, they need to pick different people that actually have some sense in them. If they didn't decide that, and you were starting to get buried in the cost of just having to drive to a school to show up when the kids aren't even showing up because nobody can get them there because it's too expensive. So big thanks to you for support. I hope that does address that well. And also really cool to know that we have teachers watching. Very important job to educate the kids well. We come from a school system that I would say that the education was kind of lacking. And so I would say that it's very important for teachers to be on their job, making no exceptions and trying to teach the kids and encourage them the best they can, because education is the saving grace of a proper functioning democracy, and you're the very cornerstone of helping to provide that for future generations. So a huge thanks to you for watching, and a huge thanks to you for support and enjoying. And with that, we're on to the next one.
All right. And also, Halbschotten said in the chat, he said, wasn't Ender's friend on before you as a co-host like a day or two, or am I tripping?
Friend?
No, he was on longer. He was on longer than just a couple of days. He was, how long did you have him on here?
Like it was like 2 weeks or 2.5 or something like that.
Was it that short?
It was not long. Like, it felt long back in the day, but it wasn't long at all. That was back in the day, when they were trying to unionize and have the income equally distributed amongst 30 people, where basically everybody be making nothing, so that way they could sit on Discord for an hour a day, which was goofy as hell.
I got sent in that group like what do they call those union busters back in the day? What do they call them?
Scabs. Like, bro, you're
they
scab
sent me in there like
bosses.
those union busters, man. They sent me in there like an inside agent. I was in there talking about, oh hey guys, how's it going? They're like, oh, who's this guy? I was like, oh no, nobody. I'm just lurking around. That's all. There it is, Pinkertons. Send me in like the Pinkertons. I was in there like, oh, how y'all doing? And I was in there like trying to figure out what the hell they're up to, and I found out, oh, okay, these are troublemakers. So then we had to tell them, okay, you got to go, and that's where I came into the picture. After then, I became the co-host.
That was such a stupid demand back in the day, folks. I wouldn't believe this. Volunteer Discord mods wanted to get paid like daily salaries to moderate a Discord for like an hour or two every day, and like I remember like saying to them like, well, this is a volunteer position. Like, Discord mods don't get paid. They never do. And y'all volunteered for this, so why in the world would y'all want to get paid for it? And there was no explanation other than they just wanted to get paid. And I was like, no Discord mod ever gets paid. I moderated on a couple of Discord servers before I started running the YouTube channel. and I never got paid once. Like, you never expect to get paid to do Discord modding. It's a hobby, basically. And I was like, that is absolutely the dumbest thing that I've ever seen. And so then their demand was they were going to basically tell me, before Matthew was fully involved, how to run the show. And I was also going to split up the pay, where I'm doing basically all the work, but I only take like 1/20th of the pie, and then everyone else gets another little 1/20th of the pie. And that was going to be it, or they were
Oh,
threatening to destroy the whole channel. It was a ridiculous sort of a notion.
dang! I should have negotiated a better cut. I didn't know you were only getting 1/20th back in the day. I didn't
Man,
know
no,
that.
I never did. Like, man, I was like, hell no. I was like, that ain't flying. I was like, I'm not working 100-hour work weeks for people to get on Discord for an hour or two and get the same pay as me. This is no communist system. I was like, that's ridiculous.
Man, I'll tell you, they were trying to unionize. They were trying to do that commie tactic. Also, by the way, I'm not saying unions are commie, by the way. I just realized people were going to take that as political. I didn't mean it like that. I didn't mean it like that. But anyways, I'm going to move on anyway. Our next one here goes to Lou Font, who put in a 10. And thank you very much, Lou Font, for that $10 support. And we do appreciate that very much. And Enforcer, what say you?
And I have to say a big thanks to you for support and helping this channel to keep it running, LaFont, and we're greatly appreciative of it. Also, Alex said, volunteers usually eligible for free food and accommodations. Yeah, but I really don't have like a barracks to put them in, considering that they're around the entirety of the world. I really can't buy like a barracks in Australia and one in Russia. I mean, we don't have that kind of money. Like, like the income now is better than it's ever been for like 4 years. We would never even still be close to having that kind of money to just set up housing for free for Discord mods in every corner of the world, and also cater food to them every day to be Discord mods. Like, we would literally have to take on like millions of viewers every day, and every single viewer would have to throw in like $100 to $200 every day for us to ever even make that possible. So, volunteering for Discord is a volunteer thing. You just do it for the hell of it, and there's nothing else involved in it. That's literally how it's always been. That's how it always was when I was involved, and their demands were absolutely ridiculous. But anyways, with that, we're on to the next one.
And our next one here goes to none other than, let's see here. This one goes to Game Theory once again. He said, Enforcer Andrew, are you personally preparing for a world war in the next few years? Can you prepare? You asked the wrong person. You asked the wrong one. He doesn't prepare for the stuff I do. I'm the prepper.
No, I don't prepare. I don't prepare for squad. If a world war is coming, it's just coming. Like, there's not really a lot that can be done. At least in my opinion. Like, and also everyone hitting the woods is not going to turn out too well. The woods would be overcrowded. The animals would be killed off quick. People getting hungry. Lots of people in the middle of the woods with guns getting hungry. That's not going well. I'd rather take my chances at that point in the city. But, I would have to say that, in my honest opinion, I don't really think there is a way to prepare for that sort of a deal. At least in my opinion. But Matthew, what do you think?
Ammo, ammo, ammo. That's how you prepare for it.
Brammo.
Because ammo will be also, by the way, the odds of it coming down to something that severe is probably slim to none. Like, if it comes down to that, I mean, that's like nuclear or like apocalypse at that point, which you're not really worried about like too much at that point. I mean, the world's kind of cooked. But if it's something short of that, which would be kind of unusual, then having ammo, because you can trade ammo. Everybody's going to want that because you need it for protection, you need it for hunting, you need it for pretty much everything. To be able to survive, you'll need ammunition, and you'll need a firearm of some sort. So if you have ammo, you pretty much have the key to anything. You can get food with it. You can protect yourself and also hunt. So that's really what you should probably be looking at for the most part. Or at least that's what I look at.
Well, if everyone's got the same idea, though, there's only so many deer, and there's so many rifles and people. I mean, there's gonna be no deer in a couple of weeks, probably, in most areas. Like, you would have to go far out to find one,
Well,
and people are gonna start wiping them into extinction.
Well, what you do is you gather your posse together and you section off your little section of the hunting land and you protect your hunting land. Nobody comes on it because that's trouble if they come on your hunting land.
Man, I'm telling you, basically what you're saying is that it's the Middle Ages again. Like, you got your little huntsman dude out there going, "This is the king's hunting grounds, and I'd be damned if you're poaching." Man, that's like, bro.
Yeah. And they can trade for the food, but they can't just go in there and poach. Like, they can't do that. But at that point, though, that's like the government's collapse. Like, it's a lawless environment. It's like martial law at that point. And in reality, folks, those situations aren't really like actually plausible for the most part. That's something that people like to fantasize about. Like, the prepper people love to sell people products using that type of mindset. It's not likely. Like, the odds of something like that happening are very small, because even in places that are war torn, like even in places that are in civil war, they still generally have a functioning collapsing economy to a large degree, even places that are torn themselves apart. I mean, hell, even in Syria, like, I mean, Syria is like war torn and just absolutely torn up. Now, granted, it doesn't run like a well-oiled machine, but they still get stuff around. And if you go to a city, you can find food and buy it if you have the money for it. But that's, having money for it's a little bit of a tricky situation in Syria. But there's still an economy to some degree.
Historical records say, folks, by the way, because this is something I think is very important. Historical records say that before the agrarian revolution that created farming and is what really allowed for the population to grow at all, the largest population of humans in the entirety of the world was 300 million people. And that was across the whole planet. That was before agriculture became common in most societies. So, if we're going with the idea here that everything has collapsed, the world's resources can only sustain, without modern industrial agriculture and everything else, about 300 million people. So that's the population of the United States spread across the entirety of the planet, and everybody else has died. Because there's like 9 billion people alive on the planet right now. And that is why, if we look at it in that simple equation, if the world went apocalypto and everything collapsed and everyone was on their own and there was no more social systems and there was no more agriculture or food production the way we see it, most everybody is going to die within that next year, or everybody might end up dying because the resource strain would be so bad while everyone's still alive. Most everything living on the planet would be dead and eaten by the 9 billion people that are wandering around it. Then there would be nothing left for anyone to eat once it's all over, because most animals would have just gone completely extinct. So I would say that's why I don't really prep too much, because it's like, if society and like our civilization has collapsed to the point that I'm on my own, the chances statistically are so bad, no one is going to be surviving that. So there's no point in even preparing, because you're just prolonging the inevitable. That's how I look at it.
If you can somehow form an alliance of people, though, like that would be like the biggest advantage you could have. Like, if you have like a established community, or someone's willing to take you into a pre-established community, then that's the easiest way to survive. Unfortunately, the people that are like sole survivors, or people that want to be lone wolves, those are the people that are going to be in some deep trouble, because you're going to have roaming gangs coming after you and stuff like that, and you're going to be easy pickings. Honestly, it'd be kind of like prison. Like in prison, if you're not in some sort of gang, you're probably going to have bad things happen to you. That's just the way it works, because you're an easy target. But if you're in a gang, nobody's probably going to mess with you for the most part. So it'd be very feral.
I would say that if anything happened, the social contract at some level would be reinstated to where there's some group that provides security, and the larger part of the group gives up some of their liberties, say, or some of their rights for that security and resources. That's definitely how it would go. Like, I don't know how large that would ever get in that kind of a situation, whether it would be just a municipality or a larger region or something along those lines. But there is no such thing as everything just collapsing and there's no social order, because most everyone would die at that point, especially if that permeated longer than just a year. Just look at parts of the world where there hardly is any order, and look how they survive. I mean, people in South Sudan, I think the average life expectancy in South Sudan is like 35 years of age, and then you die. And that's not even counting infant mortality. That's just how long you're expected to live once you survive childhood, which is incredibly low. And it's like, most people are going to have a very tough time surviving any meaningful years. If that happened here in the States, most people would probably just drop dead within a very short amount of time. But anyways, with that, we are on to the next one.
And with that, folks, that is actually our last super chat to address. So it is now time to move on to our live chat questions. Also, by the way, Sour OG Kim said in the chat, he said, "Have you spent much time in prison?" Oh, you haven't? I've been to prisons, actually, when I was in the legal field. I generally have heard the stories about how it works. But they said, I haven't. Let me tell you, you're more likely to be eliminated or have bad things happen to you if you're in a gang than if you're not. Yeah, but the catch is, though, like, I don't want to get into too much detail here, but in prison, like, if you're a dude, like, you're at a big risk of going to a shower and something bad happening to you. That's just the way it works in prison. But if you're in a gang, I mean, I get the fact that sometimes, like, obviously gangs aren't exactly what you'd call, honorable, because obviously there's no honor among criminals. They'll do stuff to their own people. But sometimes a gang can victimize you, but I mean, the alternative is everybody's targeting you. That's the alternative. At least that's what I've heard from people that are in prison. They say largely a gang's the way to go. But the problem is you go get in a gang, then they want you to do an initiation, and then you got to go do something horrible. That's probably going to extend your sentence. So that way you can prove your loyalty to the gang. So that's why you don't want to go to prison, because generally it's bad all the way around.
Yeah, I would generally agree. Like, but with that, it's time for us to get some live chats. Like, we're going to be getting.
You want to go to prison so you can make a video about it?
Hell no! Like, man, I don't want to go to
that'd
prison.
be pretty cool. 90 days in or 100 days in or whatever. Like, put you in there 100 days in.
Hell no! Like, man, like, no, I am not stepping foot in a prison. I can promise you that. But anyways, with that, folks, it is time for us to get on and into the third to last question of the night.
So, first of all, our Morse code decoders tonight said the exact same one from the other night. But I want to give a shout out to Paul, Kevin, Mason, Joni, Norm, Arabelle, Heroic, Flevinus, Coach, Secretary, Sire, and Brian for solving that once again tonight. And jumping into our first live chat question, this one is going to go to none other than Simple Minded, who said, in your opinion, would the U.S. launch a preemptive strike if Iran threatened an imminent nuclear attack from hidden launch sites?
I have a feeling at that point, yes, but generally, I don't think the Iranians are going to threaten that, because that also might get the the U.S. freaked out enough. We might just preemptively nuke them. Although that's very much into question, and that would be seriously debated after the fact, and might lead to some repercussions because their doctrine is purely defensive for the larger part. Still, I think that they probably would never threaten that, but that would definitely get the United States into preemptively attacking if that was the case. So with that, we are on to the second to last question of the night.
And this one's going to go to Andrew Acton, who said, why doesn't the Iraqi forces shoot down the drones? And why are they letting the Iranians hit the military forces in their country?
Generally, they're not shooting them down because they really have no air defenses to speak of. So that's really why they find it hard to shoot them down. And so I hope that answers that well. And with that, we're on to the final question of the night. And so who is the lucky last person who threw in the lucky last question of the night?
And that viewer is going to be Ultra Raptor, who said, what do y'all know about Kazakhstan? The politics there are quite interesting with how they impact the Middle East, especially the Iranian economy.
I actually don't know a lot about the Kazakhstan province as a region. I know about them as a part of Iran, and also the cities that are there, like Avaj and Desfil, because we've talked about them before on air, but I haven't really talked about them economically a lot or studied them to that extent in great detail. So unfortunately, I think I'd have to declare ignorance on that one, but it is a great question. Unfortunately, I just don't know enough to be able to answer it well. But with that, we've reached the end of tonight's stream. 4 hours and 45 minutes of show. And that is quite a lot of show. And I gotta say, a huge thanks to each and every single one of y'all once again for watching. We did see that a peak viewership tonight was reached of 21,000 people, and 194,000 people have watched the stream before it ended. I've got to say a humongous thanks to each and every single one of y'all so much once again. It's always an honor and a pleasure to be able to run the stream for all of y'all, and I hope they all enjoyed it again tonight. We will be seeing you all tomorrow at 10 p.m. Eastern Time to cover the next 24 hours of the news from around the world, and if there is a short war video to be made, I'll be the one making that short wall video. And so with that, good night, good luck, take care, stay safe. Slava Ukraini, Herodom Slava, long live the Leaf Spring Army, and long live the Republic.
And with that, folks, a huge shout out to the almost 200,000 people that were here by the end of the stream tonight. And we will see you all tomorrow on the next Nightly War News stream around the usual time, of course, at 10 p.m. Eastern, and maybe for a short war video tomorrow as well if there is enough news to cover. And of course, if there is anything big that happens, we will be running an emergency stream to cover it. But we'll have to see, because right now it looks like things could be dying back down possibly. But of course, there's always that Moscow situation that's probably cropping back up once again. But we will see you all tomorrow. And of course, Slava Ukraine, Herom Slava, get some rest, and good night.